Ladies and gentlemen, our honorable dignitaries have arrived. Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution and Textiles, Shri Piyush Goyal ji could not join the event physically due to official exigencies and would be joining over VC. Honorable Minister of State for Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution and Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Shri Ashwini Kumar Chaube ji. Secretary, Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, Shri Rajesh Kumar Singh ji. Director General, Bureau of Indian Standards, Shri Pramod Kumar Tiwari ji. Additional Secretary, Financial Advisor, Department of Consumer Affairs, Shri Shantmanu ji. Joint Secretary, Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, Shri Sanjeev ji. DDGs and Heads of Departments, esteemed guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. आप सभी को मेरा नमस्कार और नए वर्ष की हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं। I, Kriti Das, Deputy Director BIS, would be a host for the inaugural session, and it is indeed an honor for me to welcome you all to the 77th BIS Foundation Day celebration. We as a family of BIS take pride in being exactly coherent with the age of independent India. As BIS, the erstwhile Indian Standards Institution, was off the mark on 6 January 1947, the very year India got its independence. In today's event, the inaugural ceremony will be followed by 2 technical sessions on strengthening of quality ecosystem in India through standardization and through quality control orders. We will commemorate the years of evolution of BIS, its significant role in safeguarding quality and consumers' interests in India, discuss the new areas we are working on, and deliberate on future course of action to drive a sustainable and positive quality ecosystem. We are happy to announce that our event is being live streamed on our YouTube channel for those who are unable to attend in person. You may share the information with your friends and colleagues who may be interested to witness the event. They can join us online. Before we start, I would like to request Director General BIS, Shri Pramod Kumar Tiwari ji, to welcome our esteemed dignitaries with flower bouquets and saplings. Thank you, sir. Light is a symbol of brightness and prosperity, as it expels the darkness and brings positivity and happiness. Therefore, to make this event a blessed one, I would like to invite respected DGBIS to accompany our esteemed dignitaries to light the lamp. Thank you, everyone. Standards mean Manak in Hindi, and song is Geet. Now, the BIS song called Manak Geet will be rendered by BIS Standards Club students from Imite International School, Pushp Bihar. Manak Geet, with its uplifting lyrics and melody, fosters unity, boosts morale, and fuels employees' dedication to their mission. Thank you, children, for the beautiful performance. May I request Honorable Minister and the dignitaries on the dais to encourage the students by presenting them a token of appreciation for their efforts. Please, sir. Thank you, sir. To start the event, I would now like to request Director General BIS, Shri Pramod Kumar Tiwari ji, to kindly deliver the welcome address. Please.
वो मेरा प्रिंट आउट दे देना वो प्रेजेंटेशन का अच्छा यहीं से कर लें हम ओके चलें गुड मॉर्निंग, नमस्कार। माननीय राज्य मंत्री उपभोक्ता मंत्रालय एवं वन विभाग श्री अश्विनी कुमार चौबे जी, सेक्रेटरी DPIIT श्री राजेश कुमार सिंह जी, हमारे एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी एंड फाइनेंशियल एडवाइजर कंज्यूमर अफेयर्स डिपार्टमेंट श्री शांत मनु जी, संयुक्त सचिव DPIIT, all the invited guests from industry and different organizations, colleagues from BIS, friends from press and media, ladies and gentlemen. आज BIS के 77वें स्थापना दिवस के अवसर पर आपका स्वागत करते हुए मुझे बहुत खुशी हो रही है। हम आपके आभारी हैं कि आपने इस अवसर पर उपस्थित होकर इस हमारे प्रति अपनी और BIS के प्रति अपने सहयोग का भाव प्रकट किया है। जब हम BIS की बात करते हैं तो 1947 में गठन के पश्चात के वर्षों में लगातार इसका विकास होता रहा है और आज हम BIS में जब हम BIS की बात करते हैं तो केवल BIS के कर्मचारियों की बात नहीं करते, लाखों लोगों की बात करते हैं, उन बहुत सारे संगठनों की बात करते हैं जो हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं। आज हमारे साथ अगर हम BIS में देखें तो 2000 साइंटिफिक और एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव काडर हमारे जो लोग हैं, उसके अलावा हमारे 15,000, ये थोड़ा सा यहाँ गलती हुई है लिखने में, हमारी डिविजनल काउंसिल्स और टेक्निकल कमिटीज़ में 15,000 से ज़्यादा डोमेन एरिया एक्सपर्ट्स हैं जो हमारे साथ लगातार काम कर रहे हैं। 70,000 इंडस्ट्रियल यूनिट्स और ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हैं जो हमसे जुड़ी हुई हैं, जिनके पास BIS के लाइसेंसेज हैं, चाहे वो मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम के हों या कोई और हों। लगभग 2 लाख ज्वेलर्स आज हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं जो रजिस्टर्ड हैं BIS के साथ में। 1500 के लगभग असेइंग एंड हॉलमार्किंग सेंटर्स हैं। पूरे देश में 9,000 से लगभग 9,000 स्कूलों और कॉलेजों में हमारे मानक क्लब हैं। अब हमारे साथ देश के अभी तक 89 प्रीमियर IITs हैं या और दूसरे प्रीमियर टेक्निकल एजुकेशन है, वो हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं। हमारे 38 शाखा कार्यालयों में 2000 से ज़्यादा लोग स्वैच्छिक रूप से रिसोर्स पर्सन्स के रूप में काम कर रहे हैं जो हमारी स्टैंडर्ड प्रमोशन की गतिविधियों में हमारा साथ देते हैं। हमने देश के 600 से ज़्यादा डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर्स और जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल हेड्स ऑफ डिपार्टमेंट्स हैं उनके साथ में एक डायरेक्ट कनेक्ट इस्टेब्लिश किया है और वो अब हमारे कार्यक्रमों में लगातार सहयोग कर रहे हैं। देश के लगभग 2.5 लाख ग्राम पंचायत अब BIS परिवार का सदस्य हैं। हम उनके लिए प्रशिक्षण कार्यक्रम आयोजित करते हैं, उनको जो हमारे भारतीय मानक हैं उनकी जानकारी देते हैं। 195 कंज्यूमर ग्रुप्स और NGOs BIS के साथ आज रजिस्टर्ड हैं और BIS की बहुत जो भी हमारी गतिविधियां हैं उनमें सहयोग कर रहे हैं। हर एक स्टेट में आज हमारी स्टेट लेवल कमिटीज़ हैं जिनको वहाँ के मुख्य सचिव, चीफ सेक्रेटरीज हेड करते हैं और विभिन्न विभाग के सचिव उसके सदस्य हैं। तो इससे ये पता चलता है कि हम 47 से आज 2023 में इन 77 सालों में हमारा परिवार कितना बड़ा हो गया है। अब हमारे सामने चुनौती यही है कि इतने बड़े परिवार को कैसे साथ लेकर चला जाए। हमारा संकल्प है कि अपने देश को एक क्वालिटी कॉन्शियस नेशन बनाना है, उसमें सभी को साथ लेकर आगे बढ़ना, इसके लिए हमें प्रयास करते रहना है। मैं ज़्यादा समय नहीं लूँगा, बस कुछ महत्वपूर्ण चीज़ें, कुछ महत्वपूर्ण इनिशिएटिव्स जो हैं उनके बारे में आपको सूचित करूँगा। ये एक मानक मंथन जो हमारा कार्यक्रम है, अब हर एक महीने 4th थर्सडे को हमारी हर एक ब्रांच ऑफिस में यह कार्यक्रम होता है, और इसका उद्देश्य ये है कि मानकों के संबंध में जानकारी जो ग्रास रूट लेवल पे, जो स्थानीय स्तर पे हमारी इंडस्ट्रियल बॉडीज़ हैं, ट्रेडर्स बॉडीज़ हैं, यूजर्स हैं, गवर्नमेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हैं, उन सभी तक ये सूचना पहुंचाई जाए। और अगर उनके कुछ फीडबैक्स हों, अगर मानकों को लेकर उनकी कुछ चिंताएं हों या हमारे टेक्निकल रेगुलेशंस को लेकर, तो वो हमें बता पाएँ। हमने 3 ऑनलाइन लेक्चर सीरीज शुरू की है, जिसके बारे में मैं आपको सूचित करना चाहता था। पहले का नाम लेट अस टॉक अबाउट द स्टैंडर्ड्स। ये बेसिकली जो हमारे 89 प्रीमियर इंस्टीट्यूशंस के फैकल्टी मेंबर्स, स्टूडेंट्स और रिसर्च स्कॉलर्स हैं, उनके लिए है। ये हम हर एक माह आयोजित करते हैं। दूसरी एक ऑनलाइन लेक्चर सीरीज़ है हमारी, जो हम शुरू कर रहे हैं, वो है ऑन द रोड टू एक्सीलेंस। ये हमारे टेक्निकल कमेटी के जो सदस्य हैं, मेंबर्स हैं, उनको अपडेट करते, इसका पर्पस उनको लगातार अपडेट करते रहना है। ये हम हर सेकेंड वेडनेसडे को, महीने के सेकेंड वेडनेसडे को आयोजित करते हैं। और वर्किंग फॉर क्वालिटी, जो हमारे लाइसेंसीज हैं, इंडस्ट्री या इंडस्ट्री एसोसिएशंस हैं, उनको महत्वपूर्ण जानकारियां देने के लिए BIS की गतिविधियों के संबंध में ये हम हर 4th फ्राइडे को हर एक महीने आयोजित करते हैं। तो आपसे अनुरोध है कि आप और ये ऑनलाइन लेक्चर सीरीज़ आप ज्वाइन करें जब भी आपको उचित लगे, और इसके संबंध में जानकारी और दूसरों तक भी पहुंचाएं। BIS का लगातार ये प्रयास है कि हमारे बेसिकली जो भी स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं, इंडस्ट्री हैं, उनको कैसे उनके लिए हमारे अपनी प्रक्रियाओं को, अपने प्रोसेसेस को सिंप्लीफाई करें और उनकी मदद करें, ताकि हम एक गुणवत्ता आधारित इकोसिस्टम बनाने में, क्वालिटी इकोसिस्टम बनाने के अपने लक्ष्य को प्राप्त कर सकें। एक महत्वपूर्ण गतिविधि जो BIS कर रही है, वो सभी शाखा कार्यालयों में प्रोडक्ट स्पेसिफिक कैप्सूल कोर्सेज, 2 और 3 दिन के ये शॉर्ट ड्यूरेशन कोर्सेज होते हैं, बिल्कुल फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट हैं। और ये माइक्रो और स्मॉल यूनिट के लोग इसमें आकर के, क्वालिटी कंट्रोल के लोग आ सकते हैं। लाइसेंसेस के साथ हम लगातार मीटिंग करते हैं, और उसका मेन पर्पस होता है कि फैक्ट्री और मार्केट सर्वेलेंस के दौरान जो सैंपल फेल हो जाते हैं जिन प्रोडक्ट्स के, तो आखिर फेलियर के क्या कारण हैं और उनको कैसे हम इंश्योर करेंगे कि आगे इस तरह के सैंपल फेल नहीं हो, उस पर बहुत गहन चर्चा होती है। एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण निर्णय माननीय हमारे मंत्री जी पीयूष गोयल साहब के निर्देश पे ये लिया गया कि जो प्रोडक्ट मैनुअल हैं, आप में जो BIS से जुड़े हुए हैं बतौर लाइसेंसी, वो जानते हैं कि लाइसेंस के साथ साथ आपको एक प्रोडक्ट मैनुअल के साथ कंप्लायंस की भी एक शर्त होती है। अब हमने इसको एक गाइडेंस डॉक्यूमेंट बना दिया है। ये जिम्मेदारी अब इंडस्ट्री के ऊपर डाल दी है कि ये आपके लिए गाइडेंस डॉक्यूमेंट है। आप इसमें से कौन से टेस्ट इन हाउस करना चाहते हैं, कौन बाहर करना चाहते हैं, क्या फ्रीक्वेंसी रखना चाहते हैं, सैंपल साइज, ये सारे निर्णय अब इंडस्ट्रियल यूनिट लाइसेंसी खुद लेंगे। हम केवल उनसे ये जानकारी लेंगे कि आखिर वो प्रोडक्ट मैनुअल का अनुपालन कैसे कर रहे हैं। तो इससे एक बहुत बड़ी समस्या ये हल हो गई कि अगर आपके किसी कारण से कोई भी इंडस्ट्री अगर इन हाउस टेस्ट फैसिलिटी नहीं बना पाती है, तो वो बाहर की टेस्ट फैसिलिटी को यूज कर सकती है। मिनिमम मार्किंग फ़ी माइक्रो इंडस्ट्रीज़ के लिए और हमारी विमेन एंटरप्रेन्योर्स हैं या स्टार्टअप हैं, उनमें 80% कम कर दी गई है। तो ये एक बहुत बड़ा उनको सुविधा देने के लिए, ताकि वो आसानी से BIS का लाइसेंस प्राप्त कर पाएँ। ये कुछ चीज़ें थी हमारे कन्फर्मिटी असेसमेंट और सर्टिफिकेशन प्रोसेस को लेके जो मैं आपके साथ शेयर करना चाहता था। BIS का ये लक्ष्य है कि उसे दुनिया के सर्वोत्तम नेशनल स्टैंडर्ड्स मेकिंग बॉडीज़ में उसकी गिनती हो। उसके लिए हमने बहुत सारे सुधार किए हैं। हमारी जो सेक्शनल कमेटी स्टैंडर्ड्स बनाती हैं उनके संबंध में कुछ महत्वपूर्ण जो प्रोसेस रिफॉर्म्स हैं। अब हर कमेटी का एक रोलिंग एनुअल एक्शन प्लान है, एनुअल कैलेंडर ऑफ मीटिंग्स अब हम हर टेक्निकल कमेटी की है। जो भी अब सेक्शनल कमेटी को ज्वाइन करते हैं उन्हें एक सेल्फ डिक्लेरेशन देना होता है और बेसिकली दैट दिस इज एन एक्नॉलेजमेंट ऑफ द रोल एंड रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ऑफ TC मेंबर्स। हमने बहुत स्ट्रिक्टली इस व्यवस्था को लागू किया है कि अगर कोई भी सदस्य लगातार 2 बैठकों से अनुपस्थित होते हैं तो उन्हें उनकी सदस्यता समाप्त हो जाएगी टेक्निकल कमेटी की। और हर टेक्निकल कमेटी के लिए एक इफ़िशिएंसी इंडेक्स है। अब हर टेक्निकल कमेटी के परफॉर्मेंस को रियल टाइम बेसिस पे मॉनिटर किया जा सकता है कि वो एनुअल प्लान के अगेंस्ट में उनका प्रोग्रेस कैसा है। एक दूसरा महत्वपूर्ण निर्णय जो मैं आपसे साझा करना चाहता था जो हमने लिया है वो है रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट को स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन का फलक्रम बनाना। अब हम ये चाहते हैं कि कोई भी स्टैंडर्ड ऐसा नहीं बने जिससे संबंधित हमने कोई रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट प्रोजेक्ट नहीं किया हो, ताकि हमारा डिसीजन डेटा ड्रिवन हो, एविडेंस बेस्ड हो। और आपको बताते हुए मुझे बहुत खुशी हो रही है कि अभी तक 100 से ज़्यादा R&D प्रोजेक्ट्स BIS कमीशन कर चुका है और आप हमारे BIS वेबसाइट पे जाके उनकी पूरी सूचना, टर्म्स ऑफ रेफरेंस वगैरह देख सकते हैं और पार्टिसिपेट भी कर सकते हैं। एक महत्वपूर्ण का और निर्णय है, हर मिनिस्ट्री से अभी अपेक्षा की जा रही है और उनसे हम लगातार संपर्क कर रहे हैं कि वो एक एनुअल प्रोग्राम फॉर स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन बनाकर BIS को दें, ताकि जो हमारी सरकार है, हमारे विभिन्न मंत्रालय हैं, रेगुलेटरी बॉडीज़ हैं, उनमें और BIS में एक परफेक्ट सिनर्जी स्थापित की जा सके। इंडस्ट्री एसोसिएशंस को भी हम लोग उनसे अनुरोध कर रहे हैं कि स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन सेल बनाएं और स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन के प्रोसेस में प्रोएक्टिव रोल लें। तो ये कुछ चीज़ें थी जो स्टैंडर्ड फॉर्मुलेशन के बारे में मैं आपको बताना चाहता था। इधर हाल के कुछ वर्षों में स्टैंडर्ड्स को प्रमोट करने की दिशा में BIS ने बहुत सारे इनिशिएटिव्स लिए हैं। जैसा कि मैंने पहले भी बताया, 9000 से ज़्यादा हमारे स्कूल और कॉलेजों में स्टैंडर्ड्स क्लब बने हैं जिनमें 2 लाख से ज़्यादा बच्चे जुड़े हुए हैं। वहाँ मानकों से संबंधित गतिविधियाँ होती रहती हैं और बेसिकली पर्पस ये है कि एक क्वालिटी को लेके, गुणवत्ता को लेके एक सजगता, एक जागरूकता बच्चों में पैदा हो। हमारी जितनी IITs हैं 16 और कुछ NITs, वहाँ हमने चेयर्स ऑन स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन बनाए हैं और पर्पस उसका यही है कि हमारे इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेजेस में और दूसरे भी जो प्रोफेशनल कॉलेजेस हैं, एग्रीकल्चर, फूड टेक्नोलॉजी वगैरह के, टेक्सटाइल के, वहाँ पे जो पढ़ाई होती है, टीचिंग लर्निंग प्रोसेस है, उनके साथ स्टैंडर्ड्स को इंटीग्रेट किया जाए ताकि हमारे बच्चे व्हेन दे पास आउट फ्रॉम दीज इंस्टीट्यूशंस दे आर अवेयर ऑफ द इंडियन स्टैंडर्ड्स। और उसके साथ में 72 अदर टेक्निकल इंस्टीट्यूशंस के साथ भी हमने MOU किया है। क्वालिटी कनेक्ट एक हमारा बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट इनिशिएटिव है थ्रू यूथ वॉलंटियर्स, जिन्हें हम मानक मित्र कहते हैं। इसके 3 कंपोनेंट हैं। एक हाउस होल्ड कनेक्ट, जहाँ पे ये यूथ वॉलंटियर्स घरों में जाते हैं और लोगों को स्टैंडर्ड्स के बारे में बताते हैं, BIS के ऐप कैसे यूज किया जाता है उसके बारे में बताते हैं। फिर ट्रेडर्स कनेक्ट है और सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट यूथ टू यूथ कनेक्ट है, जहाँ हम एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशंस में प्रोग्राम करते हैं और बच्चों को बताते हैं स्टैंडर्ड्स के बारे में। How standards are related to the principles and laws of science ये डेमोन्स्ट्रेट करने के लिए हमने एक लर्निंग साइंस वाया स्टैंडर्ड इनिशिएटिव शुरू की, जिसमें 50 से ज़्यादा लेसन प्लान्स, स्टैंडर्ड बेस्ड लेसन प्लान्स बनाए गए हैं. All these lesson plans have been shared with the institutions which have standards clubs, and we are training teachers. हम mentors की ट्रेनिंग कर रहे हैं ताकि वो इनको इनका लेसन प्लान्स का यूज कर पाएँ क्लासरूम्स में, to make the teaching learning process more engaging, more interesting, and also to create awareness about the standards. ग्राम पंचायतों का सेंसिटाइजेशन एक बहुत एम्बिशियस प्रोग्राम है जो हम लोगों ने लिया है. देश में लगभग हमारे 2.6 लाख ग्राम पंचायत हैं, और सरकार की जितने भी महत्वपूर्ण स्कीम्स हैं या कार्यक्रम हैं, उनके इम्प्लीमेंटेशन का दायित्व इन ग्राम पंचायतों के ऊपर है. तो हम चाहते थे कि ये सभी भारतीय मानकों के संबंध में जो डिफरेंट हमारे प्रोडक्ट स्टैंडर्ड्स हैं उनसे परिचित हों. इसके लिए हमने 2.5 लाख से ज़्यादा पंचायतों के लिए एक स्पेशल बुकलेट तैयार किया, जिसमें हर गवर्नमेंट स्कीम के अगेंस्ट में इंडियन स्टैंडर्ड्स मैप थे, और अब हम उनका प्रशिक्षण कर रहे हैं. 20,000 से ज़्यादा, लगभग 21,000 ग्राम पंचायत के प्रमुख और जो सचिव होते हैं, इन दोनों का प्रशिक्षण हो चुका है, और हमारा लक्ष्य है कि 24-25 में अगले वर्ष तक हम सभी 2.5 लाख इंस्टीट्यूशंस को, ग्राम पंचायतों को प्रशिक्षित कर पाएँ. तो ये वेरी ब्रीफली मैंने सोचा ये जो कुछ महत्वपूर्ण हमारे इनिशिएटिव्स हैं इनके बारे में जानकारी मैं इस अवसर पर साझा करूं. आपके सहयोग की हमें ज़रूरत है, इसलिए कि BIS एक बेसिकली एक प्लेटफॉर्म है जहां पे डोमेन एरिया एक्सपर्ट्स, जहां पे इंडस्ट्री, एकेडेमिया, ये सभी एक साथ आते हैं, अपने अनुभव को, अपने ज्ञान को का उपयोग करके मानक बनाते हैं. तो मैं इस अवसर पर आपका पुनः स्वागत करता हूं, और उम्मीद करता हूं कि हम लोग एक परिवार की तरह एक साथ में काम करेंगे, और राष्ट्र को एक क्वालिटी कॉन्शियस राष्ट्र बनाने का जो हमारा संकल्प है उसको पूरा कर पाएंगे. धन्यवाद.
Thank you, sir. 6th January for BIS marks a day to celebrate grand beginnings. It is with great pride and excitement that we announce that BIS has prepared a special publication, SP 73/2023, Standardized Development and Building Regulations, that will be instrumental in transforming the future landscape of the country. This document will serve as a tool for the local bodies to renew their development and building regulations, promoting more durable, resilient, accessible, and sustainable future developments and enhanced citizen services. Within these pages lie the blueprints for progress, a roadmap that will guide us towards achieving our shared objective. On this momentous occasion, I request Honorable Minister of State, Shri Ashwini Chaube ji, to kindly release the special publication. Thank you, sir. We just witnessed and recognized this document is a testament to our organization's ability to adapt, innovate, and address the evolving challenges of our time. Let us watch a short film on the features of this special publication. Thank you, sir, for launching the film. We in BIS express our gratitude to everyone who contributed to this endeavor. We are confident that this prestigious document of BIS will be well received and would go a long way in creating a symbiotic, sustainable, and responsible habitat. Now I would request Honorable Minister to kindly launch the films on various BIS activities. First, we will start with the Gram Panchayat Sensitization Initiative. Gram Panchayats play a pivotal role in the effective implementation of government schemes and programs at grassroots level. They serve as conduits for channeling funds and resources and make decisions pertaining to local development, infrastructure, education, healthcare, and other aspects for the intended beneficiaries. BIS has taken several initiatives to sensitize Gram Panchayats about the significance of adhering to Indian standards and ensuring compliance to these standards while implementing government programs and schemes at the village level. Let us watch a short film that revolves around these initiatives of BIS. Please, sir.
कुछ रचना है, कुछ सचना है, कुछ रचना है, कुछ सचना है, नई राह बनानी है.
Taking along all the stakeholders in the enterprise of nation building on the road to quality consciousness is what BIS stands for, to the realization that quality expresses itself through standards. We decided to partner with Gram Panchayats to take this realization to where the idea of a modern, prosperous nation descend on the ground and become a reality. This film is developed as a tool of knowledge sharing on Indian standards, a window into the world of indigenous standards our Gram Panchayats need to know. This film is in 7 parts. Each part presents information about standards related to the specific area. So first, let us know about the product standards related to the civil works in part 1.
Construction dry.
Please play the end part.
To women and children in their village.
अरे तो बड़े कमाल की चीज हो गई, मजा आ गया क्यों बाबा?
The journey has just begun.
Next is the launch of film on BIS Quality Connect campaign. Quality Connect अभियान BIS द्वारा शुरू की गई एक अभूतपूर्व पहल है जिसके माध्यम से हम गुणवत्ता का संदेश भारत के कोने कोने तक पहुंचाने में सक्षम हुए हैं. इसी संदर्भ में आइए देखते हैं BIS क्वालिटी कनेक्ट अभियान पर बनी एक शॉर्ट फिल्म.
सर आपसे एक सवाल था. हाँ भैया. सर इंडियन स्टैंडर्ड के बारे में जानते हैं? इंडियन स्टैंडर्ड.
इंडियन स्टैंडर्ड?
हाँ जी.
नहीं भैया, क्या होता है?
एक सेकंड सर, आपसे एक सवाल था. सर आप 3 चीज़ों के नाम बता सकते हैं मुझे जिसमें ISI मार्क होता है. आपको पता गोल्ड खरीदने से पहले क्या चेक करना चाहिए? अच्छा.
Isn't it necessary that we, the common man in this country, are aware of standards or know about standards? BIS makes standards, and as we know, standards ensure the quality of products and services. BIS recognizes the importance of engagement with the consumers to create awareness about standards. Quality Connect is the story of one such groundbreaking initiative taken by BIS to create a nation conscious of quality and safety. Quality Connect has 3 components: Household Connect, Traders Connect, and Youth to Youth Connect. Personalized and one-to-one interaction with consumers led by our passionate and trained youth volunteers. The Manak Mitras serve as the backbone of this transformative campaign. With vigor in their hearts, the Manak Mitras traverse the landscapes of households, educational institutions, and markets, narrating the tale of quality. They share consumer-centric information available and explain how standards ensure quality and safety of everyday goods. The success of Quality Connect has been remarkable. During 4 campaigns conducted so far, over 50,000 Manak Mitras have reached out to more than 1 million consumers. During Quality Connect campaign 1.0, launched in October 2022 on the occasion of World Standards Day, more than 4,000 Manak Mitras connected with over 1 lakh households across the country. Quality Connect campaign 2.0 was launched on 76th Foundation Day of BIS on 6th January 2023. During this campaign, more than 16,000 Manak Mitras connected with over 4.3 lakh households pan-India. Quality Connect campaign 3.0 was launched on occasion of World Consumer Rights Day on 15th March 2023, when more than 15,000 Manak Mitras connected with over 4 lakh households. During Quality Connect campaign 4.0, organized on the occasion of World Standards Day 2023, more than 20,000 Manak Mitras from 481 institutions across 315 districts of 26 states could connect with more than 2.8 lakh students, 1 lakh households and 8,600 traders. Each successive Quality Connect campaign has been more ambitious, and the consumer organization, NGOs and educational institutions have provided wholehearted support to BIS. The Quality Connect campaign is evolving as a pilgrimage to empowering consumers. Every stride of a Manak Mitra towards a household, a market or an educational institution echoes as a testament to commit of BIS to create a quality conscious nation.
Thank you, sir. Education forms the cornerstone of a prosperous society. By instilling a culture of quality in education, we sow the seeds for future innovation and leadership. Our next film presents Learning Science via Standards, the unique initiative of BIS for facilitating a clearer understanding of complex scientific concepts and their practical applications among youngsters through Indian standards. Please, sir.
Imagine the lessons that make science fun, but not just something to memorize. Imagine the lessons that spark curiosity. Imagine the lessons that inspire innovation. Yes, you heard it right. The Bureau of Indian Standards is revolutionizing science education through its groundbreaking initiative, Learning Science via Standards. BIS has developed lesson plans focusing on everyday products aligned with educational curriculum and industrial relevance. These plans aim to bridge the gap between theoretical knowledge and real-world applications, fostering a culture of quality and standardization. Not only that, these lesson plans aim to equip students with a strong foundation of scientific concepts, principles, and laws. A comprehensive series of 52 lesson plans has been prepared. With 40 readily accessible on the official BIS website, Honorable Minister of State for Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Shri Ashwini Kumar Chaubey, released the first compilation of 10 lesson plans. But this is just the tip of the iceberg. BIS has successfully established over 7,500 standard clubs in educational institutions across India, with more than 2 lakh student members. More than 5,500 science teachers have been trained to act as mentors for these standard clubs.
यहाँ हम 2 दिन के ट्रेनिंग के लिए आए थे, जिसमें इम्पोर्टेंस ऑफ साइंस, राइट, नोइंग वाया स्टैंडर्ड्स हमें आज बताया जा रहा है, और मेरे हिसाब से बहुत ही ज़रूरी है और बहुत अच्छा इनिशिएटिव है NITS का, जो हमें यहाँ ट्रेनिंग दी जा रही है। स्टैंडर्ड्स तो हम एज अ मेंटर हमारे बच्चों को बताते ही हैं, लेकिन साइंटिफिक जो चीज़ें हैं या कॉन्सेप्चुअल जो चीज़ें हैं जिसके पीछे साइंस लगता है, वो अगर उन्हें पता चलेगा तो स्टैंडर्ड्स उनको ज़्यादा अच्छे से समझ में आएंगे। यहाँ लेसन प्लान्स जो हमको बताए गए वो बहुत ही अच्छे थे, स्पेशली जो वीडियोस बनाए गए गैस सिलेंडर के ऊपर जो पहला अटेम्प्ट है वो बहुत ही अच्छा है और बहुत ही डिटेल्ड है। हर लेवल के स्टूडेंट्स को हम उनके हिसाब से वो बता सकते हैं, चाहे स्कूल के हो चाहे कॉलेज के हो।
BIS also conducts specially designed training programs for resource persons. These clubs undertake various student-centric activities, including debates, quizzes, standard writing competitions, and much more. BIS provides financial support to these clubs for undertaking up to 3 activities in a year. These sessions connect scientific concepts and laws to Indian standards related to different products. The lessons add an extra layer of value to students' understanding of science. To take this to the next level, BIS has also started developing video versions of these lesson plans. The first video focusing on LPG gas cylinders was launched by Shri Piyush Goyal, Honorable Union Minister on World Standards Day 2023. In line with the proverb, seeing is believing, BIS has introduced exposure visits for students and academia, aimed at spreading awareness of quality standards. These visits entail bringing students to specially designed learning spaces within BIS offices and laboratories, offering a hands-on understanding of manufacturing and testing processes. The laboratory tours afford visitors the opportunity to witness cutting-edge infrastructure and testing facilities at both BIS and BIS-recognized labs. Furthermore, students are provided the unique chance to practically see science in action by observing manufacturing processes and in-house product testing at various industrial units.
So this experience was quite nice. We got to go here at the Havells facility, know how all these products are being made, ranging from capacitors to air circuit breakers. So it's all a thanks to BIS and Havells for allowing us this experience. We just learned theory in class, and now to see these practical solutions being there and these all these amazing manufacturing facilities, especially with Hyundai Electric from Korea, it was just an amazing experience overall. I learned a lot.
BIS remains committed to organizing exposure visits on a regular basis, with an impressive 709 visits in the fiscal year 2022-23. For the ongoing year 2023-24, 331 exposure visits have already been arranged. The Learning Science via Standards initiative by BIS is not just a leap forward in science education, but a comprehensive approach to instilling a sense of quality and standards in the future generation. Visit the BIS website or contact the nearest BIS office for additional information on this groundbreaking initiative. You can also call BIS Facilitation Center on its toll-free number 1800-11-1206.
Thank you, sir. Moving on, we have the pleasure of having with us today Secretary, Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, Shri Rajesh Kumar Singh ji. May I please request Shri Rajesh Kumar Singh ji to kindly deliver the special address. Please, sir.
Honorable Minister of State for Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, Shri Ashwini Kumar Chaube ji. My colleagues, Shri Pramod Kumar Tiwari, Director General of Bureau of Indian Standards, Shri Shantamano, Additional Secretary and FA in the Department of Consumer Affairs, Shri Sanjeev, Joint Secretary in the Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, colleagues from the Bureau of Indian Standards, from industry, technical experts, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to join you here today on this cold morning. It's good to see a full house which wants to talk about and discuss the quality ecosystem in India. This is an area where traditionally India has not had such a great reputation for quality in its products. But as we move towards our dream of Atmanirbhar Bharat, of Make in India, of ensuring that our manufacturing sector contribution to the GDP increases from the measly 15%, which is where it is languishing for the last several decades, to about 25%. As we move on a sustained growth path to a developed society, this quality consciousness and a quality ecosystem being developed in the country is critical. Let me also start by congratulating BIS on its 77th Foundation Day, which they are celebrating here today in a befitting manner. Before I talk about the interface between DPIIT and BIS, particularly in the context of our quality control orders, which we are increasingly utilizing as a way of improving standards for our consumers, and also ensuring that we don't get the dumping of substandard imported products also comes down. Before I talk about that, let me speak very briefly about India's growth story and trajectory today. As all of you are aware, on the back of strong political leadership, on account of the tailwinds of a working age population ratio of over 60%, with a median age of just 22, on the back of this government's tremendous unparalleled investments in our infrastructure, both our physical infrastructure as well as in our digital infrastructure, this country is going to see in the coming years a sustained growth rate of at least 7 to 8% from the looks of it. This is, we are well on the way to at least embarking on the Prime Minister's dream of becoming a developed society in the next 25 years. If you see the latest macroeconomic numbers, the growth numbers, you will see that there is a tremendous upside to what was being projected earlier. And there is no doubt that if we really look at the numbers after using the kind of deflators that other countries use, such as the purchaser price index rather than the WPI, our actual growth rate may be even higher than what is being shown today. The government also wants, as I mentioned, to make India a manufacturing hub by increasing our manufacturing share in GDP to at least 25% in the next few years. And for that, we need to really focus on quality, on ensuring that India's reputation, India's brand starts reflecting real sustained quality. This event is also significant as it is the first national level quality awareness and promotion seminar under the Quality Awareness and Promotion Program, which was prepared by DPIIT along with BIS for the development of a robust quality ecosystem in the country. You may recall that the Honorable Prime Minister, while speaking about zero defect and zero effect manufacturing, had called for time-bound adoption by industry of mandatory technical standards and effective enforcement. India traditionally did not use quality control orders much, but in the least recent past, we have increasingly started doing so as a way of ensuring quality in our products, both from the point of view of our consumer and from the point of view of safety. I'm also delighted to share with you that in the Global Quality Infrastructure Index of 2023, the ranking which evaluates the quality of infrastructure of 185 economies in the world, India's overall QI system continues to be in the top 10, at the 10th position, with our national accreditation system under the Quality Council of India ranked at 5th, and the standardization system under BIS at 8th, while the metrology system under NPL CSIR is ranked at the 20th position in the world. Of course, we need to improve on it further to ensure that, as I mentioned, our brand India and Made in India become synonymous with quality. In a way, this is also one of the first of its kind workshops to facilitate interaction with industry, to understand the problems faced by them, to take their suggestions for building a strong and vibrant system that encourages and facilitates adoption of Indian standards across products and services. And this dialogue is significant in the backdrop of all-round efforts of the government to attain Atmanirbharta in manufacturing and improve our position in the Global Quality Infrastructure Index ranking even further. In India, non-tariff measures are now primarily invoked through the BIS Act, and it is essential that industrial and trade policy has a more symbiotic and close relationship with the Bureau of Indian Standards. While we need a more comprehensive coverage of goods for bringing under the technical regulations such as QCOs, we also need easier conformity assessment procedures which are less burdensome to apply and administer. And we also need to ensure that BIS itself improves its internal processing procedures to make it business friendly, because that is critical from the point of view of ease of doing business. I'm not sure if you are available right now, Pramod, on the national single window, but if you are not, I hope you will be soon, because it is critical that we digitize our processes, remove human discretion, rule out human interfaces, and ensure transparent ways of bringing about quality through our inspection and certification systems. As I mentioned earlier, we have in the recent past, DPIIT, under its mandate, has issued altogether 67 QCOs for 291 product standards, primarily under the BIS Act. And we are continuously engaging with BIS and stakeholders for notification of more QCOs, many of which are, on the way. The increase in the number of quality control orders being issued can be testified by the fact that between 1987 to 2019, over 32 years, only 14 QCOs were issued for 71 products. In the last 3 years, from 2020 to 23, we've issued 19 QCOs for 71 projects, and in 23, more than 60 QCOs have already been envisaged, with 33 QCOs for 154 products that have already been notified. Since 2020, more than 52 QCOs have been issued, out of which extension has been granted from time to time in areas like toys, ACs, refrigerators, safety glass, etc., in order to ensure that our domestic industry is able to adjust and improve, and in order to ensure that they don't they are able to make the required adjustments in their product lines, in their manufacturing processes, to gear up to meet these quality standards. We should recognize that standards, testing, quality control, certification, etc., are strategic tools to maintain and enhance trust in the quality of India's manufacturing, and it will also help us catalyze exports, support economic development, and build the broader concept of Brand India and Made in India. I would request industry and government agencies to come together in building a robust quality ecosystem for our economy. We need to strengthen our capabilities and ensure that our industry is able to harness standards as a part of a competitive advantage for the country. A new world order is emerging with shifting supply chains, innovation, and many of the developed economies in the world are now facing the challenges of an aging population and a stagnating economic future. We in India have the reverse issue. We have a young population, and we have a lot of tailwinds behind us, of some of which I mentioned earlier, the combination of a strong political leadership with robust infrastructure investment. These tailwinds can bring about sustained growth in our country, and building a quality ecosystem for the country is a critical and strategic part of that growth trajectory. I congratulate BIS for organizing this program today on the occasion of their 77th Foundation Day. I hope we'll see many more industry interactions like this to further build up this trajectory of our growth, so that we really ensure sustained quality-led growth for this country in the coming years. Thank you very much for inviting me today.
थैंक यू सर। हमारा सौभाग्य है कि आज इस कार्यक्रम की शोभा बढ़ाने हमारे समक्ष उपस्थित हैं माननीय राज्य मंत्री उपभोक्ता मामले, खाद्य एवं सार्वजनिक वितरण, वन, पर्यावरण एवं जलवायु परिवर्तन, यशस्वी एवं लोकप्रिय माननीय श्री अश्विनी कुमार चौबे जी। मैं आग्रह करना चाहूँगी माननीय राज्य मंत्री जी से कि वे कृपया आज BIS के इस महत्वपूर्ण कार्यक्रम में अपने उद्बोधन द्वारा हमारा मार्गदर्शन करें। मंत्री जी।
सुप्रभातम, नमस्कार। आज हम सब लोग एक तरह से कहिए कि BIS का, भारतीय मानक ब्यूरो का जन्म दिवस मनाने के लिए यहाँ इकट्ठा हुए। तो मैं आज के इस स्थापना दिवस के शुभ अवसर पर यहाँ आए हुए तमाम आप सारे देश के भाग्य विधाता, देश के निर्माता, आप तमाम लोगों को मैं आज के इस मानक परिवार की ओर से बहुत बहुत हार्दिक बधाई देता हूँ, शुभकामना। आज के इस मानक ब्यूरो के 77वें स्थापना दिवस के इस अवसर पर गुणवत्ता संवर्धन पारिस्थितिक तंत्र का एक संवाद भी आयोजित है, जो घंटों तक ये संवाद चलता रहेगा। मुझे खुशी है कि आज के इस कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित हैं ऑनलाइन हमारे यशस्वी केंद्रीय मंत्री श्री पीयूष गोयल जी, साथ ही आज यहाँ विराजमान श्री राजेश कुमार सिंह, जो सचिव हैं उद्योग संवर्धन और आंतरिक व्यापार विभाग के, हमारे श्री प्रबोध कुमार तिवारी जी और महानिदेशक भी है भारतीय मानक ब्यूरो के, हमारे विभाग के एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी श्री शांतमनु जी, आप भी विभाग को आगे बढ़ाने में आपकी भूमिका बहुत है और BIS के साथ आप कर रहे हैं काम, सहयोग कर रहे हैं। साथ ही संजीव जी हमारे संयुक्त सचिव हैं उद्योग संवर्धन एवं आंतरिक व्यापार विभाग के, और यहाँ आए हुए जितने भी उद्योग परिवार से जुड़े हुए लोग, हमारे विशेष करके जो BIS के सभी पदाधिकारी एवं हमारे सभी सहयोगीगण, विद्यालय के सभी जो आए हुए छात्र छात्राएं, जो हमारे स्टैंडर्ड क्लब की छात्राएं हैं, और मीडिया के हमारे सभी बंधुगण, जहाँ तक हम सब लोगों ने आज के स्थापना दिवस पर शुभकामनाएं और सब लोगों को एक दूसरे को अपना खुशी भी जाहिर कर रहे हैं। मैं देख रहा हूँ बड़ी संख्या में लोग यहाँ पर पहुँचे हुए, और सब लोगों की ललक है कि हमारा देश कैसे आगे बढ़े, हमारा देश कैसे विश्वसनीयता, हमारे देश के उत्पादन का विश्वसनीयता कैसे दुनिया भर में ये कायम बने रहे और इसको और भी कैसे आगे बढ़ाया जाए, ये ललक सबको होगा। और मुझे लग रहा है कि आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में, उनके इस अमृतकाल में नित्य प्रतिदिन हम कह रहे हैं कि नित्य नए आयाम भी रची जा रही है, और सचमुच वही काम आज BIS जो भारतीय मानक ब्यूरो है उसके माध्यम से भी ये काफ़ी आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। मैं इस विभाग का मंत्री होने के नाते ये कह सकता हूँ कि जितनी तेज़ी से देश की प्रगति और देश के विकास में हम चार चांद लगा रहे हैं, उतनी ही तेज़ी से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में और हमारे यशस्वी विभाग के केंद्रीय मंत्री श्री पीयूष गोयल जी के दिशा निर्देश पर BIS लगातार प्रगति पथ पर बढ़ रही है और देश में गुणवत्तापूर्ण वस्तु का निर्माण और आयात कैसे हो, इसका हम सब लोगों ने अपना 100% योगदान देकर इस विकासशील भारत को विकसित भारत बनाने का उस दिशा में हम काम कर रहे हैं। अभी पूरे देश भर में, दुनिया भर में हम कह सकते हैं कि BIS ने जो कार्य किया है वह एक अनूठा है। मैं देख रहा हूँ लगातार इस हॉल में BIS के कार्यक्रम के लिए प्राय हर महीने 2 महीने में एक बार यहाँ आ रहा हूँ। पिछले जब से ये हॉल बना है तो इतने प्रकार की चीज़ें, इतनी आपने रचना की है, तो निश्चित रूप में आज लोगों को ये गर्व है। और मुझे ये लगता है, मैं अभी प्रमोद जी से कह रहा था कि इतना बड़ा आपने पूरा पंचायतों में, 2.5 लाख पंचायतों में सारे जिलाधिकारियों के साथ आपके संवाद होते रहे हैं। आपने BIS का जो मूल मंत्र है उसको राष्ट्रव्यापी बना दिया है और यही प्रधानमंत्री जी चाहते हैं कि हमारा हर विभाग, हर लोग, हमारे हर पदाधिकारी, हर मंत्री, हर लोग, हर इस प्रकार से छा जाए ताकि देश और दुनिया इसको याद रख सके। और आपने वही काम किया है। मुझे लग रहा है कि मैं ये कह रहा था कि ये ठीक है कि स्थापना दिवस, जन्म दिवस लोग घर में ही मनाते हैं ज़्यादातर। कभी कभी जब ये स्थापना दिवस है तो मेरा एक आग्रह है कि स्थापना दिवस के इस साल में नए जो हमारा ये वसंत का और बरसारा बसंतोत्सव होने जा रहा है, क्या हम इस अवसर पर कॉलेज स्टूडेंट्स, स्कूल के विद्यार्थी और जितने भी हमारे उद्योग जगत से लगे जुड़े हुए हमारे BIS का जो इतना बड़ा परिवार मानक, मतलब भारत अगले 2047 तक जो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने दिया है कि हम विकसित भारत बनाएंगे, हम इस विकासशील देश को विकसित भारत बनाने के लिए संकल्पबद्ध हैं। जहां देश भर में विकसित भारत संकल्प यात्रा गांव-गांव में प्रधानमंत्री जी के सोच के बाद निकली हुई है। हम सब लोग उसके सहयोगी भी, हम सभी गांव-गांव में अपने क्षेत्र और अन्य क्षेत्रों में एक विशेष अभियान के तहत सभी मंत्रीगण, सांसदगण, सभी जनप्रतिनिधि लगे हुए हैं। तो क्या BIS इस मकर संक्रांति और वसंतोत्सव के अवसर पर कुछ दिनों में एक कार्यक्रम इस रूप में बनाए, मेरा सुझाव है। तो हम निश्चित रूप में ये एक इतिहास बना लेंगे कि इतने हजारों लोगों को राज्यों में हो, जिला स्तर पर हो या केंद्र स्तर पर हो, हम हॉल से हट करके मैदान में कैसे सब लोगों को मिलने का एक कार्यक्रम बनाए, एक बढ़िया कार्यक्रम, उसकी रचना करिए। मेरा एक सुझाव है। मुझे ऐसा लगा कि आपने इतने बड़े काम किए हैं, ये ठीक है कि हॉल में, मीडिया में और जितने प्रबुद्ध लोग हैं इनको तो जानकारी होता है, लेकिन आम लोगों को सड़कों पर कैसे जानकारी हो जाए कि भाई ये BIS के लिए, भारत को विकसित भारत बनाने में जो गुणवत्तापूर्वक उत्पादन हो रहा है, भारत का जो क्रेडिबिलिटी बढ़ रही है, उसमें BIS का जो इतना बड़ा योगदान है, इस योगदान को हम सड़कों पर भी दिखाना चाहते हैं ताकि लोग इसको एक लंबे काल तक याद रखें। जहां तक हम जानते हैं कि भारत विश्व की 5वीं सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था है और तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था की ओर हम छलांग मार रहे हैं। हम पांचवी अर्थव्यवस्था के बाद अब तीसरी अर्थव्यवस्था की ओर छलांग मारने के लिए अग्रसर है। जहाँ तक परचेजिंग पावर पैरिटी जो है उसका, उस दृष्टि से विश्व की जो तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बनने का जो हमारा ये सौभाग्य है, हम देश के और देश में उत्पादित जो वस्तुओं हैं, जो इस प्रकार की उसके गुणवत्ता बनाए रखकर और साथ साथ उससे हम यह प्राप्त कर सकते हैं गुणवत्तापूर्ण, और विश्व पटल पर भारत की वस्तुओं की गुणवत्ता का गुणगान जिस प्रकार से हो रहा है, सचमुच यह भविष्य में भी होगा और इसका बहुत बड़ा श्रेय भारतीय मानक ब्यूरो को जाता है। इसमें कहीं दो मत नहीं। भारतीय मानक ब्यूरो का यह प्रयास अत्यंत ही प्रशंसनीय और हम कह सकते हैं कि उदाहरण योग्य है, प्रेरणा स्रोत है। मुझे लग रहा है कि इस दिवस पर हार्दिक बधाई एक दूसरे को हम दे रहे हैं। अभी मुझे लगा कि 2-3 दिन पहले मैं अपने विभाग के ही द्वारा वो कार्यक्रम जिसमें गृह सहकारिता मंत्री जी ने विज्ञान भवन में दलहन दाल की जो बिक्री के बारे में जो पोर्टल लॉन्च किया था, उसमें नबार्ड के द्वारा, नेफेड के द्वारा एक सहज और सरल नारा लिखा हुआ था। नारा उसमें मिला, गांव बढ़े तो देश बढ़े, गांव बढ़े तो देश बढ़े। तो मुझे ऐसा लगा उसी दिन, मुझे जब ये कार्यक्रम का मुझे आमंत्रण मिला तो मुझे लगा कि आज के इस स्थापना दिवस पर हम एक नारा मेरे मन में आया कि अगर गांव बढ़े तो देश बढ़े, तो मानक बढ़े तो अर्थव्यवस्था बढ़े। मानक बढ़े तो अर्थव्यवस्था बढ़े। ये हमारा मानक के स्थापना दिवस पर आज आप सब लोगों से आह्वान है। हम सबका, उपभोक्ता और उत्पादक का, क्रेता और विक्रेता का ध्यान न केवल मानक पर ही केंद्रित होगा, देश के उत्पाद जो वैश्विक प्रतिस्पर्धा में श्रेष्ठ होंगे, सर्वोत्तम होंगे, तो भारत विश्व में आर्थिक दृष्टिकोण से समृद्ध और संपन्न होगा। हमारी यही श्रेष्ठता, संपन्नता, हमारे सनातन दर्शन जो वसुधैव कुटुंबकम, पूरा विश्व को जो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने G20 में एक पूरे विश्व के सामने जो भारत की विश्वसनीयता को ध्यान दिलाया है, तो निश्चित रूप में इस भावना को साकार करने में आप सहायक सिद्ध होंगे, इसमें कहीं दो मत नहीं। मैं जिस क्षेत्र से आता हूँ, मेरा जन्म अंग जनपद भागलपुर में हुआ है, और आप सभी जानते हैं कि हमारे देश में मंदार पर्वत, वही मंदार पर्वत है, समुद्र मंथन से 14 रत्न निकले थे, और आज आप मानक मंथन करने जा रहे हैं। भाई, जहां समुद्र मंथन से और उसी प्रयासरत रहने के फलस्वरूप ये प्रकट हुआ जो अमृत कलश है, आज जो हम अमृत काल में प्रवेश किए, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने उसी अमृत कलश को अमृत काल में देशवासियों को भेंट किया है। और वो 14 रत्न क्या थे? लक्ष्मी, कौस्तुभ, पारिजात का, सुरा, धन्वंतरी, सौचंदना, गाव, काम, दुब, सुरेश्वर, गजो, रथवादि देवाहन, अश्व, सप्त मुखो विशंग, हरिं, धनु, शंखो, मिटन, चांबुदे। रत्नानिह चतुर्दिशं प्रतिदिनं कुर्या तो सदा वो मंगलम, यानी कि ये सारे चीज 14 रत्न में प्राप्त हुए थे। और आपने आज भी जो चर्चा किया, इतने रत्न आपने भेंट किया है, करते जा रहे हैं। मुझे लग रहा है कि ये 14 सत्र आपने बनाए हैं, आपने पूरी चर्चा के 14 सत्र बनाए हैं, तो मुझे लग रहा है कि 14 बिंदुओं पर जो आज वो मंथन होगा, हाँ, उसका निष्कर्ष निकलेगा और मानक की दृष्टि में ये समुद्र मंथन से निकले 14 रत्नों के सदृश होंगे, मेरा ये शुभकामना है। तो निश्चित रूप से प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो मूल मंत्र है, सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, सबका प्रयास, तो निश्चित रूप से उसके अनुरूप मानकों का गठन सदैव सर्वसम्मति में किया जाता, सर्वसम्मति से आप करते हैं। और साथ ही सभी हितधारक जितने भी हमारे स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं, और उनको अपने विचारों को साझा करते हुए और मानकों का निर्माण भी करते हैं। तो व्यापक मंथन के बाद जो निर्धारित हो रहे ऐसे मानक, वही अमृत समान है। जैसे अमृत पान कर ईश्वरीय वरदान प्राप्त होता है, बिल्कुल उसी तरह इन मानकों के अनुरूप करने से केवल औद्योगिक इकाइयों को लाभान्वित ही नहीं होती, अपितु पूरे समाज को एक गुणवत्ता और मूल्य, एक गुणवत्ता मूल्य वाला उत्पाद की प्रक्रिया भी प्राप्त होती है, जो देश और दुनिया में उसकी विश्वसनीयता बहुत ही प्रखर होकर के उभरता है। तो मुझे लग रहा है कि चर्चा के सत्र में भारत की भावी पीढ़ी, हमारे जो आने वाली पीढ़ियां हैं, उन पीढ़ियों को अर्थात बच्चों को जो मानक का खिलौना उपलब्ध कराने का आपने जो विषय निश्चित मन और सुरक्षित बचपन, मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा। निश्चित मन और सुरक्षित बचपन, उस पर भारतीय खिलौना संघ का प्रकाश भी डालेगा। और इस संबंध में यह कहना समीचीन होगा कि 2014 की तुलना में हमारा खिलौना आयात जो है वो 52% घट गया है। और प्रधानमंत्री जी का यही काम, कितना जल्दी आयात को घटाएं। हम निर्यातक बने, हम आयातक नहीं, हम याचक नहीं बने, हम निर्यातक बने और मेक इन इंडिया दुनिया भर में छा जाए, ये हमारा संकल्प है। और इसलिए संकल्प से सिद्धि की ओर बढ़ने में जहां हमारा खिलौना आयात 52% घटा है और 239% निर्यात बढ़ा है, तो ये हमारी उच्च गुणवत्ता के कारण बढ़ा है। जो हमारी क्रेडिबिलिटी है उसको दुनिया ने पसंद किया, और मुझे लग रहा है कि यही मानक का प्रमाण है। और इसके लिए भारतीय खिलौना संघ को मैं बहुत बधाई देता हूं, बहुत बहुत बधाई। स्थापना दिवस पर आपने एक मानक की रचना किया है जो सचमुच में बहुत ही गुणवत्तापूर्ण है। और आज का यह संवाद एक संवाद ही बनकर के नहीं रहेगा, बल्कि गुणवत्ता के इस महायज्ञ का एक महाप्रयोग भी होगा। और इससे जो निष्कर्ष निकलेगा वह पूरे विश्व में आज के इस मंथन से, यह जो मानक मंथन होगा, उसका संदेश गुणवत्ता का पूरे विश्व में फैलाने का काम हम करेंगे। हम होंगे कामयाब, हम होंगे कामयाब। और यह सतत विकास के जो SDG सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल, उसके लक्ष्यों के अनुकूल होगा, जिसकी आवश्यकता आज हर एक क्षेत्र में है। तो भाइयों और बहनों, मुझे लग रहा है कि हम सबका दायित्व बनता है कि जन साधारण को न केवल उनके उपभोक्ता हितों के बारे में अवगत कराएं, बल्कि उनको मानकों से भी जोड़ें, और जिससे वह एक जागरूक और सशक्त ग्राहक के उत्तरदायित्व का निर्वहन कर सके। और हम सबको मानक एम्बेसडर बनना होगा, मानक एम्बेसडर। तो निश्चित रूप में इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं उद्योग संवर्धन एवं आंतरिक व्यापार विभाग तथा भारतीय मानक ब्यूरो उपभोक्ता मामले विभाग का यह जो संवाद आपने आयोजन किया है, इसके लिए मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। और मैं भी आज यहां से प्रेरित होकर के जा रहा हूं। इस मानक स्थापित कर गुणवत्ता संवर्धन में आपके द्वारा जो किए गए मानक ब्यूरो को उनके भगीरथ प्रयासों के लिए आप सबके भगीरथ प्रयास को मैं बहुत बहुत हृदय से ग्रहण करते हुए सबको प्रणाम करता हूं। आइए, हमारा ध्येय वसुधैव कुटुंबकम, हमारा लक्ष्य एक विश्व, एक परिवार, एक मानक, एक विश्व, एक परिवार, एक मानक, यह हमारा लक्ष्य। आप सबको बहुत बहुत शुभकामना, मंगलमय कामना। सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, सर्वे सन्तु निरामया, सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु, मां कश्चित् दुर्भाग् भवेत्। आप सभी सुखी रहे, स्वस्थ रहे, मंगलमय हो और आपका परिवार मंगलमय हो, आप भद्र हो और साथ साथ आप एक दूसरे के काम के लायक हो। आपकी सेवा श्रेयस्कर हो, मानव सेवा, माधव सेवा, नर सेवा, नारायण सेवा, यही मानवता है, यही भारत की सभ्यता और संस्कृति है। तो हम सब मिलकर के सर्वे सन्तु निरामया, सभी आप सभी आरोग्य रहे और भद्र हो और पीड़ित मानवता की सेवा में हम लोग लगे रहें और विकसित भारत को एक संकल्प के साथ हम विकसित भारत बनाएंगे। 2047 का भारत जो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक खाका प्रस्तुत किया है, वो हम सब लोगों के लिए अनुकरणीय होगा, प्रेरणादायक है। तो आज के इस अवसर पर मैं संपूर्ण BIS परिवार और इससे जुड़े हुए जितने भी हमारे बृहद परिवार हैं, मैं आप सबको बहुत बहुत स्थापना दिवस पर बधाई देता हूं। जीवेत सर्वदा सुखम, अनंत काल तक सुखी जिए, स्वस्थ जिए, यही मंगल कामना प्रभु से है, प्रार्थना है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद आदरणीय मंत्री जी, आपने अपने वचनों द्वारा हम सभी को प्रभावित किया, जिसके लिए हम आपके आभारी हैं। Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Union Minister Shri Piyush Goyal ji will be joining us shortly over VC. In the meantime, let us have a look at the BIS film on Gram Panchayat initiative. Kindly play the Hindi version of the Gram Panchayat initiative.
भारत का राष्ट्रीय मानक निकाय है जो मानकीकरण, अंकन और गुणवत्ता प्रमाणन की गतिविधियां करता है। इस फिल्म में ग्राम पंचायत, राज्य और केंद्र सरकार के कार्यक्रमों में मानकों की महत्ता को रेखांकित किया गया है। इस फिल्म के 7 भाग हैं। प्रत्येक भाग में किसी एक विशिष्ट क्षेत्र से संबंधित मानकों के बारे में जानकारी प्रस्तुत की गई है। तो आइए भाग 1 में सिविल कार्यों से संबंधित उत्पाद मानकों के बारे में जानते हैं।
भारतीय मानक ब्यूरो BIS के मानक केवल गुणवत्ता के बारे में नहीं, दीर्घायु और स्थिरता को बढ़ावा देने, पर्यावरण प्रभाव को कम करने और बार बार प्रतिस्थापन की आपकी आवश्यकता को कम करने के बारे में भी है। सबसे पहले समूह के मानक, जिसे सीमेंट बोलते हैं, यह आपके सभी घरों में, मकानों में, दुकानों में, रोड पे हर जगह यूज होता है। एक सही सीमेंट का चुनाव और उसकी लागत मानक ही सुनिश्चित करता है। सबसे बुनियादी मानक IS 269 है। यह साधारण कोटलेट सीमेंट है। इस मानक के अनुरूप अगर आप सीमेंट लगाएंगे तो आपके घर ज़्यादा मजबूत होंगे और गिरने से भी बचेंगे। इसके अलावा दूसरा मानक 1489 है। यह FIS से बना हुआ है। ये AK नेचर फ्रेंडली सीमेंट है। इसी प्रकार से तीसरा मानक IS 455 है। ये पोर्टलैंड सिलेक्ट सीमेंट है। इसका भी उपयोग हम मकान बनाने के लिए कर सकते हैं। घर बनाने के लिए सीमेंट का प्रयोग के साथ और भी बुनियादी चीज़ों की जरूरत होती है, जैसे रेता, रोड़ी और बजरी और पानी। भारतीय मानक ब्यूरो के निर्धारित किए हुए IS 383 के तहत हम पता लगा सकते हैं कि रोड़ी, रेता, बजरी और पानी की क्वालिटी क्या है। ईंटें भिन्न भिन्न प्रकार की होती हैं। एक है IS 1077, ये सामान्य मिट्टी की ईंटें हैं जिनको भट्टी में तैयार किया जाता है। दूसरी ईंट है IS 16720, यह है फ्लाई ऐश से बनती है। फ्लाई ऐश से बनने के कारण यह एनवायरनमेंट के प्रभाव को कम करती है। फ्लाई ऐश की ईंट की दीवार बनाने से दीवार ज़्यादा मजबूत होगी और सीपेज की समस्या भी कम होगी। IS 15622 सिरेमिक टाइल्स का मानक है। इस मानक की टाइलें लगाने से घरों की दीवार सुंदर दिखेगी और सीपेज की समस्या भी कम होगी। इसी प्रकार जो छत पे डाला जाता है उसमें सीमेंट, बजरी, रेता के अलावा एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण चीज़ यूज की जाती है। उस आइटम का नाम है स्टील। यह स्टील आपको छोटे पार्टीशन, छत बनाने के लिए और साथ में छत बांधने के भी काम आता है। यह स्टील हम यहाँ देख सकते हैं। यहाँ दो टाइप की स्टील हैं। एक है IS 1786 जिसको हम TMT बार के नाम से जानते हैं। इस पे ISA मार्क और लाइसेंस के कुछ डिजिट होने अनिवार्य हैं। अलग अलग टाइप के सरिये होते हैं। FE 415, 415D, 500, 500D, 550 और 550G और 600। सब सरिये अपने हिसाब से लगाए जा सकते हैं। सामान्य घर में 415, 415D दोनों ही लगा सकते हैं। तो किस जगह कितनी मोटाई का और कितनी स्ट्रेंथ का सरिया लगेगा, उसके लिए आप BIS की वेबसाइट पे जाकर मानक को देख सकते हैं। घरों की सुंदरता के लिए पेंट एक महत्वपूर्ण हिस्सा है। पेंट के लिए भारतीय मानक ब्यूरो ने 2 मानक बनाए हैं, IS 428 डिस्टेम्पर के लिए और IS 5410 सीमेंट पेंट के लिए। गाँव की कम्युनिटी सर्विसेज के अंदर रोड भी आते हैं। रोड में मुख्य रूप से तारकोल का प्रयोग किया जाता है। तारकोल के लिए 2 मानक बना रखे हैं भारतीय मानक ब्यूरो ने। एक मानक है IS 73 और दूसरा मानक है IS 8887। आप सभी ने सड़कों पर येलो मार्क, व्हाइट मार्क देखे होंगे। ये येलो मार्क कितने लंबे, कितने चौड़े, कितने मोटे होने चाहिए, इसके लिए IS 164 में इनका निर्धारण किया गया। सड़कों के निर्माण के दौरान आपने जगह जगह सीमेंटेड पाइप लगते हुए देखे होंगे। यह सीमेंटेड पाइप IS 458 के अंदर निर्धारित किए गए हैं भारतीय मानक ब्यूरो के द्वारा। इस प्रकार के पाइप अगर हम सड़कों पर लगाएंगे तो सड़कें ज़्यादा मजबूत हो पाएंगी और पानी की निकासी भी आराम से हो पाएगी। गांव की सड़कों के लिए एक महत्वपूर्ण वस्तु है जिसका नाम है पेवर ब्लॉक। ये पेवर ब्लॉक गांव की सड़कों को मजबूती प्रदान करता है। IS 15658 के हिसाब से भिन्न भिन्न प्रकार के पेवर ब्लॉक होते हैं। कुछ पेवर ब्लॉक सिर्फ बस और ट्रक का लोड उठाने की क्षमता रख सकते हैं, बस कुछ पेवर ब्लॉक हल्के वाहन और पैदल यात्रियों का ही वजन उठा सकते हैं।
और अब प्रस्तुत है भाग 2, जिसमें हम कृषि और संबद्ध क्षेत्रों से संबंधित उत्पादों के लिए भारतीय मानकों के बारे में जानेंगे।
जैसा कि हम जानते हैं, भारतवर्ष दुनिया में सबसे अधिक आबादी वाला देश बनने जा रहा है। इसलिए हमें कृषि क्षेत्र पर हमेशा ध्यान देना पड़ेगा। यह रोजगार के मुख्य स्रोतों में से एक है। सकल घरेलू उत्पाद में बड़ा योगदान देता है और देश के 140 करोड़ लोगों को भोजन उपलब्ध कराता है। भारतीय मानक ब्यूरो कृषि क्षेत्र के लिए मानकों पर निरंतर काम कर रहा है और इस क्षेत्र में शामिल लोगों के लिए प्रमाणित उत्पाद सुनिश्चित कराता है। कृषि कार्य में प्रयुक्त होने वाले अपघटकों को मुख्य रूप से 4 श्रेणियों में बांटा जा सकता है। कृषि यंत्र,
ये हमारे लिए अत्यंत सौभाग्य, गर्व एवं हर्ष का विषय है कि आज BIS के 77वें स्थापना दिवस के अवसर पर हमारे बीच माननीय मंत्री वाणिज्य एवं उद्योग, उपभोक्ता मामले, खाद्य एवं सार्वजनिक वितरण एवं वस्त्र मंत्रालय यशस्वी श्री पीयूष गोयल जी वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग के माध्यम से उपस्थित हैं। मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगी माननीय मंत्री जी श्री पीयूष गोयल को कि वे कृपया आज इस समारोह में अपने वचनों से हम सभी को संबोधित कर हमें अनुग्रहित करें। मंत्री जी।
नमस्कार। माननीय श्री अश्विनी कुमार चौबे जी, श्री रोहित कुमार सिंह, श्री राजेश कुमार सिंह, श्री प्रमोद कुमार तिवारी, अन्य महानुभाव आज के 77वें BIS फाउंडेशन दिवस पर उपस्थित मित्रों, भाइयों बहनों, आप सबको नव वर्ष की बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। BIS जो एक प्रकार से आज़ादी के साथ साथ ही पैदा हुआ था 1947 में, उसके 77 वर्ष के इस कार्यक्रम में मैं सबसे पहले तो BIS के सभी अधिकारियों को, सभी स्टाफ को, सभी BIS फैमिली के भाई बहनों को बहुत बहुत बधाई देना चाहता हूँ और शुभकामनाएं देना चाहता हूँ कि आगे चल के भी वो इसी तरीके से अपने योगदान से, अपने अटक प्रयासों से उपभोक्ता और उद्योग के बीच एक सेतु की तरह काम करते रहें, ये सुनिश्चित करने में अपना योगदान दें कि कैसे भारत विश्व पटल पर एक क्वालिटी नेशन के नाम से पहचाना जाए। भारत में बना हर वस्तु, भारतीयों द्वारा दिए गया हर सेवा विश्व स्तरीय हो, आधुनिक हो, अच्छे स्टैंडर्ड की हो और लोगों को उसका लाभ मिल सके। आपने जिस प्रकार से गत वर्षों में इसकी सोच में बदलाव लाया है, जिस प्रकार से आपने पिछले दिनों में क्वालिटी के ऊपर देश का ध्यान आकर्षित किया, जिस प्रकार से पूरे देश में आज क्वालिटी कॉन्शियसनेस पैदा हुई है, उसके लिए मैं तहे दिल से पूरे BIS परिवार का धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूँ, साधुवाद करना चाहता हूँ। आपके काम से हर व्यक्ति के जीवन में सुधार और बदलाव आवश्यक आए। छोटी सी छोटी चीज हो, स्कूल बैग हो या वाटर बॉटल हो या कोई बड़ा इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल हो या ऑटोमोबाइल हो या बड़े सड़क की कोई कंस्ट्रक्शन का काम, कोई बड़ी मशीनरी हो, बड़ा ट्रांसफार्मर हो इलेक्ट्रिकल सिस्टम में, छोटे से छोटे, बड़े से बड़ी चीज में क्वालिटी एक कॉमन फैक्टर है, क्वालिटी अनिवार्य है। मेरी राय में गुड क्वालिटी इज नॉन नेगोशिएबल। और ये जो आज अवेयरनेस BIS ने क्रिएट की है, जिस प्रकार से आज पूरे देश में इंडस्ट्री हो, उपभोक्ता कंज्यूमर हो, इंपोर्टर्स हो या एक्सपोर्टर्स हो, सभी को क्वालिटी की जो एक अंडरस्टैंडिंग सुधरी है, क्वालिटी की अवेयरनेस, कॉन्शियसनेस बढ़ी है, उसका लाभ देश को बड़े रूप में हो रहा है। आपको याद होगा माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने आज से 9 साल पहले एक देश को आह्वान किया था, जीरो डिफेक्ट जीरो इफेक्ट, यानी हम प्रोडक्ट भी ऐसा बनाएं जिसमें कोई डिफेक्ट ना हो, अच्छी गुणवत्ता हो, गुड क्वालिटी, और ऐसे प्रोडक्ट्स बनाएं जो क्लाइमेट को भी हर्ट ना करे, जो सस्टेनेबल हो, जो इको फ्रेंडली हो। और मैं समझता हूं गत 10 वर्षों में भारत ने इस मंत्र को, जीरो इफेक्ट जीरो डिफेक्ट को बहुत अच्छी तरीके से अपनाया है। आज देश में जहां भी जाओ, उपभोक्ताओं में, ग्राहकों में क्वालिटी के बारे में एक कॉन्शियसनेस आई और ये कॉन्शियसनेस इस देश को नई ऊंचाइयों तक लेके जाएगी। हमारा जो मोटो है BIS का, मानक पथ प्रदर्शक, ये अपने आप में दर्शाता है हमारे काम क्या है। एक तरफ हम स्टैंडर्ड सेट करते हैं, मानक बनाते हैं, दूसरी तरफ पथ प्रदर्शक के रूप में जनता को उसकी जानकारियां देते हैं, इंडस्ट्री का हाथ थामते हैं कि उनको कैसे हम सहूलियत दे सके कि वो भी और अच्छी क्वालिटी के प्रोडक्ट बनाने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध हो। और इसका फलस्वरूप आज देश का निर्यात में भी भारत की अच्छी क्वालिटी के बनाए हुए प्रोडक्ट्स नई ऊंचाइयों तक पहुंच रहे हैं। आप सब जानते हैं कि मात्र 2 वर्ष में 2020-21 में कहा हमारा निर्यात 38 लाख करोड़ था, लेकिन 2022-23 में 2 वर्षों में 55% की वृद्धि करके हम लगभग 60 लाख करोड़ का निर्यात करने में सफल हुए। और इसके पीछे BIS का भी बहुत बड़ा योगदान है। आज BIS पे लोगों का विश्वास है। आज BIS पारदर्शिता से काम करता है। आज BIS गुणवत्ता क्वालिटी को देश के कोने कोने तक लेके जा रहा है। और आज BIS पर लोगों को एक कॉन्फिडेंस है कि BIS ईमानदारी से अच्छा काम करेगा, संवेदनशीलता से क्वालिटी को देश में लागू करेगा। और गत वर्षों के जो हमारी अच्छी चीज़ें हुई हैं उसमें 2 या 3 उदाहरण मैं जरूर आपके साथ साझा करना चाहूँगा। एक मैं आप सबका नमन करता हूँ, जिस प्रकार से BIS ने भी, उद्योग जगत ने भी और देश के ग्राहकों ने भी हॉलमार्किंग ऑफ ज्वेलरी, गोल्ड वगैरह की जो सोने की जवाहरात होते हैं, उसकी जो हॉलमार्किंग में अमूल चूल परिवर्तन आया है। और आज मुझे बताया जाता है कि लगभग 340 से अधिक जिला में आज हॉलमार्किंग की व्यवस्था उपलब्ध है। लगभग 4.25 लाख से अधिक आर्टिकल्स हर रोज हॉलमार्क होते हैं। और 90-95% तक जो ग्राहक आज जवाहरात खरीदते हैं, जो ज्वेलरी खरीदते हैं, वो आज हॉलमार्क होती है। एक गारंटी है कि जो दाम दे रहे हैं वही दाम का सोना उसमें उनको मिल रहा है। इसी प्रकार से खिलौनों में 2014 के पहले एक प्रकार से विदेश से बहुत ही सस्ते और कम गुणवत्ता वाले खिलौने बड़े रूप में आते थे। हमने इस पे काम करना शुरू किया, निगरानी बढ़ाई, क्वालिटी टेस्टिंग बढ़ाई और ध्यान में आया कि अधिक टॉयज, जो खिलौने जो बच्चे खेलते हैं, वो ना तो सेफ है ना अच्छी क्वालिटी के। उसमें जब क्वालिटी कंट्रोल ऑर्डर लागू किया गया, उसके बाद मुझे बड़ी प्रसन्नता है आपके साथ शेयर करते हुए कि 52% जो टॉयज का आयात होता था, द इम्पोर्ट ऑफ टॉयज हैज फॉलन बाय नियरली 52%। इसी प्रकार से अभी तक हम लगभग 156 QCOs जो 670 प्रोडक्ट्स को कवर करते हैं, 156 QCOs कवरिंग 672 प्रोडक्ट्स BIS लागू कर चुका है। और आपको जान के आश्चर्य होगा कि इसमें से 90% लगभग पिछले कुछ वर्षों में हुए हैं, मोदी जी के सरकार संभालने के बाद हुए। 2014 के पहले तो मात्र 14 QCO थे और शायद 106 वस्तु पे ही QCO थे। आज 672 प्रोडक्ट्स पे QCO है। आगे चल के और कई और विषय हैं, कई और प्रोडक्ट्स हैं जिसपे QCO प्रोसेस में है। और मेरा मानना है कि 2-2.5 हजार प्रोडक्ट्स के ऊपर QCO भारत में आएंगे, जिससे भारत का एक पूरी जो सोच है, जो मानसिकता है, वो गुणवत्ता के प्रति बहुत ही दृढ़ हो जाएगी। Our commitment to quality will be so strong that every product, every service that will be available in India will be of high quality standards, serving the people. And towards that end, I compliment the Department of Consumer Affairs and the Department of Industry, both Mr. Rohit Singh and Rajesh Kumar Singh, along with BIS, Mr. Pramod Tiwari, for having kept this G20 standards dialogue. The huge participation that we are seeing today is testimony to the awareness about quality that you have successfully created. The fact that today industry and consumer both recognize the importance of quality, and going forward, we will truly achieve Prime Minister Narendra Modi's dream, which he had articulated, and I quote, over decades, India had been dependent on foreign standards for quality. Now, India's pace and progress will be decided and dependent on our own standards. अब भारत के बनाए हुए मानक देश को नई ऊंचाइयों तक पहुंचाएंगे। अब हम विदेशी मानक के ऊपर देश निर्भर नहीं रहे। ये भारत की आत्मनिर्भरता का एक बहुत बड़ा प्रतीक है। ये तो हम सब ने सुना ही है, क्वालिटी इज किंग। मुझे लगता है बेटर क्वालिटी इज probably the emperor, and that is what our ambition is. और क्वालिटी कोई महंगा नहीं करती है, कोई वस्तु को महंगा नहीं करती है। मेरा तो खुद का जो अनुभव है इंडस्ट्री का, वो बताता है कि अच्छी क्वालिटी बनाने में खर्च भी कम होता है, अच्छे वस्तु उपभोक्ता को मिलते हैं तो डिमांड बढ़ती है, लोग अच्छे खुश हो हमारे प्रोडक्ट से तो हमारे वस्तुओं का विस्तार भी बढ़ता है और उसके कारण आमदनी भी बढ़ती है इंडस्ट्री की। तो ये विन विन है, उद्योग भी लाभ लेता है और जो हमारे उपभोक्ता है उनको भी लाभ मिलता है। अब हमने अमृत काल में प्रवेश किया है। भारत 2047 तक एक डेवलप्ड नेशन, विकसित भारत की तरफ तेज गति से बढ़ रहा है और मैं समझता हूं कि आप सब विकसित भारत एम्बेसडर के रूप में, आप सब सारथी के रूप में इस आगे आने वाले अमृत काल में विकसित भारत के योद्धा बनेंगे और गुणवत्ता ही भारत को विकसित बना पाएगा। हाई क्वालिटी स्टैंडर्ड्स will help India achieve high goals, will help India achieve big ambitions, big dreams to become a developed and prosperous nation. Towards that end, I have a few suggestions. One, BIS should not just be an adopter of standards. We should be a pioneer of standards. Our standards should be comparable to international standards, but wherever possible, better. For example, lifts or air filters or medical textiles. I think India can be the front runner and set international standards which are comparable, if not better, than the rest of the world. Similarly, I would recommend much greater stakeholder engagement. हम जितना ज़्यादा संवाद हमारे इकोसिस्टम के साथ करेंगे, उतने अच्छे स्टैंडर्ड बनाने में सफल होंगे। और जितने इंडस्ट्री रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स आज आए हैं, मैं उनको भी अनुरोध करूंगा कि आप भी स्टैंडर्ड सेटिंग में थोड़ा और इन्वॉल्व हो और ज़्यादा अपना योगदान दें, जिससे स्टैंडर्ड आपके लिए भी सुविधाजनक रहे और उपभोक्ता को भी अच्छे स्टैंडर्ड का सामान मिले। यहाँ उपस्थित सभी युवा युवतियों को मैं आह्वान करता हूँ, आई वुड अपील टू यू टू बिकम एम्बेसडर्स ऑफ क्वालिटी, एम्बेसडर्स ऑफ विकसित भारत। आप अगर विकसित भारत एम्बेसडर बनेंगे, आप अगर गुणवत्ता के एम्बेसडर बनेंगे, राजदूत बनेंगे, तो आप भी ई लर्निंग प्रमोट करने में हमें सहायता करेंगे, आप भी इंटरेक्ट करेंगे नए स्टैंडर्ड्स बनाने में और अपना सुझाव देंगे, आप भी इन्फ्लुएंस करेंगे कैसे स्टैंडर्ड्स देश में चाहिए, देश के उपभोक्ताओं को चाहिए। आप अपग्रेड करेंगे परख को, जिससे कॉलेजेस यूनिवर्सिटीज में और ज़्यादा स्टैंडर्ड्स की अवेयरनेस बढ़ सकती है। तीसरा, हमने एक काम शुरू किया था गैप एनालिसिस का, कि कहाँ कहाँ पे क्या क्या लैबोरेटरी और टेस्टिंग फैसिलिटीज़ हैं, उसको हमने पूरा मैप किया और हमारी उम्मीद थी कि एक पूरे देश भर में जाल बिछेगा, जाल बनेगा अच्छे आधुनिक, अति आधुनिक लैबोरेटरीज का, जिससे इंडस्ट्री को भी, उपभोक्ता को भी और एक प्रकार से बीआईएस को भी सुविधा मिलेगी देश भर में लैबोरेटरीज के जाल की, जिससे वो अप्रूवल्स भी अच्छी कर सके, जल्दी कर सके, टेस्टिंग या मार्केट सर्वेलेंस भी बेटर हो और उद्योग के ऊपर भार ना हो। मैंने हाल में ही 40 करोड़ रुपए देखा कि बीआईएस ने सैंक्शन किए, करीब करीब 40 इक्विपमेंट लेने के लिए और देश भर में नई लैबोरेटरीज या लैबोरेटरीज को अपग्रेड करने के लिए, जिससे कॉटन की टेस्टिंग, कापूस की टेस्टिंग और अच्छी हो सके। ऐसे ही मेरी उम्मीद थी कि हर एक इंडस्ट्री बताएगी उनके यहाँ पे क्या लैबोरेटरी टेस्टिंग की रिक्वायरमेंट है, क्या फैसिलिटी होनी चाहिए, किन चीज़ों के लिए अभी भी कई बार हमें विदेश पे निर्भर होना पड़ता, किन चीज़ों की फैसिलिटीज कम होने के कारण देश के रिमोट एरियाज वो अच्छी गुणवत्ता पे फोकस नहीं कर पाते। मैं आज आप सबको आह्वान करता हूँ और इंडस्ट्री भी आज के कार्यक्रम में बड़े रूप में, पीआईएस के पास पर्याप्त मात्रा में फंड्स अवेलेबल है, कोई फंड्स की शॉर्टेज नहीं है। पीआईएस प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन में एक पूरे देश में अति आधुनिक network of laboratories with the best of equipment, fully interconnected, fully networked, जिसमें मैनुअल इंटरवेंशन ना के बराबर ऐसी लैबोरेटरीज का जाल बनाने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है। मैं चाहता हूं कि आप और डिमांडिंग बने, आप और ज़्यादा हमसे हमें बताएं कहाँ कहाँ पे आपको क्या फैसिलिटीज़ मिले, तो आपका औद्योगिक विकास और तेज गति से हो सकता है। इसके प्रति मैं उम्मीद करूंगा कि इंडस्ट्री और हमारा जो डीपीआईआईटी इंडस्ट्री विभाग है और बीआईएस तीनों मिलके तेज गति से स्टेप से और अगले महीने, 1.5 महीने में एक देश भर में क्या रिक्वायरमेंट्स है वो हमारे समक्ष रखें, जिससे हम जल्द से जल्द उस पर काम शुरू कर सके, उसको अप्रूव कर सके। इसी प्रकार से मैं ये भी चाहूँगा कि हम पारदर्शी व्यवस्था देश भर में कायम करने के लिए आपका सहयोग चाहते हैं। अगर किधर भी कोई गलत काम हो रहा, अगर किधर भी किसी को कोई तकलीफ हो रही हो, तो हमारे तरफ पहुँचाएं। हम चाहते हैं कि पूरे देश में ईमानदार व्यवस्थाएं होनी चाहिए, सरल व्यवस्थाएं होनी चाहिए और टेक्नोलॉजी का साधन इस्तेमाल करके पारदर्शिता को प्रमुखता हम क्वालिटी के पूरे इकोसिस्टम में लाना चाहते हैं। तो मैं चाहता हूं आप सबका भी इसमें योगदान मिले, सहयोग मिले और कोई भी व्यक्ति इस पूरे मुहिम में गलत काम ना करे, ना दूसरे को करने दे। इसके लिए आप सबका आशीर्वाद मिले, ये मेरी इच्छा है। As they say, quality is never an accident. It is the result of intelligent efforts. I think today's initiative is an intelligent effort to bring industry, BIS and the consumer on the same page, move from compliance to consciousness about quality, have a long-term view about quality. I am confident with BIS at the forefront and with the collective effort of all of you, we will make India truly a quality conscious, a nation proud of its quality, a nation recognized in the whole world for the best quality goods, products and services. My best wishes to this dialogue that you are having for strengthening of quality ecosystem in India. Thank you very much.
धन्यवाद आदरणीय मंत्री जी। आपने अपने उद्बोधन द्वारा जिस प्रकार हमारा मार्गदर्शन एवं उत्साहवर्धन किया, वो हमें आगे भी निरंतर ऐसे ही अपने प्रयासों में आगे बढ़ने के लिए प्रेरित करता रहेगा। Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we come to the end of the inaugural session. I would request Joint Secretary, Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, Shri Sanjeev ji, to kindly deliver the vote of thanks. Please.
मंचासीन और सभागार में उपस्थित सभी महानुभावों, मैं संजीव अपनी तरफ से, DPIT की तरफ से और BIS की तरफ से आज आप सभी लोगों का इस कड़कड़ाती हुई सर्दी में आशा के विपरीत यहाँ आने के लिए धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करता हूँ। ये बातें सिद्ध करती हैं कि आज पूरा जो हमारा क्वालिटी इकोसिस्टम है, ये छोटी मोटी चीज़ों से डरने वाला नहीं है और अपने इकोसिस्टम को बेहतर करने के लिए इकट्ठा होकर डायलॉग करने के लिए तैयार है। आज BIS का स्थापना दिवस है और BIS परिवार पूरे देश का परिवार है, क्योंकि BIS एक ऐसी संस्था है जो सारे देश के हर इंडिविजुअल, यहाँ जितने भी लोग हैं, सबको अफेक्ट करती है। और ये भी मैं कहना चाहूँगा आज कि मेरे लिए आज ये बहुत फख्र की बात है कि मुझे ये अवसर दिया गया कि इस समारोह का मैं वोट ऑफ थैंक्स दूं। आज सवेरे मेरे से जोधपुर से आए हुए एक सज्जन मिले जो इस प्रोग्राम में पार्टिसिपेट करने के लिए आए। और यहाँ मैं माननीय मंत्री जी से ये भी बताना चाहूँगा कि ये दिल्ली की आई हुई जनता नहीं है, ये पूरे देश से इंडस्ट्री के लोग आए हैं। और जोधपुर से आए हुए सज्जन ने ये कहा कि सर, क्वालिटी कंट्रोल ऑर्डर को एक्सटेंड नहीं करना है। ये मेरे लिए म्यूजिक थी। पहली बार मैंने इंडस्ट्री से सुना कि लोग कहेंगे कि मुझे क्वालिटी कंट्रोल ऑर्डर को एक्सटेंड नहीं करना है, भारत में गुणवत्ता वाले प्रोडक्ट बनेंगे और उसी दाम पे बनेंगे जिस दाम पर वो इंपोर्ट हो रहे थे। तो इस बात के लिए हम सबसे अधिक आभारी हैं अपने आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का, जिन्होंने आत्मनिर्भर भारत की तरह जीरो डिफेक्ट जीरो इफेक्ट के तहत हम लोगों को प्रेरित किया कि हम अपने देश में क्वालिटी इकोसिस्टम को इम्प्रूव करें। हम कृतज्ञ हैं माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री पीयूष गोयल साहब का, जिन्होंने हमें प्रेरित किया ये क्वालिटी अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम और उसका प्रमोशन करने के लिए। जैसे अभी कुछ देर पहले माननीय राज्य मंत्री जी ने कहा था कि भारत के हर कोने कोने में क्वालिटी का अवेयरनेस क्रिएट करना है, जो ऑलरेडी हम लोगों ने प्लान कर लिया है। बहुत जल्द ही BIS और DPIT और इंडस्ट्री मिलके भारत के हर कोने में हर व्यक्ति को क्वालिटी का पहचान करवाएगा। और क्वालिटी, मैं आप लोगों को विश्वास दिलाना चाहता हूं कि क्वालिटी जनता की तरफ से आएगी, हम लोगों को थोपने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। लोग बाध्य होंगे क्योंकि क्वालिटी प्रोडक्ट की ही डिमांड होगी। हम आभारी हैं माननीय मंत्री अश्विनी चौबे साहब का। सर, आपने अभी उद्बोधन करते हुए एक कहा कि नारा दिया, मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाना चाहता हूं कि मानक भी बढ़ेगा और अर्थव्यवस्था भी बढ़ेगी। और इसके साथ ही हमारे माननीय सेक्रेटरी साहब ने अपने व्यस्त समय में से समय निकाल कर यहाँ आए और सर ने क्वालिटी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर इंडेक्स के बारे में चर्चा की। सर को हम ये विश्वास दिलाना चाहेंगे कि भारत 5वें से बहुत जल्द तीसरा और आप लोगों के सहयोग से प्रथम स्थान प्राप्त करने की कोशिश करेगा। हमारा हार्दिक धन्यवाद CII, फिक्की, एसोकेम, PHDDCI, सियामा, आइमा, ICA, टॉय एसोसिएशन, जिन्होंने हमारे अल्प अवधि के अनुरोध को स्वीकार करके भारी से भारी संख्या में यहाँ पधारा। और हमारे मीडिया बंधुओं को भी धन्यवाद। पर अंत में मेरी वोट ऑफ थैंक्स पूरी नहीं होगी अगर मैं यहाँ उपस्थित हमारे आशीष सर, पसरिचा साहब और प्रमोद कुमार तिवारी सर का व्यक्तिगत आभार प्रदर्शन न करूं, क्योंकि ये एक यूनिक इनिशिएटिव है कि BIS के प्रोग्राम में DPIT का जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी वोट ऑफ थैंक्स दे रहा है। दिस इज द कंसेप्ट ऑफ होल ऑफ नेशन और होल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट अप्रोच। माननीय मंत्री पीयूष गोयल साहब के कहने के बाद जब मैं प्रमोद तिवारी सर से मिला तो इन्होंने एक ही बात में कहा कि ये हमारा प्रोग्राम होगा और इसको हम लोगों ने उसी तरह अपना प्रोग्राम मान के उसको करने की कोशिश की है। और अंत में मैं सभी लोगों का धन्यवाद दूंगा और साथ ही ये रिक्वेस्ट भी करूंगा कि जो अपना प्रोग्राम है डायलॉग फॉर स्ट्रेंथनिंग, इसके लिए अंत समय तक रुके, क्योंकि उसमें पार्टिसिपेट करना इस प्रोग्राम का मुख्य ध्येय है। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will have a short bio break of 10 minutes, after which you are kindly requested to assemble in this hall for the technical sessions. Thank you. Namaskar.
सुरजीत से बोलो।
Hello, I request all of you to please take your seats so that we can begin the session, as we're already a bit delayed. Thank you for your cooperation, please. Thank you.
मैम थोड़ा ये देखिएगा ना कि प्लान स्पॉट्स की जगह नहीं है रखने के लिए, तो आप लोग फिर हाथ में ले लीजिए, ठीक है?
सर अब ना जब देंगे ना वो टेबल पे रखेंगे
बहुत स्पेस हो जाएगा। हाँ नहीं बोल दिया वापस
करेंगे नॉर्मल ना।
सर एक्चुअली मुझे नहीं पता, श्रीनिवास सर को बुला लेता हूँ, मैं फ़ोन कर देता हूँ ऑपरेट करने के लिए, बताने के लिए, ठीक है? अच्छा आवाज़ आ रही है? हाँ मैं कर रहा हूँ हेलो। हाँ सर ये किसी को भेजिएगा ना यहाँ पे, दिखाना है सर वो कैसे ऑपरेट होगा एक बार यहाँ से। हाँ 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 पीपीटी वहाँ से चलाइएगा आप, और यहाँ से कोई कनेक्शन नहीं है। नहीं अभी तो वो मतलब यहाँ से नहीं चलेगा ना, यहाँ से नहीं, यहाँ जैसे लैपटॉप ने बोला ना, लैपटॉप ओपन कर देने के लिए जब ये होगा। हाँ किसी को भेज दिया सर, आदित्य सर वो आ रहे हैं, ठीक है
नॉर्मल ना, नॉर्मल जैसे। यस सर, यस सर।
ग्लास फ्रेश है?
तो फिर जीजी सर का नेम प्लेट हटा दें सर यहाँ से। ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है सर, ठीक है हटा देता हूँ
सर। इधर से ऑपरेट करना है वहाँ से ऑपरेट करवाना, ठीक चलेगा?
डीजी सर का डायस से हटवा दो, डीजी सर नहीं बैठेंगे।
जी सर,
डीजी सर नहीं बैठेंगे डायस पे।
नहीं बैठेंगे
हाँ
सर, अविनाश तो है यहाँ पे।
यस सर। सर आशीष कुमार जी
सर मैं पूछ लेता हूँ, आदित्य दास सर है यहीं पे,
इनको लगा दूँ? हाँ ठीक है फ़ोन में लगा, ठीक है।
इससे हो, यहाँ से हो जाएगा?
हाँ
हेलो सर, यहाँ से हो जाएगा, यहाँ से हो रहा है, लेकिन इधर नहीं आ रहा है।
नहीं अभी प्रेजेंट नहीं किया अभी।
अच्छा वहाँ से नहीं किया, ओके हो जाएगा ना इससे।
हाँ
आदित्य सर को समझा देना। आदित्य सर हो गया वो कनेक्ट, यहाँ से हो जाएगा।
हाँ ये
राहुल
मैडम एक खाली फोल्डर दीजिएगा फिर से, डीजी सर का फोल्डर हटाना है। हाँ
I request everyone to please settle down. We'll be starting the technical session in a few minutes, please. Thank you for your cooperation.
हाँ सर, फिर आप दे देंगे 9 है ना टोटल बैठे, तो 7 को देना है, 6 को देना है फिर बाकी सर को नहीं देना ना, वो मैंने किया हुआ है मैप आउट से। आप दे देंगे पहले उल्टा कर देते हैं, पहले इनको करेंगे आशीष को उल्ट से दिलवा। हाँ तो फिर बिनाकी को जेएस से दिला, माइक चालू है। बिनाकी को जेएस से दिला, जेएस से जो है ना आशीष कुमार को दिला, नहीं वैसे वो करा ऐसे ही। बिनाकी को जेएस से दिला, बिनाकी को नहीं दे दे यार, अब आशीष को दे दे तो बिनाकी को नहीं। अच्छा अच्छा सर से दिलवा रहे हैं ना।
I will thank you for your patience. I will now invite the esteemed speakers to please take their seats on the dais today. Sir, please join us on the dais. Sri Sanjeev ji, Joint Secretary DPIIT, and Sri Ajay Pasricha, DDG Certification BIS, Sri Ashok Saigal from CII, Dr. Ashish Kumar from DPIIT, Sri Pinaki Gupta from BIS, Sri Amitabh Kharbanda from the Toy Association of India, Sri Rahul Ramtekar from RAMA, Sri Rahul Srivastava from AIMA, and Sri Sanjay Notani from ASSOCHAM. Thank you and good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon to our esteemed speakers today for this technical session. I am Aditya Das, Scientist D and Joint Director BIS, and it is my honor and my privilege to be your host for this technical session on strengthening the quality ecosystem in India through QCOs. Effective implementation of QCOs, as we learned, require effective dialogue between all stakeholders. And therefore, today's technical session is extremely important from that perspective. For this session, we have senior officials from DPIIT, BIS, and eminent industry experts who will share their insights on the subject. To begin, I will request DDG Certification BIS sir and Joint Secretary DPIIT to felicitate the eminent speakers with small mementos. I'll first request JS DPIIT sir to felicitate Mr. Amitabh Kharbanda from the Toy Association of India. I will now request Sri Ajay Pasricha, DDG Certification BIS, to felicitate Sri Ashok Saigal from CII. I will again now request Joint Secretary DPIIT to felicitate Sri Rahul Ramtekar from RAMA. I will now request Sri Pasricha ji to felicitate Sri Ashish Kumar from DPIIT. I will now again request Joint Secretary DPIIT to felicitate Sri Sanjay Notani from ASSOCHAM. I will now again request Sri Pasricha ji to felicitate Mr. Rahul Srivastava from AIMA. Lastly, I will request Joint Secretary DPIIT to felicitate Sri Pinaki Gupta from BIS. To start off the session, I will request Sri Ajay Pasricha, Deputy Director General, Certification BIS, to share his opening remarks, please. Please, sir.
Joint Secretary DPIT, Shri Sanjeev ji, and other dignitaries on the dais, and all my friends from industry and colleagues from BIS, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to all of you. First of all, let me congratulate all of you, the BIS officials, as well as all who are connected with BIS on this 77 years of service by BIS to the nation, on the 77th Foundation Day of BIS. I welcome all of you to the technical session on strengthening quality ecosystem in India through quality control orders on this occasion of the BIS Foundation Day. As you all are aware, the technical regulations or quality control orders are deployed across the world in major economies to ensure that citizens are protected against the harmful effects of low quality, unstandardized products, which is essential for the sustainable economic growth of the country. So the promulgation of quality control orders under the BIS Act by DPIT and any other ministries, various other ministries of the Government of India, has therefore been an extremely important and significant step in this direction, which will impact economic growth positively while protecting the interests of common man in the country. As has already been shared, that 159 QCOs have been issued under the BIS Act so far, covering 686 products. And I must congratulate DPIT that they are spearheading this campaign in the government. They are in the forefront, issuing several QCOs, and several more are in the pipeline to ensure that the common man on the ground gets the right product. BIS and DPIT and various other regulators are working very closely in the field of standardization and quality implementation through these QCOs. And this is an ongoing effort, and we want to further strengthen all the industry partners, industry associations, various industry representatives are also very closely associated with all of us. But we need to take it to further greater heights, I think, to develop and strengthen this ecosystem further. For implementing the QCOs, BIS is already digitized all its portals. We have tried to make it as simple as possible through our Manak online portal for all the manufacturers to join to us, and all the interaction is through the portal only without any need of a physical interaction except the inspection we carry out at the premises. We also have recently announced, as DG Saab told in the inaugural session, that the scheme of inspection and testing which is contained in our product manual has been made flexible now. It is not binding on anybody to follow that. You can give your own levels of control on quality assurance plan which will you follow, and that's all what we require. We don't need to impose what we have defined. It is only for the guidance of the industry. That is what we have specified. So I think this will make, and plus the requirements of in-house test facilities have also been made flexible, though we have given our recommendations where it should be in-house, but it has been made flexible depending on the availability in the industry, how they want to do their conformity assessment part, whether through in-house lab or a subcontracted third-party lab which is accredited, or through a shared lab, or through a cluster-based labs. All options have been made open, and I think this thing should be used by industry now to create more sharing of facilities and cluster-based facilities so that everybody can use them for the benefit, common benefit with minimum of investment. I believe this technical session on the strengthening quality ecosystem through QCOs is the beginning of a very important conversation on the subject, which will help realize our shared vision of making our country known as a producer of good quality, standardized products. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your very enlightening words. We are also delighted to have here with us today Shri Sanjeev Ji, Joint Secretary DPIIT. I will request Joint Secretary DPIIT to please share his opening remarks, please.
मंचासीन सम्मानित सदस्यगण और सभा में उपस्थित सभी महानुभाव, सर्वप्रथम मैं आप लोगों को धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा कि आपने हमारी गुजारिश कि इनॉग्रेशन सेशन के बाद भी प्रेजेंट रहें, उसको आपने सम्मान किया और करीब करीब सारे लोग प्रेजेंट हैं। इस बात के लिए धन्यवाद। और ये हमारी सीरियसनेस को भी शो करता है कि ये केवल यहाँ जो हम इकट्ठे हुए हैं वो इसलिए नहीं आए हैं कि एक सरकारी आयोजन को सफल मात्र बनाना है, पर इसलिए आए हैं कि एक अच्छा डायलॉग करें, आपस में एक दूसरे के मुद्दों को समझें, कैसे उसको ठीक किया जा सकता है। कई बार क्या होता है, अच्छा एक सजेशन आता है तो उसके साथ गवर्नमेंट भी प्रोएक्टिवली उस पर एक्ट करती है। जैसे अभी आप लोगों के बीच में ही कुछ एसी उद्योग से, ऑटो इंडस्ट्री से होंगे। जैसे अभी हम लोगों ने एसी के क्वालिटी कंट्रोल ऑर्डर्स में पूरे इंडस्ट्री के साथ मिलके जो जो उनके पेन पॉइंट्स थे उनके साथ डिस्कस करके, और कई बार हमें भी रियलाइज हुआ कि जब हम लोग इसको बना रहे थे, जब क्वालिटी कंट्रोल ऑर्डर्स, तो कुछ चीज़ें मिस हो गई। कोई भी ऑर्डर या कोई भी जो स्कीम होता है पूरी तरह से परफेक्ट नहीं होता है। इट शुड ऑलवेज बी डायनेमिक। whenever we receive, especially in DPIT, the purpose of holding this dialogue is that we want to interact with the industry to understand their pain points and how we can resolve them, and also to explain to the industry that why it is important, why it is necessary for the government to bring certain changes. Many a times, because of the inconvenience which is faced whenever there is a change in any setup, हमको क्वालिटी लाने से फ़ायदा क्या होगा, उससे पहले हम सोचते हैं हमको क्वालिटी लाने के लिए जो प्रयास करने पड़ेंगे उससे क्या कठिनाई होगी। शायद जब हमारे माननीय मंत्री जी बराबर यही एग्जाम्पल देते रहते हैं कि जब भी आज से 3 साल पहले जब टॉय के क्वालिटी कंट्रोल ऑर्डर की बात चल रही थी, तो उस समय सारे आप लोग बैठे ही हुए हैं, यहाँ हमारे साथ भी बैठे हुए हैं, आकर विरोध करते थे। पर आज सबसे अधिक खुशी वही लोग हैं। ये बहुत गर्व की बात है। इट इज मतलब टॉय इज एन एग्जाम्पल दैट I was very happy while preparing for this conference itself that first time we noticed that we have exported some amount of toys to our that friendly country, which you all know. Though the amount is very less, but at least हिंदी में एक कहावत है, उल्टे बांस बरेली को। आज से 5 साल पहले किसने सोचा था कि हम अपने टॉय डिज्नी में बेचेंगे, अमेरिका में बेचेंगे, वॉलमार्ट में बेचेंगे, और उस देश को भी बेचेंगे जिसने हमारे जो टॉय मैन्युफैक्चरर्स थे उनको टॉय ट्रेडर बना दिया था। किसने, आप मतलब अगर हम सोचते हैं, जब देखते हैं कि क्वालिटी का क्या हो रहा है, देश का क्या हो रहा है, बिलीव मी क्वालिटी कंट्रोल ऑर्डर्स आर नॉट टू stop imports. The purpose is to promote Indian domestic production, the quality ecosystem, and to give a level of comfort to them. आप में से कई लोग अगर सिगरेट पीते होंगे तो जानते होंगे जो लाइटर कितने का आता है। इंडिया में अमेजन पे 1 रुपए में लाइटर बिक रहा था। आप एक बार सोच के देखिए क्या यह संभव है? उसकी क्वालिटी क्या होगी? आप डंपिंग की तो बात छोड़ दीजिए, उसकी क्वालिटी क्या होगी? तो आज के दिन में जरूरत है कि हम क्वालिटी के प्रति सचेत हों और क्वालिटी कंट्रोल ऑर्डर जैसा अभी माननीय मंत्री साहब ने भी कहा था कि हम लोग सभी धीरे धीरे सारे इकोसिस्टम में हम क्वालिटी कंट्रोल ऑर्डर्स लाएंगे। और सऊदी अरेबिया इंडिया से पॉपुलेशन के हिसाब से बहुत छोटा देश है, वहां 1200 क्वालिटी कंट्रोल ऑर्डर हैं। हमारे यहाँ तो 500 भी नहीं पूरे देश में। आई डोंट थिंक देयर आर मोर देन 500 क्वालिटी कंट्रोल ऑर्डर्स इन टोटलिटी। अगर हैं भी, अमेरिका में 5000 क्वालिटी कंट्रोल ऑर्डर्स हैं। तो क्वालिटी कंट्रोल ऑर्डर्स आर गोइंग टू बी ए रियलिटी, बट नाउ क्वेश्चन अराइजेस दैट how we are going to deal with that. We have to address issues और जिसके लिए आज हम इकट्ठा हुए हैं, जैसे हमारे स्टैंडर्ड्स और ग्लोबल स्टैंडर्ड्स, उनमें कैसे हार्मोनाइजेशन किया जाए, इन पे हम वार्तालाप करेंगे आज। और कौन से स्टैंडर्ड्स हैं जिनमें रिवीजन की आवश्यकता है। अभी कुछ दिनों पहले हम लोग ये कोई सेफ्टी हेलमेट्स की क्वालिटी कंट्रोल ऑर्डर का स्टेक होल्डर कंसल्टेशन कर रहे थे, तो उन्होंने बताया कि जो जिस गोली की बात हो रही है 12 बोर की, अब वो कोई उसको यूज ही नहीं करता है। तो वी नीड टू अपडेट द स्टैंडर्ड्स एंड दिस इज ए कंटिन्यूअस प्रोसेस। एंड आप अगर क्वालिटी कंट्रोल ऑर्डर देखेंगे भी तो उसके सब में लिखा रहता है कि वही क्वालिटी कंट्रोल ऑर्डर मानित होगा जिसके जो उस समय के प्रिवेलेंट स्टैंडर्ड्स हों। और इसके साथ साथ हमें उन वस्तुओं की भी पहचान करनी है जिनमें हमारे देश में प्रोडक्शन तो हो रहा है पर स्टैंडर्ड्स नहीं है, क्वालिटी कंट्रोल ऑर्डर नहीं है। और मैं ये इस इकोसिस्टम की अब जो चेंज आ रहा है वो आपके साथ शेयर करना चाहूँगा। तो आप सब अलग अलग इंडस्ट्री के हैं कि हमारे पास अब ये रिक्वेस्ट आने लग गया है कि सर इसमें भी क्वालिटी कंट्रोल ऑर्डर्स आने चाहिए। प्लीज रिक्वेस्ट BIS to formulate standards, and I must compliment BIS that whenever we have requested, they have taken it on a very priority basis, and many standards are being reviewed. In fact, I am amazed at the amount of work which is being put in by BIS officers, because केवल DPIT से ही hundreds, I think we are working about 500 standards as on day, and for almost all there is request for some revision, some accommodation, and I will request all the industry here present here to be very specific what kind of changes they want in the standard. ये बोलने से काम नहीं चलेगा कि सर स्टैंडर्ड खराब है, स्टैंडर्ड आउटडेटेड है। स्टैंडर्ड कैसे आउटडेटेड है ये बताने की आवश्यकता है, और साथ ही ये भी कि कैसा होना चाहिए, which will help the BIS। इसके साथ साथ ही हम लोगों को वो प्रोडक्ट भी आइडेंटिफाई करने की ज़रूरत है जिसमें भविष्य में क्वालिटी कंट्रोल ऑर्डर लाएंगे और उसको हम आप लोगों के साथ साझा करेंगे। बिकॉज आई पर्सनली फील दैट देयर शुड बी ए सफिशिएंट लीड टाइम टू switch over to manufacturing which is as per the quality standards. So we plan that we can have certain sectors identified in which in future we will be, because manufacturing is ever evolving process and new products will be manufactured in India maybe for which there are no standards. So we need to identify them and share with industry that look, we are coming out with the standards of these products, and we look forward to your comments and participation. In fact, our Honorable Minister Sir has made it mandatory that in all technical committees, representation from MSME and small sector should be there. And in last, I will only say that हम में से हर कोई जब कोई भी पदार्थ खरीदने जाता है, कोई भी सामान खरीदने जाता है, तो एक इच्छा होती है कि क्वालिटी प्रोडक्ट हो, तो वही क्वालिटी हम दूसरे के भी अपने भी प्रोडक्ट में देने का प्रयास करें। ये बहुत ज़रूरी है और मुझे विश्वास है कि आज के जो डिस्कशंस हैं उससे फ्रूटफुल रिजल्ट्स आएंगे। एंड वी एट DPIT are working 24/7 to solve your any queries or problem. Feel free to contact us. In fact, I will also like to share with you that Minister has desired that for all quality control orders which are going to be in operation in near future, we should have a stakeholder consultation, and after having extensive stakeholder consultation, in some of the cases we have already requested for extending the date of operation. But also we were very happy to see that in some sectors like security meters, fire cigarette lighters and all, the industry were unanimous that there should be no extension for the quality control orders, which says a lot about the domestic growth which is taking in the industry. And another thing which we have noticed, that wherever quality control orders deliberations start, number of licenses simply go up exponentially. So I will request industry not to wait for this deliberation, but they on their own self should go and try to get licenses as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you to the Joint Secretary for his very inspiring words. It is my pleasure to now introduce Shri Ashok Sehgal. Shri Sehgal is a member of the CII National Council and the co-chairperson of the CII MSME National Committee. He has over 40 years of industry experience and has been a member of BIS subcommittees. I request Shri Sehgal ji to please share the industry perspective on QCOs.
Namaskar. Thank you, Joint Secretary, Mr. Sanjeev. Thank you, DDG, Mr. Pashicha, for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of the industry. In keeping with the basic theme of today's dialogue, I want to start by saying that many people complain about the cost of quality, which is the biggest fallacy going. It is well accepted that quality pays for itself. Anybody who has actually improved their quality will vouch for this. Even in Hindi, we have an old saying, "Mehenga roye ek baar, sasta roye 100 baar." And I think that is a lesson which we have learned over the last 10 years by seeing the deluge of low quality, low price products, which by and large we in India have accepted are not the kind of things we want. We have discarded them, and it makes me very happy when some shopkeeper will tell me that this product is imported, there is no guarantee, this product is made in India, it is a little more expensive, but it's better, buy it. Makes me very proud, and I think that is the theme with which that is the thinking behind these quality control orders. We should not allow dumping of substandard materials, and we, as we are increasing in prosperity as a country, are in a position to pay a little more for better quality, knowing that in the long run it is the better thing to do. So I think I've been asked to speak on the industry perspective on quality control orders. First of all, as I said, the thought behind the quality control orders is to protect the consumer. We in industry accept that as the first objective. We are not research institutions, we are not charitable institutions. We are profit-making organizations for the welfare of everybody. It's not just for the welfare of the owners or the operators of those industries. So, prime position is the consumer. He has to be the number one person. The second one is the industry segment in which we are operating. We must look for the benefit of the industry segment, but in the context of what is good for the country. I am happy to share with you that we in CII strongly believe that anything we suggest to the government must be first of all for the benefit of the country, second for the benefit of the industry, and if it is something that's going to benefit you, your particular company or organizations, we are not going to talk about it. We don't want individual benefits to outweigh what is the benefit for the country as a whole. I think that is the concept which is behind the quality control orders and which we must all endorse as a sincere effort which is for the good of the country. Industry generally welcomes the quality control orders. We have not heard anything to say that these quality control orders are bad in principle or in practice. Yes, there may be difficulties, but as it is mentioned by Mr. Sanjeev, there are transitional problems. And it is very, very encouraging that in today's sessions, both Mr. Piyush Goyal, Mr. Piyush Goyal, Secretary, Mr. Rajesh Kumar Singh, and also Mr. Sanjeev have recognized that there are transitory problems which must be addressed. And not only they must be addressed, but that they are open to hearing the feedback from industry on what needs to be done. In our interactions from CII with the government, not only on this aspect, but many aspects, I will echo what Mr. Sanjeev said. First, share with us what you think needs to be improved. In many cases, they are well aware of it and open to hearing about it. Second is that don't just tell us what is wrong, tell us how to fix it. Make a specific suggestion and highlight what is the advantage which will accrue from making that change. And the biggest thing is, which we find, is that as Mr. Sanjeev has also emphasized, that the government today is willing to listen. They are not the people who think that we know everything. So it is we from industry who must step forward and say, these are the difficulties, these are the points which need to be ironed out. Let us address this jointly in a way that will benefit everybody. I think we need to also address the other question of quality, which is relating to not only what we are giving within the country, but where will it lead us to? First thing is, it will certainly improve the quality of life for all of us here. It will improve the way we get goods at a good value, good price. And lastly, I feel that all these improvements in quality and productivity will lead us not only to reduce imports, which is, to my mind, a short-term and side benefit, but it will get Indian industry to reach a level of capability, both in terms of quality and in terms of price, which will open the doors for participation in the global value chains of supply internationally. There was a time when Indian goods, say 20 years ago, were suspect. The Indian goods were suspect, the Indian industry was suspect, Indian traders were suspect. We often heard stories of buyers saying that the samples we got from India were very good, the supplies we got were not good, they were not of the same quality. I think this is the kind of credibility gap which having internal quality control orders and quality checks will remove. We will have today a position when we go in the global market that India is recognized as having had the Chandrayaan project. India has satellite launch capability, launching the maximum number of satellites from a single launcher. So India has so much capability that it is today recognized that we have the capability. But let's not forget that for the last maybe 50 years, it has been said that India has potential. How long will we wait for that potential to become reality? I think this is something we must all recognize, that you cannot live on hope and potential. We must now come down to facts and make sure that we establish our credibility. And that is a responsibility all of us must have. I would like to assure the government through Mr. Sanjeev and through Mr. Pasricha that industry is in favor of standards, in favor of improved quality standards, and will do everything possible to make sure that whatever we produce is of the best quality and fully meets all requirements of safety, and for going forward that we will not resist any of these quality control steps, but will walk step in step with you. And we will bring to your attention where we need support, be it in terms of testing facilities, be it in terms of some time to make the transition, be it in times of financial assistance, as it was mentioned, to MSMEs for testing, meeting the testing and qualification charges, helping you to set up common infrastructure where these facilities can be made available for everybody to use. I would lastly like to thank BIS and the government for this initiative of opening this dialogue, and I hope we will all participate from it, and I'm sure we will all benefit from it. Thank you, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. The next speaker in this session is Dr. Ashish Kumar, Senior Consultant, DPIIT. Dr. Ashish Kumar is in charge of Technical Regulations and Light Engineering Industries Division of DPIIT. He has worked extensively in the field of industrial development and has also been instrumental in issuance of several QCOs. I will request Dr. Ashish Kumar to please share his presentation on QCOs, please.
Thank you very much. It's my privilege to be here to let you know how DPIIT is working on quality control order to make India self-sufficient and to achieve the vision of our Prime Minister of Atmanirbhar Bharat. Dignitaries on the dais, DGBIS, DPIIT is a nodal ministry for most of the engineering products and working on overall industrial development of the country. Well, quality control order, production link incentive scheme are some of the activities being undertaken by the DPIIT, but there are so many other important activities like ease of doing business, Startup India, FDI policy, coordination of PM Gati Shakti and all. All these are being coordinated by our department. Well, when we come to quality control order, we must recognize that whenever standards are issued, those standards are always voluntary in nature. That if industry wants to get the BIS license and put the BIS mark on their product, they do it. But when Line Ministry issues a quality control order, notifies that standard under quality control order, then it becomes mandatory for domestic manufacturers as well as the exporters, the manufacturers who are willing to export their product to India to get the BIS license. The outcome of this creates an inherent quality in our product, in the entire quality ecosystem gets strengthened. Well, till date, BIS has issued more than 22,000 standards, out of which around 9,700 standards are product standards. And if you see that only 451 standards are mandatory through quality control orders and compulsory registration order, and 226 standards are in pipeline. Well, these figures may not be totally correct. We can always recalculate these figures, but the essence is government has recognized, industry has recognized the importance of quality and adhering to the quality system. If we see from the trade point of view, only 10% of HSN codes are under quality control or any other non-tariff regulations. And we have to go a long way to bring more and more products under the quality regime. While notifying quality control orders is one of the first steps towards effective regulation, its proper implementation, monitoring, and enforcement is a collective affair with both industry and government participating and working together in collaboration with each other. Well, DPIIT is issuing quality control orders for the industry for which it is responsible. And we are issuing QCOs under BIS Act, Indian Explosives Act. Mostly it is under BIS Act. There are other ministries also, they are issuing quality control orders. Altogether around 12 to 13 ministries who deals with the products, they notify QCOs. If we see the thrust of the government, which has come to induce quality in the total manufacturing system of India, it has come only after the last few years under the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister. As our Secretary Sir had already mentioned, that in the last 32 years from 1987 to 2019, DPIIT issued only 14 QCOs for 71 products. And if you see the exponential progress, within 3 years from 2020 to 23, DPIIT issued 20 QCOs for 71 products. But if you see that 2023, when I'll say that it's the initiative taken by BIS under the guidance of DGBIS that we should have more and more QCOs, and which we got the support from the top, from Honorable CIM. And in 2023, we have already issued 33 quality control orders and more on pipelines. And we are sure that with the cooperation of industry, we will be having more quality control order in the place, which will create a conscious approach for the consumers, for the manufacturers, for the government to create a robust quality ecosystem in India. Just to give a small brief on how we issue quality control order, I'll say in a nutshell, it is totally based on interaction with the industry and feedback of the industry. From identification on product for which the QCOs are to be issued to the notification of QCO, it's all based on feedback and all the comments received from the industry particularly, whether it is domestic or it is foreign manufacturers. And even after the notification of the QCO, we consult industry to identify what are the difficulties in the implementation of that very quality control order. And wherever needed, appropriate remedial measures are being undertaken. Just these are the few of the QCOs which have been issued by DPIIT from 1987 to 2019. Another 20 QCO we had issued from 2020 to 2022. This is the list of 33 QCOs we have notified in 2023. All these information are available on our website as well as website of BIS. We are also working on various other products, and it is not the end. We look forward for the industry suggestion to identify more and more products on which we could issue quality control orders, as well as feedback from the industry how to implement it smoothly. Well, just to give you the provision of BIS Act, Section 16.1 and 16.2 empowers line ministries to notify QCOs. Even in the post-notification, as JS sir had said, that we identify the issues faced by industry, whether it is in terms of availability of labs, or it's a cost of testing, cost of registration, or it is testing at the port. So each and every aspects are being addressed one by one with the suggestion of industry. We have, during the finalization of quality control order, this slide gives you a glimpse of the type of relaxations we identified which could be necessary for industry. Some are horizontal, some are industry specific. Like, we give at least 6 months time for the implementation of the quality control order from the date of notification. If there is no test labs available for that product, that is standard as on date, then we have taken a policy decision that in place of 6 months, we should provide 12 months time period so that test labs can be established during that period and people can take, all the manufacturers can take BIS license. To facilitate small and micro units, we give additional time period. In addition of the 6 months, we give another 3 months for the small scale, another 6 months for the micro enterprises. And if some of the products are manufactured with a very small investment, say less than 25 lakhs, and those products are not so dependent on the safety aspect, the risk is less, then we do consider exemption for those products from the ambit of the QCO. A horizontal exemption is given for the item which is manufactured here and the QCO is applicable. But if that product is being exported from here, so that product is totally exempted from the ambit of the QCO. We came across certain products which are not being manufactured, but it is essential for our economy. And it not manufactured here, either we do not have adequate technology or there is sufficient economy of scale cannot be achieved because of low volume products. Particularly recently we have exempted hermetic compressors above 2-ton capacity. It is all with the industry interaction we could identify such bottlenecks, such ground realities, and we have introduced in our quality control orders. Similarly, if the products are required for after sales service, so it is very normal that those things which have been sold already, if you want to have the replacement of those products, you cannot get a BIS licensed manufacturer. So in such cases, we also exempt that. Of course, with certain restrictions which could be properly monitored. So we are looking forward for more and more interaction with the industry to successfully implement the quality control orders in our industry. And we also identified that in spite of several steps taken, as DG BIS has explained today, that how BIS is involved in creating awareness about quality from the Gram Panchayat level to school level to the national industry level. That's a job which is humongous, and such type of efforts are being taken. Just to supplement that job, DPIIT also came up with a quality awareness and promotion program, which we envisage that we will do collectively DPIIT, all the line ministries, with the state government, with the testing labs, to create awareness how to implement these quality control orders in the industry smoothly. Thank you very much. For any query, we are here to give your clarifications. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ashish, for your very informative presentation. It is my pleasure to now introduce Shri Pinaki Gupta, Scientist E BIS. He is currently heading the Central Marks Department 2 of BIS, dealing with certification policy matters related to textiles, metals, chemicals, and many other product areas. I request Shri Pinaki Gupta ji to please share his presentation on the implementation of QCOs.
Namaskar, good afternoon. Dignitaries on the dais, dignitaries of the dais, dear fellow colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Heartiest congratulations and greetings on 77th Foundation Day of BIS. BIS started serving the nation even before its independence. It started way back on 6 January 1947 when ISI emerged, which was the first step towards quality movement. As you all are aware, BIS has a widespread network across India. We function tirelessly through our 38 branches spread across India, 5 regional offices, and of course, its headquarters at BIS New Delhi. We are having NETS, the training wing of BIS, which caters to the training and helping professionals hone their skills. Coming to conformity assessment, first and foremost question which comes to our mind, what is quality? As per the definition per se, quality is to satisfy the intended need, whether it is for a process or for a product. But it is not as simple as it appears to be. There exists an elaborate mechanism to measure the same. And the guiding force happens to be BIS Act 2016. BIS executes its various conformity assessment activity through schemes. The most popular standard mark of BIS that you see every day in every sphere of your life falls under the Scheme 1. Yes, indeed, it is the ISI mark scheme. Scheme 2 of BIS deals with registration of products based on self-declaration of conformity. The mobile laptops which we all are using in every day of our life falls under this scheme. Scheme 3 covers the various management system certification schemes like ISO 9001, QMS, ISO 14001, EMS, ISO 37001, anti-bribery management system. ABMS happens to be a quite relatively new management system certification scheme, which is again based on the same Deming cycle PDCA, Plan, Do, Check Act, wherein it has been replaced with Prevent, Detect and Respond. The PDR cycle is there in ABMS and it is catching up very fast. Many government organizations are turning to adoption of ABMS in their scheme of working. Section 16 of BIS Act gives provision to authorize the central government to issue technical regulations or QCOs. First, we need to comprehend why QCOs are direly required. Though implementation of QCOs, the product that reaches the end consumer, is not only safe and reliable, but it also ensures safety of environment, and it prevents unfair trade practices, and it helps to mitigate threats to national security. Without saying it goes, therefore it prohibits manufacture, sale, import of products notified under QCO without an BIS standard mark. Now let's have a look at the figures. You have in front of you displayed the number of QCOs issued till date under various schemes of BIS. I am very delighted to share how the figures have enhanced over the past decade. Till 2014, 14 QCOs were issued covering 106 products. Here, I must mention the vital role of DPIIT in framing technical regulations, catering to the requirement of common consumer, and subsequently building a quality ecosystem in the country. Let's understand product certification at a glance. A BIS certification is granted to a manufacturer on the basis of his ability to manufacture a quality product as per a relevant Indian standard. BIS certification is initially granted for a period of 1 to 2 years, and the same can be renewed further for a period of 1 to 5 years, and so on. The objective of BIS surveillance activities is to keep monitoring products being manufactured with BIS standard mark for conformity to the relevant Indian standard. BIS certification process has come a long way. The entire certification procedure is completely digitized with real-time monitoring at every step. I am proud to share that 100% application under simplified procedures are being processed within the time now, and in normal procedure, this percentage is over 95%. Similarly, for renewal of license and inclusion of varieties, the entire process has been automated without any human intervention. Understanding the challenges of micro and small industries, BIS has given significant concession in marking fees to micro and small industries, as well as to startups, women entrepreneurs, and units located in the Northeast. As an initiative to reduce compliance burden, provisions has been made for sharing of testing facilities, as well as utilization of cluster-based testing facilities by MSMEs. Product manual as a guidance document. So far, we have issued more than 1,400 product manuals, which serves as a guiding document for uniformity in approach. Also, BIS has provided relaxation in the requirement of having a fully equipped laboratory for MSMEs for the purpose of conformity assessment. Creation of in-house test facilities has been made optional for MSME manufacturers. Manufacturers are now free to define their own levels of control with respect to their production. BIS has laid special emphasis on capacity building of stakeholders through various initiatives like product-specific capsule courses and customized training program, Manak Manthan and Manak Mantrana, standardization cells. Creation of standardization cells helps to produce standards as is required by the industry, so that we can formulate standards on a need basis. There are other digitization activities of BIS, such as Know Your Standards and weekly standard bulletins. Through these initiatives, you can try to figure out which Indian standard suits your requirement. Before ending my presentation, I would like to end this on a quote. There are decades where nothing happens, but there are weeks where decades happen. And we have recently witnessed such weeks, or I would say rather months, when India has seen tremendous growth and is heading towards becoming a global leader. And I am proud that all of us together, with our combined efforts, have significantly contributed in this journey. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for the engaging presentation. I've just been informed by our team that we are running quite significantly behind schedule, so I'll request the speakers to kindly help us finish a bit on time. The next speaker is Shri Amitabh Kharbanda. He is Chief Coordinator, Toy Association of India, and has been in the toy industry for over 30 years. I request Shri Kharbanda ji for his industry perspective on Toys QCO.
Thank you everyone, and a big thank you to BIS, and congratulations on their 77th founding day. The toy industry was very nascent in its stage till such time that the Prime Minister brought special focus to it, and now it is a case study for a lot of industry departments and especially for BIS. Now, I have been very closely involved with the implementation of QCO for the toy industry, and I want to share my experience of how the industry developed and responded to the QCO that came at a time when the COVID wave was just starting in India. The QCO was announced in end of February 2020, and at that time there were no labs available in-house for testing of toys, and and even the equipment that was required for setting up the labs was not available in India. At this time, implementing the QCO took us a lot of special efforts from the Toy Association to make this happen, and it has been a big success story for everyone. The domestic toy industry is mainly dominated by the micro, small and medium enterprises. The majority of the manufacturing is done in the states of Maharashtra and Delhi NCR. The industry has got a very, it's highly labor intensive, wherein the labor involvement is almost to the tune of 2,500 man days for 1 crore of sales. Hence, the quality implementation is not just dependent upon machinery and testing, it is also dependent upon bringing out the culture within the employees to manufacture quality products. Within this scenario, I would also like to say that the standards that were followed were at par with the international standards. These were not watered down for the Indian environment. Hence, that has that made the implementation more robust and helped the industry achieve better results in terms of also not just meeting the quality control standards of India, but also doing more exports as our standards were at par with what was being sold internationally. And this has been mentioned by a lot of speakers earlier also, and how the India's export figures have grown over 300% over the last 5 years. Overall, for the industry, the status for BIS license that we see right now, we have over 1,000 BIS licenses for non-electric toys, of which again almost 75% is by the micro industries, and even in the electric toys, the over 70% licenses are with micro industries. So this is the main problem area for the industry that the smaller manufacturers, they need to start implementing and meeting standards which are at par with international. And this is where we want to talk about the support that we've received from BIS in terms of the training that has been provided, in terms of training videos that have been made and shared with the industry to so that the training of individual factories and individual employees can be done and the required results can be achieved. Along with the QCO, the other government initiatives due to the Prime Minister's intervention has been the Safurti scheme and the toy startup scheme, along with toy hackathons, and hosted both by the state and the central governments. The other major impact of the QCO is visible in the mystery shopping and the market surveillance that has been done pre-QCO and post-QCO. When pre-QCO, only 33% of the products pass the toy safety requirements, while post-QCO, 85% of the toys pass the relevant safety requirements. Along with this, the major impact that is visible in the industry is, if we see in the exhibitions that we hold by the Toy Association of India, in 2019 we had only 92 exhibitors, of which 85 were selling imported toys. While for 2024 we have 450 exhibitors, of which 95% are selling only Indian toys. So you can see what the difference this has made. And our export and import figures have already been shared by other speakers. Other points to note are that the world's largest selling toy gun is now majorly manufactured in India and is being exported all over the world. And India has now become the second largest producer of promotional toys worldwide. Along with this, the manufacturers who have enjoyed success and sales growth because of the QCO, they are now investing in new manufacturing capabilities, capacities, and due to this, we have now 5 new industrial toy clusters that are being set up all over India. We have Jewar in Greater Noida, we have Kushakhera, Koppal in Karnataka, Indore and Damdamarpur in Haryana. The indigenization of technology is also taking place because of the Atmanirbhar impact, where earlier the tools and molds used to be imported. These are now being manufactured in India. A lot of companies that were manufacturing toys have they've set up their own tool rooms to manufacture their own tools and molds. Even the spray paints, pad printing, ultrasonic printing, ultrasonic welding and other decoration capabilities, these are also now being manufactured indigenously so that the industry is not dependent upon anyone else for increasing its capacities. Earlier we used to have problems of non-toxic paints not being available, but now almost all the major manufacturers are supplying non-toxic paints for the toy industry. Even for electronic toys, the PCBs and chip-on-board manufacturing, which was not done earlier, has now been started in India. The other macroeconomic factors that have impacted, which are a direct result of the QCO, are the various state policies that have come up to promote manufacturing of toys in India, specifically the Karnataka trade policy, the Madhya Pradesh trade policy, and the Odisha toy policy. Along with this, the National Action Plan for Toys, which has been a major boost to the local manufacturing, involves the DPIT initiative to invite foreign buyers for India sourcing. Sir, I talked about Walmart. Walmart has recently held a training program for over 100 manufacturers from whom they are selecting now 7 companies which are now starting to manufacture for them. Along with this, you have the toy hackathons, the GI cluster marking for toys, and the toy-based pedagogy under the National Education Policy. The other impact has been that toys are now specifically featuring in our free trade agreements. The recent free trade agreement with India, UAE and India, Australia have prominently mentioned the toys category, and our exports to Australia and UAE have grown due to this. Some of the issues that are being faced by the industry which can be improved by BIS to help the industry be more sustainable is the frequent audits that needs to be managed better. The monthly returns that we submit, they require information of customer and brand-wise data, which most manufacturers are not willing to give. For training, we have online training courses available. However, physical training needs to be conducted more often and in more geographies, so that the down the line staff can be given hands-on experience on toy testing. The licensees currently focus more on paperwork than actual product safety, which is a major, which is actually opposite of what the intent of the QCO is. So here also some kind of leverage should be given so that paperwork is more easy to manage, and more focus should be on actual product testing and compliance. The other important problem is the dual license structure. The same product is manufactured in both electronic and non-electronic version. Now, for the licensee, this means taking 2 licenses and managing double testing and double compliance costs. This should be amalgamated into a single license, or given a choice that either one of the licenses can be taken. If you take electronics toys, then it also covers the non-electronic toys. The smaller companies have a big challenge in meeting these dual license fees. That is all from my side, keeping it short and sweet. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amitabh ji, for your very interesting yet crisp presentation. It is my pleasure to now introduce Sri Rahul Ramtekar, representing the Refrigeration and Air Conditioning Manufacturers Association, or RAMA. Sri Ramtekar has 15 years of experience in the heating, ventilation and air conditioning industry. I will request him to share the industry perspective on QCOs for refrigeration and air conditioning. Please, sir.
So, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, all the representatives of industries, stakeholders of this event, and the enablers of the QCO. I am delighted to be among the galaxy of all the distinguished guests who are sharing their thoughts and will be sharing over the period today. And this is an important subject on which there is a national and international attention is there. First of all, we from RAMA are extremely thankful to DPIIT and BIS for taking this initiative in organizing the meeting today on this important subject on the occasion of their 77th Foundation Day. So, at RAMA, we always have been at the forefront of implementing key government initiatives on improving energy efficiency of appliances, air conditioning, refrigerators, chillers, commercial and refrigeration products. Focus is also on the development of robust supply chains supported by MSME suppliers of the components and sub-assemblies in order that the production parts meet the requirement of the global customers. So, if you see, Indian AC industry has recorded recently 10 million sales, 10 million air conditioner sales, and our revenue is expected to grow by 1 lakh crore by 2029. In this, definitely, it should be noted that energy efficiency tables, BEE, are being upgraded, and the new refrigerants are also being introduced, which have to be made by government as well as the industry. Thanks to the PLI scheme launched by the Government of India, the ecosystem of AC industry is undergoing the transformation. The industry has already gone ahead of the investment committed on the plants for AC, motors, heat exchangers, etc. Now, as I said, industry is already building up, but there are still the various levels of localization which we need to address. Now, just I will be concentrating on this, my main slide, and maybe I will be talking more on this. So, when we talk about a quality ecosystem, we see there are fundamental blocks or pillars which are interdependent as well as holding their own significance independently. So remember, all of them are equally important. So standards, when we say about standard, we need a very clear and explicit standard. In simple terms, a standard should clearly tell what is required to be done and what is not required to be done. And it ensures, at the end, it ensures the quality. Further, alignment with international standards and inclusion of local requirements. This delicate balance needs to be maintained by the standard. And definitely, we, majority of the RAMA members are part of technical committee, and we know that how BIS has improved over the years in the process. The way standard is being made, and I think we are already aware that the speed of standard making and amendment is, at least I will say for India, is more than the how the standards are made and amended internationally. That we are experiencing over the period. The next part is the next part is independent lab. Again, with the improvement of standard and technologies, we need lab, and also the scale with which industry grows, we need more labs. So quantity and quality both are important. Then I will say execution and implementation support. So when we bring QCOs, when we have a quality standards, the execution and implementation support is also most important. A few agencies like excise, customs, and the timeline which is given to industry at various stages is important. For example, some products take less time to onboard the QCO process, and some products may take more time. So we need to understand this, and definitely dialogue, continuous dialogue between industry, DPIIT, BIS is ongoing. And this also helps in implementing the QCO properly. On this point, I would like to suggest here a kind of portal can be brought in where an industry can put their request regarding implementation, particular implementation, say a standard is there, a particular QCO is there, and related to that, if there is some point is there which is pain point, that can be clearly put up by the industry persons. So if that portal is there, there will be an interaction, and that issue can be tracked over the period. Then about manufacturer preparedness and technology. So infrastructure, availability, infrastructure development, I already talked about PLI. These are the important parts. And the last and the most important part is the scale. It starts from the scale, and I think it ends at the scale. Whenever scale is not possible, in some cases, I think most of the things which I am going to present over the next few minutes might be already initiated by DPIIT or BIS and working on that. Already I heard from the dignitaries. So the important part is nobody will be left out in this journey towards the better quality ecosystem. So I will just point out few points which we found during the air conditioner QCO. Most of the part of QCO was implemented smoothly, and timely, I will say, because we had several extensions because of COVID, industry situations, etc. And thankful, we are very thankful for to the government overall to listen to our demands and to understand and also to react in time. And most of the products are now under QCO are under QCO as well as window AC, split AC, ducted AC, etc. If you see, heat exchangers are also under QCO, but the foreign content, the raw material content is still there in say heat exchanger. So maybe industry as well as the government needs to work on this through several policies. Hermetic compressor, you already heard, we got an extension for a particular kind of compressor. It's a very small part of the overall compressor requirement, but that is also critical from an emerging markets, emerging product area, like high efficiency air conditioners of bigger sizes and VRFs, etc. So that is also an important part. Also, the renewal of the existing renewal of the existing licenses, particularly from foreign manufacturers, may be a challenge, and as well as the new licenses, pending applications. These are the areas where we need support more from the government. If you say refrigeration QCO situation, mostly it is implemented. A few gaps are there which are, I believe, they, regarding standard testing and interpretation, those are getting addressed. A very generalized, so a part of it, say, I will come to that in the next slide, but as it is related to refrigeration part, safety glass. So safety glass QCO is totally a different QCO, but application of it is into the chest cooler kind of thing. So though that standard is very generalized, the curved glass required for freezers are difficult to get, so difficult to certify within that standard. So maybe standard may be amended or a separate part can be brought out of that curved glass part. Then most important thing is when we manufacture an AC or overall product, there are components related to that. So the QC on components. So you see most of the components were already under QCO before this AC QCO came, and other components are being brought out like say copper, aluminum, etc. So availability of these components also, particularly raw materials, should also be ensured within India, so that the end product QCO, that is AC QCO, should not get suffered. So now we are compliant with the raw materials which we can use, but once QC on raw material comes, that may be an hindrance for overall supply chain. So that needs to be addressed. And sorry for the last line, maybe IS 302 on all appliances, it is in process. I have written it as mandatory because most of that part is already in IS 1391814 and we are following it. So actions regarding implementation, I think I talked about this, economies of scale. And alignment of HSN codes with standard, what is excluded and included. So this I talked also about in the portal what I said. So these kind of things should be addressed so that customs officers and the logistic agencies should be aligned with whether that product needs to be allowed to enter into India or to be held. And definitely the detailed consultation with industry is required. It is being done. However, say for example, if a part QC or a raw material QCO is also getting implemented, the end product industry should also be called and we should also get consulted. Also for taste lab, if you see for air conditioner, there are only 4 taste labs in India. And if you say particularly a compressor taste lab, only 2 taste labs are there. So there are queues. it takes time. There is sufficient third party lab infrastructure is also not available in case of sound testing. So I will say there are no third party labs or government recognized lab for sound testing. So we need to address this part. Then also there are NABL and BIS NABL accredited lab with the industry. Industry has also invested a huge into that. So a provision can be brought in which our approved labs can be used for BIS testing, and maybe like a sample testing as BEE does, the industry, say BIS approved lab from the external labs can be used. That will bring down the overall loads on the labs. Then certification support, we require expedited certification support on the pending applications. There are pending applications for some applications for so long, but mainly related to foreign manufacturers. We request kind attention to these applications, and also transition period around 3 months is required between certification of parts, and I think that is considered over the period now. Between if we are implementing a product QCO and a raw material QCO, there must be a gap between these two QCOs. I also regarding international manufacturing and test facility certifications, the process can be made online. If we can make that, it will expedite the certification process. So overall, I would like to thank on behalf of Rama for calling us here to present our views. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your perspective. The next speaker is Shri Rahul Srivastava, representing the Indian Electrical and Electronics Manufacturers Association. He will be sharing the perspective on QCOs in the electrical industry. Please.
Good afternoon, the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. I know that this is the lunch time, and also the pressure on the finishers is more. So I'll not take more time, maximum 5 minutes or 10 minutes, and I'll complete. Yeah. So it is indeed an honor for me to stand before this distinguished audience at this fabulous event today, which dedicated to the strengthening of the dialogue of the quality ecosystem in India. I am privileged to share the industry perspective on QCOs for electrical products. These figures are there. I will not touch upon too much in detail because this is already shared by many of the eminent speakers before me. The share of the equipment in the electrical industry, basically starting from the cables, switchgear, control gear, transformers, other T&D transmission and distribution equipment. And more or we can see that 26% share is from the switchgear and control gear, and also the other electrical equipment. That's the reason to show this slide. The industry is showing a CAGR rate or growth rate 6.5%. It's not very accurate because last year it was 7.2%, more accurately or more precisely if I would say. And it is expected to grow at a rate of 11% that is forecasted by this year. This is the total size of the electrical industry, which is in terms of size and turnover. And as we know that 2047 vision is there. So how's the growth and how's the size and turnover? This is already shared before me also. Now, this is the overall picture which the country have. The GDP growth, the present state in 2023, I would say, because the last year it's 1% from the electrical and the allied industry, which is projected in 2047 close to 3%. So this is very high, 3%. The clean energy, which is most focus area nowadays, which is called renewable energy nowadays, is currently 94 gigawatt, which would be the tremendous growth of 1000 plus gigawatt. It is forecasted figure. The energy, if we see the 40% plus energy importers right now in 2023, and 47 vision is to have a net energy exporter. Global footprint, if we see, then 1% share in global exports, and which is forecast to 5% share in the global exports. Now, the important slide is this, the close to my heart and also the close to the electrical industry. The more quality control order related to the basically the electrical products. If we can see from 2017, I try to capture more of the quality control orders here and more pitch in there. The important quality control orders are here from the electrical industry, and this is from the electrical motors covering most of the products. If you can see from the motors to the cables, low voltage switchgear and control gear, polyethylene material also, yes, sure, this is there. Solar, DC and fire survival cables, electrical fan and their copper products are also. A lot of copper products, almost 8 plus standards are there in this quality control order, which comes in force this year. The more important, this is words to say, the electrical equipment low voltage switchgear order, I would say thanks to the tremendous efforts which is being put in by the BIS, along with the hand-holding with the ministry and also with the industry, where there is a significant change we have seen from the scheme 2 to scheme 10. And this is only possible because of the openness and also the flexibility of the BIS. And this is surely the new era of the BIS. Now, if I would go to the framework, basically the key enablers what industry is proposing now. And this is very important framework, and that's the important topic to discuss from the industry side. From the IEEMA side, I would say, the one is the innovation. Already DG sir has already mentioned in his talk that how the innovation is going on. So we are proposing that the government investment to support domestic manufacturers in setting up a state-of-the-art testing laboratory, because the industrial products are there, and up to now, not more than 6 to 7 testing facilities are in the country. And that's very important to involve the manufacturing testing facility, and if not there for some special or for some crucial products, then it has to be built in. So this exploring exemptions also, because it's a huge investment for the lab setting requirement for the private manufacturers also and for the industry. So either it could be a support or hand-holding activities, or it could be a subsidies in power charges specifically for the laboratory engaged in the testing and research. The next one is some of the policy-related decisions to be reviewed, which we request from the industry side. That is the test lab charges, which is very high nowadays with the government facilities also, and also the BIS labs. So this we are proposing here. Recommending also a reduction in import taxes on the critical equipment required for the test lab setups. Because for the test lab setups, we need some special equipments, and that equipment needs to be imported from somewhere in the world. And that's import duty is too high, and that's why this is a distance topic to discuss always from the manufacturing side. The last is very important, the harmonious international collaboration. I would see that from the last 7 years, I have been participating in IEC as a very young person. It's very new for the IEC that the young person from India is there and participating in almost all the technical committees, but it started, and here also industry proposing more requests to BIS, that more participation in the technical committees related to all these the products which are supposed to come in the future. Because if we participate in the standard formation at the Apex level, at the IEC level, or at the UL level, then we can have more involvement there in framing the standard right now. Some plan or some suggestion, I would say, the broad suggestions which is mentioned here, already talked upon, and I am talking about the more focus on the scheme implementation to reduce the spurious products and substandard products. So the more focused on the implementation parts rather than the QCO releasing part. And the attracting foreign technology and investment, surely, because some of the electrical products like the semiconductor devices are very niche, are very specific for these products, and this required the foreign support also. Whether it is knowledge support, whether it is the knowledge building, or in the area of standards, this is required there. Setting up the electrical equipment manufacturing zones, it's a very high level topic. I think this is already discussed in many forums. And the last one is the developing globally accredited state-of-the-art testing facilities, along with the rationalization, testing cost and time. And these globally accredited laboratories should have been accepted also in the global. That's more important, because when industry is doing any testing with investment of millions of INR here, the reports has to be also accepted globally. That's more important at the level. But as of now, industry is doing a lot of testings in India, a lot of testings in countries there, but the reports are not accepted globally, and that's more pain area from the industry side. So this is all from my side, short and crisp as what I said. Thank you.
Thank you, Rahulji, for the crisp presentation. Our next speaker is Shri Sanjay Notani, co-chairperson ASSOCHAM. He specializes in the area of international trade and has advised many companies on technical regulations. I'll request him to share his perspective on the future.
Hi, good afternoon. So first of all, I'm a lawyer by profession, so I know how to stand before judges who want me to keep quiet in 2 minutes and get out. So I will only play because y'all are my judges today. I don't want to be in between the lunch, but very quickly, I will only talk about potential solutions because we know problems. We all know problems because sometimes the human race only knows how to complain, whether it is your wife or whether it is your client or whether it is your boss. So let's talk about solutions today. Based on my experience of working with industry, working with governments, working at the WTO, working many places, I think what we always need is a thinking of out of box. How do we think out of the box? And let's be very, very clear. There are lots of opportunities before us. So today when I am working with the textile industry, the government is putting a lot of cluster zones around for textiles. I don't think there is requirement for either a Raymond's or a Reliance or Welspun, everybody to put their own labs. Let's just put one common lab sitting in the middle of a cluster. Let's see who it belongs to, whether it belongs to government, whether it belongs to public-private. Let's talk about having clusters like this, because when I went to Saudi, and not for any other reason, I went pretty much for a verification of a BIS to Saudi. What we figured it out, that when I went to a petrochemical complex, there had only one lab, central lab. And that is the lab which is helping like 6 petrochemical plants around in that zone. So why are we investing money, putting it everywhere? Not required. Let's think about, some of these new things like that. As far as MSMEs, we keep on talking about SME, MSME, and I'm like, let's talk about giving them certain credits. Today when I have seen that there are many big industrialists, many big sectors who are very rich, they have out of the way labs, which they keep on saying world kind of class labs. Why are they shut from 6 in the evening to morning, 9 in the 6 in the evening to 9 in the morning? Keep it 24/7. Allow these labs to be used by MSMEs. Allow these labs to be used. What do you guys want? Do you want some kind of a credit? Let's talk here. We have all the champions of the government here. Can we give them some credit? Please give them the credit. And even if we don't want to give the credit, there are CSR regulations. Can we give certain CSR regulations for things like this by the government? Yes, there's a lot of thinking. So why should we go creating more labs when we could use the labs, what we have within our country? COVID taught us many things to happen 24/7. This is just one other way that we can do that. And lastly, there is clearly a lot of public-private interaction that we require. Everybody comes with their problems. Let's now give them some solutions. If they want 2 things, we will also ask them for another 2 things. And let's take it from there. Digitalization. I think this is one topic that I don't think we should talk about, but during COVID, work from home, during COVID, work from here, during COVID, education, edutech industry could, get graduates out, postgraduates out, many things we could do. Today, given India's GDP comes out of services, why can't we use our cloud technologies? Why can't we use many things like this which could be recorded with barcodes, which could be recorded? You don't need to be sitting in Chennai, you don't need to be sitting in Jammu, you sit in Delhi and go through all the tests. see how the records can be standardized, how everything can be done. Why should we invest more in scientists? Please invest in scientists. Let's see how do we upskill everybody's skill rather than downskill them to say, oh, your job is to go and sit in some lab sitting anywhere. Let's upskill. Let's use technology to our advantage, and that is what I think we need to do. Self-certifications. I know it's a very touchy topic, and I don't want to be in the middle of any storm here, but I think today there are possibilities of self-certifications which are a great way, where we can think of that how a self-certification process can run. Maybe you can tell him to go once in a month, once in 15 days, just go to one of the labs for any sample batch, just get a self-certification done. Let's try and see whether we can accept it. Let's also make the penalty so high that tomorrow if he does not play to the cards, play to the books, disbar him. When I talk about future, and this is where I take 2 minutes and not even 2 minutes, let me say 1 minute. Today when I am sitting in Europe working for many European companies and governments, what I see is they are now going to play a new game. What is the Western countries playing this game? Sustainability, climate, labor. When I was a young student, when I became a professional, everything used to say tariff, tariff, tariff. Now then it was non-tariff, now it is sustainability. Now what is the sustainability got to do with all of us? What they are trying to do is that if they cannot block you on tariff, they cannot block you on non-tariff, let's see whether we can use sustainability and whether we can play this game. Now what is the sustainability? Basically they have already started making standards where they will be asking us as an industry, as a government, how is your product sustainable? Emission standards, all of these MR. So I think what is important for us, and especially for draftsmen, because according to me, you all are custodians of quality. When I speak about custodians of quality, it is very important for us to understand that today my product is not only for domestic, my product is for export. And today if I want any benefit from that Europe or I want any benefit from America, how should I sell my product to them? And of course, not necessary that I'm not saying we should not sell product to our own country, but yes, if that is my goal, both ways, then we need to talk about some of these kinds of things that they are requiring for their own producers to put. And when we will start exporting, they will come out with this new thing saying sustainability. That means for another 30, 40 years, by the time we understand what is the game plan, it will be a disadvantage for us. So I think it is important. And today, like we saw in the FTA, which is between India and UAE, pharma got a very, very particular exclusion to say that if you have an FDA already from America, Europe, or Japan, if you are exporting anything to UAE, you don't need to go through again that certification and licensing process for your pharma products. Why? Because we were able to meet one of them. So it is important that today, when we are talking about our standards, when we are talking about all these negotiations, how should we play smart with them? So, again, coming from learnings, I think there is a lot of learnings to do. Today, unfortunately, because of time, it's a snapshot. But like all we say, Tariq pe Tariq, we will keep on discussing some of these things and use this particular platform to see how can we try and use much more of our learnings as an industry, as the government, as the stakeholders, to see what can we do. Clearly, there are easing QCO compliances. I can see that in the last few months, we have seen certain exclusions being given. What I would suggest is as a lawyer, particularly on trade, if we can try and see in every government or in every part of the parent ministry or any particular government, whoever looks at product from a parent perspective, if we can have a very, very small department to try and see how can we talk about some of these exclusions, how can we talk about some of these inclusions, because sometimes the parent ministry has more information than all of us sitting here. I have been part of negotiations when I go for negotiations from government or by the government. If I ask the client, "Aapko kya chahiye? Sir, aap dekh lijiye, aap kya la sakte hain?" It is not for me, it is for you to decide. So I think in these parent ministries, if we can, have one or two people who can, talk about some of these things, because today, what is the ministry doing? A ministry is talking about tariff, he's talking about non-tariff, he's talking about safety, he's talking about barriers, he's talking about minimum import price, he's talking whole lot of things. Now, which is that instrument which can help that industry is what we need to understand. So yeah, this is exactly what I was talking about, saying this is where trade policy interlinkages happen. This is what the environmental NTMs are coming. The WTO environmental database already has so many environmental NTMs which have been noted by Europe, US. All these are databases available for us. Question here is, while Modi ji's government is trying and negotiating all these FTAs with all of them, question is, are we only going to be happy with tariff? No, we need to go beyond that. The meaning of market access is going to the market, not only getting happy on the books to say, oh, your tariff got adjusted, now you should be happy. When you actually go to the market is what we should be looking at. So let's consider looking at it, and this is not the future, this is today, which is in the West. Now the question is, how do we sort of take 2 steps forward, and it is important. So they have started also talking about, EU Commission has proposed something known as an eco-design. Now, while we are talking about eco-label, they are talking about eco-design, and I think it is important for us, how do we sort of integrate in their market? And I think with the diplomacy which is being played today by India, we can not only take advantage of this, we can take an exemptions of this, we can take whatever it is, because there is something known as digital product passport, which we should apply for. And this is what is important for us. So India should of course assess the impact of making schemes like the eco-mark mandatory in the future. And this is clearly very, very important for international best practices and mutual recognition. We heard Piyush ji also spoke in the middle of his deliberation, that for us it is important not only what quality we are talking, we have to talk about better quality. And these are whatever we are talking of better qualities. Services. I thought to touch about this issue because services is very important for our GDP. And today when I'm talking about services, I'm not talking only services of IT, I'm talking about services of whole lost of other horizons and sectors which are covered within the services, because let me be very honest with you, today the way the challenges of cybercrime, the challenges of backlash given the professionals face in our FTAs and stuff, these services will help us, not necessary to ask for more visas for people to go there. Sitting in India, we can ask for all these services once we are very clear as to what kinds of service standards are we making for us as India. And this is, I think, some of the learnings that we should be taking. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and thank you to all the speakers for sharing their important thoughts. I will now request Joint Secretary DPIIT to share his concluding remarks, please.
कहते हैं कि भूखे भजन न होई गोपाला, सभी लोग भोजन के चक्कर में लगे हुए थे, पर अगर संजय नोतानी जी जैसे वक्ता हो तो सभी मंत्र मुग्ध होके सुनते हैं. इनफैक्ट जो इस पूरे सेशन की सबसे अच्छी चीज रही कि सारे वक्ता इतना अच्छा बोले कि आप लोगों ने देखा होगा शायद ही कोई व्यक्ति यहाँ से निकल के गया. मुझे बड़ा आश्चर्य हुआ. पीके तिवारी सर भी पूरे सेशन के दौरान बैठे रहे और हर चीज़ को बहुत ध्यान से सुनते रहे. बट कमिंग बैक टू द टॉपिक्स, अभी संजय नोतानी सर ने जो एक ये कहा सेल्फ सर्टिफिकेशन, मुझे इनके जो वक्तव्य थे उसमें दो सबसे अच्छी चीज़ें लगी जो हम लोग कई बार लैक करते हैं. हर चीज़ प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट एंड सॉल्यूशन, और यही हमारी इंडस्ट्री से भी दरख्वास्त रही है कि हमेशा समस्या के साथ प्रोबेबल सॉल्यूशंस बताएं. और सेल्फ सर्टिफिकेशन बहुत ज़रूरी है. जैसे कहते हैं मोदी जी की गारंटी, वैसे इंडस्ट्री की गारंटी होनी चाहिए कि हमारे प्रोडक्ट के बारे में कोई ये बोलने की भी हिम्मत न करे कि ये सब स्टैंडर्ड है. इसी कॉन्टेक्स्ट में जब अशोक सहगल साहब बोल रहे थे तो उन्होंने कहा था कि महंगा रोए बार बार सस्ता रोए बार बार, महंगा रोए एक बार। और इंडस्ट्री को कभी भी जो एक इंडस्ट्री के क्वालिटी के बारे में जो कंसर्न्स हैं, जो क्रेडिबिलिटी गैप है, उसके बारे में हम लोग को सोचना है। एक क्वालिटी कंट्रोल ऑर्डर्स इसी गैप को ख़त्म करने के प्रयास हैं। और एक और चीज़ मैं कहना चाहूँगा, उन्होंने एक बहुत अच्छा उदाहरण दिया था चंद्रयान का। मैं विदेश जाते रहता हूँ मंत्री जी के साथ, एंड मेरी ये व्यक्तिगत एक्सपीरियंस रही कि चंद्रयान जाने के बाद अब उसको गए हुए 6 महीने हो गए, हम लोग शायद उसको भूलने भी लगे हैं, पर सारे विदेशी इतने गर्व के साथ चंद्रयान के बारे में बात करते हैं और कहते हैं कि आपके पास इतना अच्छा इकोसिस्टम है, इतनी अच्छी क्वालिटी है। तो दैट चंद्रयान को सभी सेक्टर्स में रेप्लिकेट करने की ज़रूरत है, ऐसा सर ने कहा था। उसके बाद अगले वक्ता थे डॉक्टर आशीष, जिनको हम लोग आशीष सर कहते हैं, हमारे कलीग हैं, पर जो इकोसिस्टम पे इनका ज्ञान है वो आई थिंक ऑल ऑफ यू नो हु हैज़ इंटरेक्टेड विथ हिम। सारे हमारे स्टेक होल्डर जो भी होते हैं, उसमें जब कोई प्रश्न का उत्तर नहीं आता है तो हम लोग इनकी तरफ देखते हैं, और बहुत अच्छे से इन्होंने सारे प्रोसेसेस को बताया और ये भी बताया कि हमारे सारे क्वालिटी कंट्रोल ऑर्डर्स वेबसाइट्स पर अवेलेबल हैं। एंड उन्होंने रिक्वेस्ट किया कि इंडस्ट्री सजेशंस दे। इस पे मैं बहुत जल्दी ये कहना चाहूँगा, मुझे एक बात का बड़ा दुख हुआ, अभी यूएस एम्बेसी ने रिक्वेस्ट किया जब हम कि एयर कंडीशनर के जो QCO हैं उसमें R&D के लिए 150 इंपोर्ट्स अलाउड होने चाहिए। अनफॉर्चुनेट बात यह है कि हमारी इंडस्ट्री ने कभी इसका हम लोगों से जिक्र नहीं किया। हमने जो अमेंडमेंट्स किए हैं उसमें 150 की जगह 200 AC कर दिए। आप अगर अच्छे चीज़ों को इंपोर्ट कर, चाइनीज़ जो इंडस्ट्री काफ़ी हद तक रिवर्स इंजीनियरिंग करके सक्सेसफुल हुई। तो मेरा आप लोग सभी से निवेदन है, और आशीष सर ने भी यही कहा था कि आप अपने सजेशंस दें और हम लोग उस सजेशन के आधार पर कार्य करते रहेंगे। पिनाकी गुप्ता जी ने भी कंफॉर्मिटी असेसमेंट और जो BIS से रिलेटेड सारे मुद्दों को बहुत अच्छी तरह से एक्सप्लेन किया, और सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट बात जो बताई कि जो MSME हैं, वुमेन लेड बिजनेसेस हैं, उसमें BIS ने बहुत अपने रेटों में कटौती की है। इसके बाद भी अगर आप लोगों को लगता है कि किसी स्पेसिफिक सेक्टर में कम करने की, लैब रेट्स या लाइसेंसिंग फीस कम करने की ज़रूरत है, तो मिनिस्ट्री को लिखें। दो आज का इतना कम हो चुका है कि उसमें बहुत ज़्यादा गुंजाइश नहीं है, बट फिर भी प्रयास किया जाएगा। अमिताभ खरबंदा सर ने टॉय इंडस्ट्री की जर्नी को टॉय ट्रेडर से मैन्युफैक्चर होने की कहानी बताई, पर अपनी तारीफ करने में थोड़े कमज़ोर हैं, और उसका मैं एक उदाहरण दूंगा। मैं पेरिस गया था, वहाँ डिज्नी के दुकान में एक भी इंडियन प्रोडक्ट नहीं था, एक भी इंडियन प्रोडक्ट नहीं था। मुझे बड़ा शर्मिंदगी की महसूस की हुई, और मैंने वहीं से इनको फ़ोन किया तो इन्होंने कहा कि साहब ऐसा है कि स्नैप ग्लोबल नाम की एक कंपनी है जो डिज्नी को सारे खिलौने भेजती है, और आज बड़ी खुशी की बात है कि इन्होंने उनके साथ कोलैबोरेशन करके इंडिया विल नाउ बी गिविंग टू सप्लाइंग टू डिज्नी ऑल्सो। इसके बाद राहुल रामटेकर साहब ने भी इंडस्ट्री का पर्सपेक्टिव बताया, और हमारा इनसे दरख्वास्त रहेगा कि हम लोग जब भी काम करते हैं मिलके करते हैं, और हमेशा कभी भी किसी भी प्रकार की कोई ज़रूरत हो, BIS DPIT हमेशा आप लोगों के साथ खड़ा है। और अंत में राहुल श्रीवास्तव साहब ने इलेक्ट्रिकल प्रोडक्ट्स के बारे में बताया, और इनके बारे में एक और चीज़ कहूँगा, मैं IEMA से कभी मिला नहीं हूँ, पर हमारे मंत्री जी जब भी किसी एसोसिएशन की चर्चा होती है तो बोलता है कि इट इज़ वन ऑफ द बेस्ट एसोसिएशन बिकॉज दे आर द मोस्ट इंथ्यूजियास्टिक पीपल। और सर हम लोगों के साथ आप मिलते जुलते रहो, हमें बताओ इंडस्ट्री के लिए क्या करना है। और इसके साथ सभी लोगों को मैं भोजन के लिए आमंत्रित करूंगा। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir. And thank you for being a patient audience. I see that patience is running out. But I'll request you all to exit from the gate on your right to hall number 14. And there is another technical session, number 2, on standardization, which we expect to start at 3:15 p.m. So we would request you to come back here after having your lunch and getting refreshed. Thank you all again.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We would request you to please be seated up. We will be beginning at 3:30.
पानी थोड़ा खोलने के लिए ठीक है थोड़ा उनको जो दिक्कत हो
Good evening. So we are about to start our second technical session. Distinguished dignitaries, esteemed speakers, respected guests and participants, good evening. We stand at the threshold of a significant juncture as we commence the proceedings of today's highly anticipated technical session on strengthening quality ecosystem in India through standardization in emerging technologies, emerging fields. I am Priyanshu Sharma, Assistant Director from Bureau of Indian Standards, and it is both a pleasure and an honor to welcome you all to this technical session. I would now request the respected dignitaries to kindly come and grace the dais. Shri Rajiv Sharma sir, Scientist G and Deputy Director General Standardization BIS. Shri Sanjay Pant, Scientist G and Deputy Director General Standardization BIS. Shri A.K. Bera sir, Head Standards Coordination and Monitoring Department BIS. Shri Manoj Belgaonkar, representative from Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry. Dr. Shrikant Bhatt from ABB India. Shri Rajendra Khile, General Manager, Renault India Private Limited. And Dr. Jatinder Singh, Assistant Secretary General, PSD Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Thank you, sirs. Now, as a gesture of our sincere appreciation, I would like to welcome our dignitaries on the dais with potted plants. So I would like to request Shri Sanjay Pant sir to kindly welcome Shri Manoj Belgaonkar. Now I would like to request Shri Rajiv Sharma sir to welcome Dr. Shrikant Bhatt. I would like to request Shri A.K. Bera sir to kindly welcome Shri Rajendra Khile. And I would like to again request Shri Sanjay Pant sir to kindly welcome Dr. Jatinder Singh. Before we delve into the heart of today's discussions, please allow me to extend a warm welcome to all our esteemed guests, speakers, dignitaries on the dais, and to those joining us virtually. Your presence adds immense value to this dialogue, and we are thrilled to have you with us. This session marks a pivotal moment as we explore the transformative power of standardization in fortifying our nation's quality ecosystem. In an era defined by rapid technological advancements, the need for standardized practices in the emerging areas cannot be overstated. Today, we embark on a journey to discuss, strategize, and pave the way for a more standardized and quality-driven future. Without further ado, let us embark on this intellectual journey together. It is my proud privilege to now invite Shri Rajiv Sharma, Scientist G and Deputy Director General Standardization of BIS, to deliver his opening remarks and set the tone for today's session. He is an eminent electrical engineer with more than 33 years of experience in standardization, conformity assessment, and the related governance and strategic aspects. As DDG standards, he has been deeply involved in shaping the policy of BIS, as well as he is also the convener of IEC Working Group on LVDC publications for electricity access.
Delegates from the dais, dignitaries, representatives from the industries, my colleagues from BIS, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for me to make this session, giving the opening remarks. Today we are celebrating the 77th Foundation Day of BIS, and the question here is on development. Countries are vying for development. India also has ambitious plans for becoming a developed country by the year 2047, and the people are striving for progress. 193 countries of this world, the leaders of 193 countries in this world have settled on a framework for Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs, in the year 2015, and the target date is 2030. So the time is short, and we have to do a lot of things together. SDGs, as you all know, cover a broad framework of human development on this planet. No poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, clean water and sanitation, clean and affordable energy, and so on. 17 of them. And when we talk of development of a nation, we have to give due importance to all these 17 sustainable development goals which have been defined by the United Nations. And when we consider each of these sustainable development goals, no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, and so on, we find that technology is at the core of providing solutions for achieving these sustainable development goals. None of these goals can be achieved without suitable technology. And technologies which are present today, technologies which are emerging in future, they are the key to help the nations to do that journey towards sustainable development. And when we are discussing today about the emerging technologies, there are technologies which will be useful in mitigating the effects of climate change, transition of energy sources from present fossil fuels to the new non-fossil fuel sources of energy. And all these, coupled with new technological developments like artificial intelligence, the electric mobility, and so on, they will play a very vital role and very clear-cut roadmap for providing us the solutions for development for all the nations. Today we are discussing all these issues today, and when the technology evolves, the artificial intelligence, for example, provides us a solution in all areas of our working, whether it is healthcare, whether it is education, whether it is clean water and sanitation. Artificial intelligence has the solution to provide, to aid in the sustainable developments of the nations. Of course, it has challenges. There are issues which need to be resolved. There are regulations which need to be brought in for artificial intelligence. But these are also, the artificial intelligence itself is a very powerful tool which can transform a nation in its journey towards a sustainable development. Similarly, for electric mobility, if we talk about, it is a clean source of transportation and has to be promoted through technology developments, whether it is batteries, whether it is charge controllers, whether it is converters, inverters, all these things, and the safety of the charging infrastructure, how the battery has to be charged in an electric vehicle. All these things play a very vital role in technology. And when we talk of technology, technology can be adopted at mass scale only if it is inbuilt into the standards. Standards provide solutions to the problems of repetitive nature. When we make a standard, that standard gets adopted, and therefore it provides a roadmap for development of a nation through mass adoption by the people. So we have a panel of very eminent experts today on the subject. Mr. Manoj Belgaonkar, Mr. Shrikant Bhatt, Mr. Rajendra Khile, and Mr. Jitendra Singh. They are all eminent speakers, they are all eminent experts in their respective domains, and they will be sharing with us their knowledge on these very important subjects. But just before that, my dear friend Mr. Sanjay Pant will be talking about the need for standardization and how the standardization plays a very critical role in the development of a nation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your guiding words and setting the tone for today's second technical session. Before we proceed to the next address, we have a small request. If anyone has found a spectacles box, blue color, in around this area, please feel free to submit it here. Someone is looking for it. Thank you. So, we are also honored to have with us Shri Sanjay Pant sir, Scientist G and Deputy Director General Standardization. Sir is a renowned civil engineer with over 34 years of experience in standardization and conformity assessment. He has, to his credit, formulation of a series of Indian standard and special publications in the field of building materials, technologies, good construction practices and management. He is also well known for bringing out 2 landmark versions of the National Building Code of India. So it is my distinct pleasure to extend an invitation to Shri Sanjay Pant for his address on the need of standardization.
Thank you, Priyanshu. Once again, a warm welcome to all the dignitaries on the dais, the delegates, my fellow colleagues, and congratulations on the 77th Foundation Day of BIS. It's a momentous occasion when we are here to celebrate. As a part of the celebration, we are trying to share what we have known, what we ought to know, and how to tread the entire path. Rajiv has already made it very clear that standards, how they resolve the problems of recurring nature, and therefore standards are how they are imperative. The topic is need for standardization. I think it is quite well understood by now that standards are a very important tool to resolve a common repetitive sort of a situation which keep on occurring. Not everybody should face the same situation, try to resolve in a different way. And when the most important part is the process of standardization itself. It is based on consensus involving everybody. There are 2 levels of consensus, at technical committee level and at the country level or even globally. And therefore, when everybody has agreed to, if we have done really a good amount of consultation, everybody has agreed to the subject matter, and then it becomes very easy that it is widely implementable and adoptable in practice, because everybody has been consulted well in advance, and therefore standards do provide this kind of solution, as Rajiv has mentioned. But then standards, what do they do? Why they are really needed? The core issue remains. Because standards serve the fitness for purpose. They define the quality, they characterize the products, they characterize the processes, they characterize the system, and what a product must have, should have, or desirable to have, but mandatorily should also have. Where else you will find? You need a standard to define these benchmarks of quality, and therefore standards are needed. Standards provide they resolve the issue of compatibility, because standards are for product and processes. These products will be repeatedly required. A product gets replaced by another product. Then you require interchangeability requirement also. There are components within the same machine. They must act in a compatible manner, and therefore standard resolve these issues. There is another issue of variety rationalization. If there are no standards, there will be a vast amount of varieties to choose from. There will be utter confusion in the market. And therefore, this is another reason that we must have standard. That is variety rationalization or variety reduction or variety control, whatever you call it. Then is safety. Safety is ingrained in the standards. And there are 2 aspects of safety. One is that a requirement of a product from safety considerations. But then there are also each of these standards for a product or a process can have safety requirements, and usually have safety requirements. But then certain processes or products are inherently dangerous, and therefore there are safety codes also are a product. There are structural safety, fire safety, health safety, electrical safety, and then public safety and construction safety codes are also available. And therefore, there is another kind of requirement of safety which is fulfilled by these standards. Then protection of environment, whether it is through the process of waste utilization or water conservation or waste segregation, collection, treatment and composting, or you have standards like biodigester, packaged STP, use of non-conventional energy. All these are ultimately towards the requirement of protection of environment. And the product itself has to be protected. And therefore, all these are ingrained in what is called a standard. That's why you need standards. But then, what do standards finally aim at? Standards aim at to provide requisite levels of quality. You may need a gradation, types, variety, controls, and therefore standards are required to define those types, variety, controls, ratings, the levels of quality. The standards are tools for better communication. And if you want to talk about a electrode, just say IS 814. If you want to talk about an ordinary Portland cement, just say, rather than those 10 pages of understanding, just say IS 269 or fly ash bricks 16720. And therefore, standards, what do they? They are tools for better communication among the professionals, among the users, the regulators. The standards remove the trade barriers. They are tools to effect technology transfer from lab to field. Standards achieve maximum overall economy. They help in terms of cost, human efforts, conservation of essential materials. Standards ensure maximum convenience of use. So therefore, and standards, as Rajiv mentioned, is they are required to adopt best possible solution. There will be a plethora of solutions, but if you lay down a standards, you can lay down the best among them, and therefore these are some of the aims of standard. But then, what other benefits it's if you formulate a standard, you can standardize the basis for accepted methods, the materials, the designs. You can bring uniformity in the presentation of symbols, notation, terminologies, drawings, and so that we talk in a standardized manner. These standards are also very important tools for continual improvements in products, processes, and services, because standards themselves are in dynamic in nature. Standards can be revised, amended from time to time, and therefore there are incremental development in processes, products, systems, and therefore the standards can capture those, and through the revised or amended provision it can. These standards are important tools to enhance knowledge of properties, possibilities and applications for educational purposes. Standards serve a very important tool for good educational material. These standards form the basis for contract. They are a guidance material for taking up research and development activities. And these standards are therefore very important for all of us. For education purposes, they are used by authors in developing books, and there are different textbooks written based on standards. These are incorporated in the curriculum. These are used in the education laboratories for standards. Methods of test are being used. Standard test conditions which are laid down in the Indian standards are used in the laboratories. To the manufacturers and producers, standards are able to help rationalize the process of manufacture, improve the control over processes, materials and labor. They help in elimination of waste and reduction of rejects, higher rate of production, reduction in cost of rejects, reduction in the inventories. Standards are important to ultimately increase in the sales and hence profits. So standards are equally, not only for education purpose, it is equally important for the producers. To the consumers, they give the assurance of quality of goods and services, better value for money spent, convenient method for settling disputes with the supplier. So standard gives the one sort of a document or a reference material where all this can be held. For trade, it is very important that standards are used to minimize the delays, to workable basis for acceptance or rejection. But then standards are their time immemorial. At least for 77 years we have already completed formulating standards. But then when we formulate standards, more emerging areas do turn up, and therefore we have Indian standards formulated in large number of emerging areas. Whether we have developed now standards in field of chemical or chemistry, chemical engineering, we have portable field testing kit for on-site testing of drinking water. In the emerging area, we have developed standard on assessment of biodegradability of plastics in varied condition as replacement of single-use plastic. We have developed standard on food serving utensils made from agri-product for replacement of single-use plastic. These are made from bagasse, pulp, teak, banana, sal or areca nut leaves. We have developed standards on equipment for manufacture of fortified rice kernel and rice, and therefore it has, from the health point of view also, it has contributed. In case of textile, we have for protective clothing against heat and flame, for polymer gabion in place of GI wire mesh based gabion. In civil engineering, new type of Portland calcined clay limestone cement, which is a sustainable cement. In the another emerging area is improving the seismic and cyclonic resistance of building. So therefore standards are largely upcoming in different emerging area. But some of the more emerging area, as Rajiv has mentioned, is where also we have been functioning is like blockchain. There is a Electronics and IT Technical Division Council where LITD 29 is working on blockchain. It has security is ensured. For example, school certificate and land records security. The technical committee is working on that. It is working along with ISO TC 307 where 5 standards have been formulated and in covering 38 use cases, and 5 of those use cases have been provided by India. In the field of artificial intelligence, LITD 30 is the technical committee of BIS, and it has formulated 20 Indian standards, and 5 of these subjects of new work item proposal have been provided by India. In case of IoT, the LITD 27 is working. So that is IoT reference architecture. 2 new work item proposal to IEC has been provided by India. In case of smart grid, IITD 10 is working, which is on smart grid, where smart grid user interface standard has been developed. Similarly, on cyber security, IITD 17 is working, where cyber security and ISO IEC 27001 standard with the participation and involvement in BIS has been developed. And on data privacy assurance, the indigenous Indian standard IS 17428 has been developed. We have also developed standard on mobile device security. On 3D printing, there is an emerging area of LITD 34 where industry 4.0 and 3D printing has also been developed. There is another one on smart infrastructure where LITD 28 is working, and IS 18000 series of standards have been developed. Similarly, our production and general engineering department has developed smart manufacturing or robotics standards. These are some of the important emerging areas. We are trying to capture the medical devices and health informatics, ISO TC 215, where India is deeply involved. We have developed standards on biogas plant and solar based appliances. Alternate fuel technologies have been developed by E10, E20, E12 and 15, E85, flux fuel, and smart agriculture. A series of standards have been developed on drip irrigation or precision agriculture machinery, drone spraying, plant protection through these methods. So in a way, these are some of the areas where emerging area BIS is working. And then another area where BIS is deeply involved is services sector. Like standards have been developed in 22 segments, including yoga centers, medical tourism, safety in sports academies, categorization of media entertainment services, supply chain of material, transportation of over-dimensional container and dangerous goods, and so on and so forth. So these are some of the emerging areas where BIS is working. We draw your attention to get associated with BIS in any or all of these areas, so that together we can make requisite level of standardization in these areas. Thank you so much.
I must say that was a very informative session. Thank you so much, sir, for enriching us with your valuable perspective. Moving forward, present among us today is Shri Manoj Belgaonkar, representative of Federation of Indian Chamber for Commerce and Industry. I invite Shri Manoj Belgaonkar for his address on the industry perspective on standardization in emerging fields. Shri Belgaonkar is Head of Regulation, Standards and Quality Management in Siemens Limited, and in his current role, he is engaged in policies related to the company's work in India, and he has been associated with Siemens since 1993. So I welcome you.
I think one of the most difficult session post lunch, and so thank you very much, Sanjeev ji, for a nice introduction. I am associated with PGD 18 as the chairman of Industrial Automation and Robotics Committee, and I am also a member of LIGD 34 on smart manufacturing. So that's why I have chosen these two fields to talk about what are the emerging technologies in this particular field, and of course how we as a Siemens working in this field as well. This is our tagline. So technology just not for the purpose of our technology, but to transform the everyday, not only of our customers, but of our customers as well. He's our CEO, but the key part here is the two drivers of industry which we see across the world is digital transformation and decarbonization. And this is where we are looking at the emerging technologies part. So today I will talk only for the digital transformation via the smart manufacturing. So these are some of the core technologies where we actually do research, and really deep research. Almost about 6.5% of our sales is spent on these technologies. So at the bottom you see automation and advanced manufacturing. So these are the two areas which I wish to cover in this part. Some of the solutions what we have already put in the market, and this gives us these insights which I am going to share with you, and how standardization has helped in building this. So this is the committee at the heart of many of these topics what we hear, IECTC 65, and if you look at the bottom right, 508 standards, 63 working groups, 1100 members or experts, 2275 seats, and 35 countries are participating in this. Extensive work, and related to our work, again you can see some of the working groups which are working for digital product passport, smart manufacturing, reference architectures, maybe many topics. I can just go on. Product properties class, which is actually the basis for digital product passport. So a lot of work is being done here. Also some of the new concepts like identification link, digital nameplate, I will share some of the examples also how this is helping in conformity assessments or regulatory work as well. So this is the key committee which is doing this work. These are the various work which are being done. If you see the topics, smart manufacturing framework, asset administration shell for industrial applications, because here we are looking at not only manufacturing, but how do you maintain the intelligence of this information while the products are being used in operations, while they are getting retrofitted, while they are getting repaired, while they are getting discarded, many topics of this year. That's where comes the smart manufacturing reference models, because on the shop floor, you will have machines coming from multiple people, you putting them together, integrating them and creating a line, what we call as a line. And this is where many of these reference models play an important role, where the data gets exchanged across multiple applications. And that's where the product properties, they come in very important piece. Just imagine a motor being replaced by another motor, but earlier motor was 5 kilowatt and the new one is 7.5 kilowatt. So automatically the automation knows and it tries to adopt its properties of the automation part of it. And what I'm sharing is what is the current level of work which is being done, which is very recent one. At the bottom you can see digital factory life cycle, functional safety, programmable controls, field bus, list of properties. OPC UA is one which actually we shared with PGD colleagues some time back, what is possible out there. Multiple standards work being done with both IECTC 184 and ISO TC 184 and all the relevant committees. So it is not that the work is done only in TC 65, but point is this particular work will actually transform the automation level being deployed by our industries. Typically, if you look at the same kind of industry, the level of automation will be, or the investment for the automation will be about 35 to 40% in Europe, In India, it will be about 10%. And this is where you need more people, less productivity, errors, and these are the frameworks which are actually helping to go to the next level of manufacturing competitiveness. And that's why these standards are important from that perspective. Multiple layers, how this whole thing is structured, because you have to look at standards not only at one product, but you have to look at from the field devices right up to the ERP part. I mean, just imagine someone is on your website trying to ask, okay, can I get this refrigerator in this color? And if your system is able to confirm, it is directly placing order to the shop and where the product is getting manufactured. So it's a completely personalized production at a mass production cost. And that's the promise of a smart manufacturing or Industry 4.0. And this is where these are the standards which actually drive such kind of a concept or realization of these topics. I spoke about nameplate and ID link. And you can imagine a product gets so much of documentation, and like in Europe, multiple countries, multiple languages, it's like equal to a book which you have to carry. But instead of that, just imagine that there is only a link, and so the QR code, and around the QR code what you see is a link, around the QR code what you see is a link, that's actually nothing but a URL. And this is what directly taking you to a specific location on the manufacturer's website where you get all the declaration at one place. Whether it is for C, BIS or UL or CCC or any kind of declarations, these are just made available. And these are being available now on many of our products, but on many of the global product manufacturers are putting this in place. You also get various approvals which you have received from the regulator. So there is no missing information, there is no, I will say, substandard information. It's the same information is available to all the regulators across the world. And that's where automatically your regulatory compliance, quality of regulation also goes up in the marketplace when you have a uniform information being shared. Another example how this can be used also as part of a product carbon footprint database. Just imagine there is a supplier of a screw who is supplying a screw, say I give you 400 screws in a batch and there is X amount of energy usage and etc. etc. I am trying to make a panel and where I am trying to get only 4 screws out of that, right? So I am required to get only the declaration with respect to the 4 screws. So it becomes a multi-layered kind of a declaration, and from screw to terminal block to PLC to cabinet, and imagine how these multi-layer declarations have to be done. So I don't have to go back and ask, Bhaiya, mujhe de do, and then I am trying to derive my portion, put it into my this thing. That's what this product carbon footprint or so there is a Istenium, which is an ecosystem, which is kind of a UPI based kind of a platform. So where all the manufacturers deposit, and then you have a chance to pull the declarations. It's a completely blockchain driven, no sharing of data based on only the required quantity or required numbers. Only specific information is shared with you, and you are also allowed to push your information with respect to the declarations. This is being done in multiple industry. Chemical industry has taken a lead, automotive industry. But these are the standards, and they are one of the part of asset administration, as I was saying, as not only the information is made available to you at the time of buying the product, but over the useful life or operating life of a product, whatever changes you make also gets up to date, and then that's made available. So that's the asset administration piece. And what is the basis? Again, you can see the so many standards, product properties, common data dictionary, maybe the nameplates. So all these standards actually they power this digital product passport as part of this, and which is not a done work, which is still being done. And this is where we have a possibility also to participate and to work upon and to shape this particular thing as well. At the bottom you can see material declarations, multiple things, but idea is product information is available, it's completely neutral, not favoring a specific regulator or a specific country, but it's the same information which all the regulators throughout the world are able to access. I'm just sharing some of the examples where this smart manufacturing work is actually being leveraged. That's the whole idea. And this is how it is now part of European Green Deal. It's part of their roadmap. So once you have the foundation blocks in place, then the regulation becomes much more easier, compliance across the ecosystem actually becomes much more simpler, right? And yeah, so these are the areas, industries with which we have worked. Many of these topics, maybe glass production, cement, transportation, I don't read everything, but this is where actually we have worked with some of these topics and to see how it works, what doesn't work, and what needs to be tweaked, and etc. And based on this, OPC UA as a framework also was shared with BIS team, so that how it can be verticalized, the same database, but how it can be verticalized based on a specific verticals, about 38, 39 verticals where this can be customized. And this is the kind of a potential. You can see 50% of material savings you can realize using digital twins, which is coming out of this kind of a technology. 30% again digital twins in the building part. I didn't speak about building part, but building also we have been able to drive this particular thing. Yeah. So I think that was it from my side. It's a really exciting work which is happening, and we are very closely working with BIS, sharing some of this work which is being done in India. And I will also invite, if you would like to get involved along with BIS, please join us in our committee, PGD 18, LITD 34. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your very interesting presentation. We also have with us today Dr. Shrikant Bhatt from ABB India. He is a senior principal scientist working with ABB Corporate Research Center, Bangalore. With a doctorate in chemical engineering, his primary focus is industrial optimization and use of artificial intelligence for the same. He is also the project lead for an under development ISO standard on guidance for AI applications. So I invite Dr. Bhatt to kindly share his perspective on standardization in the field of AI and cybersecurity.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, so good evening. One thing which I realized, I'm not a hardcore standardization guy. This 4-5 years back, I happened to represent ABB in one of the initiatives, and I would say it has been a big discovery for me, and that's what I'm going to share with you today. One thing, as you already see, is that standardization is something where you see two competitors on the same side. So you saw Siemens and now comes ABB, because competitors cooperate for standardization because that helps the customer. That is one thing. Now AI, because of the hype associated with that and a lot of things, ChatGPT and all that, there is a definitive interest in everybody. And this is something latest which is being said about AI, that AI is now poised to surpass human intelligence, right? And I will recommend you to read these two books because what I got from here is that standardization is not some activity which we can just see from a distance. In fact, it's very inherent in human nature because we try to generalize a lot of things for convenience. So standardization is a kind of a story which everybody wants to agree on so that it is easy to cooperate. And it is actually the essence of that, like how we have standardized over the evolution over whatever millions of years we are talking about. That is the first book. And actually in AI terms, it looks at all the data of human evolution and tries to put some story behind that, which is story of evolution. And this is where it tells the story of telling stories, where that's the standard of human evolution which distinguished ourselves from the rest of the species, right? There I realized money is a standardization story, language is a standardization story, right? We cooperated and understood it the same way. It's a story, but we agree on that, right? That is first book. But what I don't agree on, which I'm still trying to deal with, that is the next story. Based on the data, he has tried to predict that AI will take us over, we will be slaves to AI. Again, I think he's a historian, not a technologist, and there are maybe certain elements which might be overlooked, but if you follow a standard approach, probably you won't. I'll talk about it, right? But standardization is implicit in our thinking, and it helps in creating that convincing story, right? That's it. So again, as I said, on a personal note, but again triggered by standardization, this is another quote: intelligence is intelligence in the right context. Because when I was trying to understand what to standardize in intelligence, because we talked about natural and artificial, context becomes very inherent there. I'll talk about that, and this led to my book, which is recently published, right? Again, what this talks about is, this is not about religions. First thing, spirituality is not about religion, it is about way of life, right? What is the standard way of life and what should be guiding us as a general rule? This is some interpretation of that. And you know, as I said, it's something, my involvement in standardization transformed me. This idea came actually from this standard which I'm involved in. This is the standard proposed by Indian national body, again LITD 30 from BIS. And this is going to be released this month itself now. And this is recognized as the first standard which AI developers should consider in developing AI application. That's the comment coming from the SC42 chair, right? And again, what this focused on is actually contextualizing. Now again, before I get into the details of that, let me explain you the context, because that's what's revelation to me in terms of AI. You know, this is a very simple picture. There's a fan there, right? If you want to explain to a 3-year-old how this fan works, what story you will tell? You will tell, you know, there is a God sitting there, it is moving the fan, there is a miracle. That's good enough for a 3-year-old. If there is a guy who does not understand physics, you will tell, you know, you have seen motor, how it moves, there is the pump, you have been using that, mixer you use, there is a motor that moves. Similar motor is there and that moves that. That's okay for him. If there is a guy in physics, you will tell him about magnetism, electrons, electronics, everything, right? Now imagine, if you want to explain to a 3-year-old how a fan works, and if you try to tell him physics, electrons, magnetism, you may spend your lifetime, you may even get Nobel Prize in physics, but you won't be able to explain to the 3-year-old, right? So, you know, this is where we crack the code of standardization in AI, whether it's a natural intelligence or artificial intelligence. Unless you understand the context for which it is being done, you will be probably foolish if you are not understanding the context. So again, the whole essence of intelligence, be it natural or artificial, lies in understanding the context, right? Now, what is contextualization? You know what we ask usually, before we give an expert opinion on anything, before we give opinion on anything, whether it's in life, whether it's in our job, you know, when they say that you are very intelligent, when they understand that you understand the complex context of it. And what we really look at, who, what, where, when, who is asking, why is asking, when is asking, why suddenly is asking, right? Now, in the context of AI, this is precisely what we got into. When you are looking at it, there is a life cycle. What is AI? AI, right from building it, developing it, deploying it, testing it, using it, and discarding it or recycling it. There is a different perspective in every aspect of life cycle. You should understand what is life cycle of AI. Not everybody wants to understand the same way. Somebody who is impacted, a regulatory body or a regulator, he need not know about whether it's a decision tree or whatever, random forest, nothing, he does not care. He is looking from an impact perspective. Somebody is using as a consumer. Why you care where ChatGPT is being trained and all that? What you care is what it is giving you. Somebody is developing it, right? They need to, of course, be aware of a lot of things. Again, what is relevant? Again, every intelligence is used to augment decision making. Even natural intelligence, where I should talk to somebody, where I should say sorry to somebody, where I should propose something, where I should oppose something. It's a decision, and we use our intelligence to do that. The same way AI is for augmenting decision making. What it is based on, we know it is all based on the data, so we should be concerned about data. Again, I'm just contextualizing intelligence and artificial intelligence. There is algorithm involved. When we take that decision, there can be risk. I can be biased. I can have some trust issues. There is a security aspect involved there. Governance of it, right? How do we really control the entire ecosystem of AI? And of course, lots of terminologies. Now, this is, if you contextualize that, this is what we are doing actually. So we are talking about data aspects. What are the quality aspects related to data? That is 5259. Verification and validation, because when you use a model, whatever thought process, intelligence, to derive that intelligence you are using, there should be a way to validate that. And there should be a consistent way to do that, right? That's why we need a standard. Governance, there is something. On the life cycle I mentioned, we should be explicitly stating what is the life cycle, right? Security, privacy aspect, right? To what extent it is okay, to what extent it's not okay. Is it coming at the cost of something? You know, you always get something at the cost of it. We need to agree on that, right? Trustworthiness, we all talk about risk, bias and all that, but what is the context of that, right? When we are using certain data for certain purpose, is that hurting somebody? What is the level which it is going to put to use? Is that relevant from the data, from the stakeholder whom we got the data from? Is it adding value to that person, or is it cheating him? Is it defeating him, right? So, you know, ultimately, we can't, of course, get into the technicalities of that, but what I'm trying to interpret here, the story which I'm trying to tell you here is, these are the reasons which are implicit in natural intelligence, which need to be explicit in artificial intelligence, and that's why we need this common way of working, right? Again, to tell one thing, Shri Piyush Goyal ji said that we just don't need to follow the standard, we need to be pioneer in that, right? Whatever I marked with our national flag, these are the ones which are actually initiated from India, and including the guidance for AI application. As I said, I'm the project editor for that, and generative AI. This is a study item which we have proposed it as a WIP. It is now being taken up as a study item, right? So, you know, this is where we are also trying to go forward and contribute, right? Again, this is the committee which is, so if you have anything to do with AI, please join this, because this is where, and again, I am actually a no entity in this entire world of AI, but it is because of my association with this organization that I am here talking as an expert to you about these aspects of it. So that's what you will get to contribute and see if you join and contribute in this committee, right? Again, last few slides. Again, lot of things we are hearing about AI these days. At one time, I recently happened to ride this XUV 700. I don't know how much of you have ridden that. In Bangalore Road, in Whitefield, at 11 o'clock, it was able to take us along with minimal input from the driver. I always thought that autonomous car is what Tesla or Google runs in their campus. But this is something, it's a 2 days back, that's the story. And this is where AI is already working on Bangalore Road. You know how notorious it is for traffic, right? Then we are seeing there is one medical diagnostics, we talked about it. Angelina Jolie, like there's a big story they are talking about, that even before, much before cancer come, with the analytics, what is at our disposal, she could predict that, okay, she might get, and she did some procedure, and even much before cancer she was. So this is again a power of AI. But at the same time, there is a deep fix. We know Amitabh Bachchan, some actresses and others are talking about it, right? Again, this is where it becomes very interesting. And when people are talking right now that AI will take over natural intelligence, that's what Harari talks about, Professor Noel Harari, that's the other book. Somebody talks about human and AI collaboration. That's also something which is being talked about. Another interesting thing, you know, we need to look at all of that in a right perspective. This article was very interesting, AI energy footprint. It says training a single AI model can emit as much carbon emission as 5 cars in their lifetime. Now, when we are talking about such a level of intelligence where a lot of training would be needed, we need to also think about what is the feasibility in terms of energy. There are some standards we are looking at sustainability, right? So there should be a standard approach to do that. Data, again, with that I am actually coming to what I wanted to communicate. When somebody says that the most important question is 21st century economics will be, what should we do with the superfluous people once we have highly intelligent non-conscious algorithm that can do almost everything better than humans? You know what is predicted here, that if AI goes with the pace it is going, it has so much better capability than us humans that we will be slaves. Now again, I'm just giving a very small example. If the car runs like that, I will be slave to a car. I will forget driving, right? But you know, there is a context of how much I should extrapolate that to. And you know, when you say that you will be slave to AI, the right context there is for AI to really mimic that super intelligent fellow. You need a lot of data about that fellow. And one thing, thank God I really like that, not all of us are super intelligent, only few are. Yes. Because you know, where the theory seems to fail is that, of course, you will get all kind of data, but do you have the right quality of data to learn that power, that subconsciousness? He says to that extent, that it might learn from your subconscious beyond 5 senses. If you put biosensors, it will be able to take your data and then it will see how you take decisions, and one day AI will tell you whether you should go here or not, whether you should marry somebody, whether you should take that job or somebody. It will tell you better than that. But you know, we know, for first time I saw that it's better being fool, because that is also a treasure for us, because AI can't copy that. You know, so with that, I think that's my last slide. This is my, as I said, this is going to be my second book. I'm just right now speculating that. You know, when we said our evolution is triggered by stories, all the religions are those stories. Money is that story. It's an imagination. That's what is scientifically studied there. But you know, in order for many people to agree to that story, the original story needs to be very true. And that original story is about our subconscious. That original story is about our inner self, you know. And thankfully, not many people are telling that story, because we are struggling with that, right? So I think the way while we see how AI evolves, we are really going to do wonders in terms of many repeatable jobs for decision making. But probably when it comes to our life and taking control of that, probably we will rule, because we are humans after all, and AI is AI, right? So thank you. So that's my take on that. Yeah.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your detailed insights on the subject. Mr. Belgaonkar has to leave for another commitment. He has a flight to catch. Next, we have with us Shri Rajendra Khile, representing Renault India Private Limited. He serves as General Manager Technical Regulation, Homologation and Testing at Renault Nissan Technology and Business Center. He holds a bachelor's in mechanical engineering and has more than 25 years of experience in the auto industry. So I invite Shri Rajendra Khile to kindly share his perspective on standardization in the field of e-mobility.
Thanks for introduction, and first of all let me congratulate BIS, all of members here who are in a way touch with BIS on the 77th Foundation Day, and special thanks to my fellow speaker who kept the audience alive explaining AI in a toddler way, and we all could really get a good image of AI. So with all this presentation, I think this is practically the last presentation of the day. So I would keep it simple. Rather, I don't want to tell the e-mobility standards and again going to the technology, everything. But let me assure I'll try to tell you how your EVs, which are now in a good numbers coming on the road, are very strongly taken care through the standardization, wherever needed, the regulatory standards also, and the guideline standards. So that's what we would understand, which hope builds further confidence on the EV story of the India, and we go for more EVs. I'll skip this. We all know why we need EVs, so we talk about the digitalization, and second is decarbonization. So we do see EV as the solution for decarbonization, but India has another unique problems apart from the decarbonization or the pollution, is something that we are largely dependent on the imported fuel. And it comes from the geographies where there are always geopolitical tensions, and the amount, if you know, we import last year 157 billion USD fuel. So that is one reason India has to go to EV, and definitely there are other ways of ethanol being discussed and moving forward. But yes, EV is the need of a future for India. Look back for 2023 is very positive for EV, and we have 1.5 million vehicles sold in a year, and before that till 2014 till that were maybe around 2 million, and now we have in 1 year 1.5 million, 46% year on year, and we have 9,000 plus EV chargers. So many times we say where is the charger, but let's know there is 9,000 EV charger. And why I am showing these numbers at BIS forum is BIS is very instrumental in we reaching here. So I would cover that aspect of BIS, how it helped us to reach here, and I think it's a explosive journey now here onwards for the EV, the way we see the CY23 numbers coming. So if we see BIS has 3 committees more closely working for the e-mobility standardization. One is the TED27. I'm very fortunate to share that I'm part of TED27 from the day of inception of TED27. ETD 51, so basically TED27 worked on the vehicle part of it. So vehicle, battery, these aspects and safety is taken by TED27. ETD 51 has taken care the charging aspect of it. We typically called as EVSC. So EVSC is nothing but the electric charger, EV charger. And ETD 51 now working on the cells part of it. Not only automobile cell, but ETD 11 works on the general applications also. So I'll not tell the numbers of the standard, but let me tell you what standardization or what safety precautions EV takes. So when we drive, unfortunately we had some instances on two-wheelers last year, and BIS as well as the standardization fraternity, we have a little brother called AIS in the standardization system, and we work very closely on both the forums. So on electrical safety, let me share you one thing. We are ahead of Europe on electrical safety of the vehicle, not only on the timeline. Yes, timeline wise we are 2 years ahead of the Europe, and technical requirement also we are ahead of the Europe. So the quality which we are ensuring through the complete system for the EV safety is much more robust than what is there in the Europe, or for that sake I will say US also. So we cover completely in this EV safety. We cover the battery, we cover the vehicle, all the connections. I will cover that in detail so that it gives you confidence that it's not something just some batteries put together, motor connected, and you are driving. Definitely we don't talk about the vehicle aspect of the other than EV specific aspect of vehicle, because which is evolved over I think hundreds of years, so we don't talk much about it, we talk about EV specific. Then comes the important aspect everybody fears, no? Kitna deti hai was the advertise once upon a time in country. So that rather than kitna deti hai, now we ask kitna chalti hai. So EV, the range is always a concern, and the reason I'll share with you, there are many issues about the range, because on the road situation, dynamics are different. EV has another challenge which comes from AC system, and AC system really takes a big toll on how much you can drive. That is something different than typical ICE. We are not much bothered on HVAC usage, which is coming into picture here. So these two aspects, which is called as EV range and EV energy consumption standard, this is also made by BIS already, and this is what is practiced for all the vehicles currently. Here also we are, when I say pink topics is something different than what is being done in the other world. So we are going with the completely detailed cycle for the range, so that the real life range and what you get in a standard cycle. Now, the interesting part is standardization has sometimes this flaw. So sometimes what happens, because standardization we need to have performance repeatability to be proved. So we end up in taking some portion of the real life. We are not able to take each and every situation of real life, and as earlier speaker said, it is about a context. So those cycles in the real life would keep on changing. Based on some construction somewhere, your traffic flow would change. But a standard cycle cannot take everything. So that is why there would be some gap, but always it gives you a good indication on the directional part of it, and then it gives you repeatability, so one can validate also. So whenever we say something in a standard condition, that is a specific reason, and that's the importance of standardization. It gives you repeatability when you want to really see whether what was done at the first vehicle and maybe after the production or everything, whether we are repeating the performance. That's where the standardization ensures that you can correlate the performance of the vehicle, because typically more on automotive we talk more on a perspective of the standardization and the performance rather than the technology. That too also your motor power, because this is nothing like your engine power, so based on that you can judge whether I can take it to the hilly area and climb. So there is a standard available there. We have made a unique standard in motor, and let me highlight one important aspect is because of we have a flooding situation. So while we made the motor standard, we assume it goes to IP57 level. So IP57 is somewhat represent you have almost more than 2 feet of water level. If even the motor is inside the water, to I think it's almost 1 meter when it comes to IP57 condition. In still that condition, your motor is safe. So the fear which I think you all would be a potential EV buyer later or sooner, let me give you confidence as the TD27 and as a party to the BIS activities that these all aspects are taken care. It's not that something just coming on the road. So IP57 is taken care, and in future interesting aspect which we are going to work is now we had a problem of vehicle noise. Now we have opposite problem when we go to EV. There is no noise. So how do you know the vehicle is coming nearby? So as we will have more and more EV, this problem would be prominent. So we already initiated the work, which is called as QRTV. It's called as a quiet road transport vehicle. So we always know the transport brings noise pollution, but it is opposite. So here we'll be developing a standard. It will create a noise. Ideally, there will be no noise because of the vehicle, but we'll be adding a devices in the vehicle which will give you a noise, and then you will feel okay, something is coming, and it is more from the safety of the other road users in the system. Also on two-wheelers prominently, battery swapping is also seen to have a huge potential, and BIS has initiated the work on battery swapping, which is also very important area on standardization. Ideally, there is no automotive standards on battery swapping side of it, and I think at the BIS we would be front runner in making the automotive specific standards on the battery side. So all the BIS standards which we have made for EV, we have focused on global harmonization because we do export a lot, but same time it is ensured the context in the Indian scenarios and the EV safety is focused to be taken care. I will not go into what EV safety is take care, but please imagine if you overcurrent, if you over voltage, overcharging, it is like abuse. It's not only the normal use. We go to the standardization, which takes care of the abuse or unforeseen scenarios like when the flooding situations are there, they are taken care. Even thermal shock and cycling, let me share with you, the EVs has another problem. When there is some type of accident or something happen, if some bar or something penetrates to the battery, there is a risk of it catching fire. And very interesting, it doesn't catch immediate fire. Sometimes you may come to know the fire after 24 hours. So you may feel things are safe and go ahead. So this has been very deliberately discussed and taken care with how the design failure are there. And whenever there is a thermal incidence, how the warning is coming earlier so that people can evacuate from the vehicle. So all these aspects in detail are taken care, high temperature, low temperature, vibration, everything is considered. And that's why we can very confidently say that the vehicles which are coming on Indian road, which are certified with these are safe. I'll not go in detail. When the battery comes, it goes to the level, because we had a concern of sales coming from a particular country, and then there was always a concern on how the quality in the production is there. So in the standard, those provisions of how to have the data of each and every cell tested. So those type of requirement in detail added. We thanks here, there was involvement by DRDO completely into this, because we faced serious problems last year, and now the standards are being developed. So all the steps of battery manufacturing quality is also ensured through these standards. So motor, I will not go in much detail. So some next interesting is the chargers. So let me show all your charger also safe. In the standardization which is seen, is ensures your station, your communication when your vehicle goes and charger is there. They speak to each other, they say, hello, are you safe? I am safe. If both are safe, then only it starts charging. It will not just start charging without both check each other that we are safe and we are at mark with it. Obviously, we have a lot of now the electromagnetic waves, radars, everything. So these chargers are protected against the electromagnetic interference also. And this plug sockets, definitely it is more old age socket and this aspect, but they are also very elaborated developed, because we handle very high power through these plugs. So they are not like normal. One thing I would like to highlight, and which we always were discussing into the BIS forum, for all the users, EV charging is actually very high power charging. So please do not treat it like in your electrical appliances at home and plug it. Whenever you do the charging, please ensure it has followed the BIS standards and all the installation is done with it. Otherwise, you may face a problem. And the problem is mostly is becoming life-threatening. So it is very important we ensure that the BIS standard protocols are followed. Definitely, whatever the Ministry of Power has notified to install the chargers has to follow the BIS which are published, and that's where there's big debate how to go for charging. And after BIS standards are made, in a very short span of time, we have crossed the 9,000 plus chargers in India now, and we are good. I'll not go into sales; it will be too boring, because sales is like a much last level for all the audience here. But yes, on the sales side also, BIS is working in detail. So to conclude, let me say this standardization by BIS has really enabled the growth of EV and EVSC, that is charger. Not just because the standard is made, but it is building the customer confidence. And that's what is the ultimate motive when the country had the BIS in place. So the consumer confidence is boosted with this. The complete spectrum is covered, as I said. And important is BIS had very pragmatic approach here, because the major concern in these evolving technologies, you need to be standardized as well as allow the technology to come in. So that pragmatic approach has been kept by all these committees, and whenever deliberations are there, there's always a way forward found out for the new technologies which are coming. One proud thing to say is on EV safety, we are ahead of Europe by 2 years with extra requirement than Europe. It's not only for the sake of doing some extra requirement, but there are very genuine requirements ensuring the overall safety. And I think future for us is about the QRTV battery swapping and all these domains, which would work with how we experience the technology and need of the e-mobility ecosystem. With this, I thank you, and I think this takes us on a green journey ahead with the support of BIS. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your thoughts on the subject. Next, we have with us the last technical presentation in today's session. We have with us Dr. Jatinder Singh, Assistant Secretary General from PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry. With a doctorate in management, he has around 25 years of experience in senior management roles in domains of sustainability, industry standards, and startups, etc. I invite Dr. Jatinder Singh to kindly share his perspective on industry perspective on standards and sustainability.
Thank you very much. And being the last speaker, it's always both either you win or you lose, because you are just like playing in IPL and it's the last over. So you have to either hit sixes or you'll be out. So first of all, congratulations to BIS on celebrating the 77th year of their formation. And in fact, in the morning, like we had so many, expert speakers. They have, said so much about, the BIS standards and how as an industry one should actually accept and actually emulate all those standards in order to go for the growth trajectory. And since like in PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry, most of the members, around 70% are from the MSME segment. So my presentation is basically, somewhat, pitched upon actually creating an enabling ecosystem for MSMEs as well as startups to actually, traverse the journey of, the standards and as well as, conformity. And being the member of, Environmental Sectoral Services Committee at BIS, I see there's a lot of traction among MSMEs also of late in terms of accepting different BIS standards. And as we know that right now, when we talk of, critical success factors for enabling growth for MSMEs or startups, I think there are 4 important factors that right now we are seeing in this new ecosystem when we are talking of emerging technologies, when we are talking of intersection of AI, ML, Industry 4.0, smart manufacturing, blockchain, all important pillars of Industry 4.0. What we feel like, particularly whenever like we are in deliberations with different MSMEs in different, discussion groups. So normally there is a debate, or normally, we deliberate that some of the critical success factors, particularly for their growth, is definitely they have to actually view the compliance as an opportunity. And since I can see many youngsters also must be in some of their journeys in their startups also, or maybe looking to start a new startup, I am sure that some of the, the factors that have been, put in the slides may be somewhat, enthralling for you also. And right now, there's a lot of quest for this sustainability, because many of the MSMEs, many of the companies, they're actually designing many, sustainable products and services. Because what has been seen that right now, this is the era of the early movers. You have to take basically, the first mover advantage or early mover advantage that will actually help us or help the MSMEs to grow to a different trajectory within a short span of time. Although it comes with cost, it has some sort of, exigencies also, but at the same time, if we see the life as a zero-sum game, having, investment particularly in compliances with all BIS standards and conformity, I'm sure that there's a lot of traction that has been, done in many of the MSMEs and, startups also. And right now, what we have seen, there's a lot of emergence of new age businesses, because if you see the big corporate entities, normally big corporate entities, they have the baggage of legacy, they have the baggage of, that baggage of having that orthodox growth. But nowadays of late, like even some of the big corporate entities who are members, we are seeing that there are many spin-offs that are being created from all these big entities. And these spin-offs are nothing but the new age business entities who are actually creating new platforms, new sustainability standards, and new forms of, sort of models wherein the businesses become more sustainable, they become more, tractionable also. And one of the other things that we have seen that the quality and standards ecosystem, normally like in all, seminars or events, we normally evangelize that now this actually has become a business imperative. It's beyond compliance, it's beyond that you have to adjust a checklist thing. It has, in fact, it is a business imperative, and you cannot escape from this, because now what we are seeing that industries they are all, interconnected with the ecosystems in which they operate. Gone are the days of working in silos. You see from any of these, big OEMs, there are many, value chain partners who are intricately, they are all, weaved in the ecosystem of the business, right from procuring raw material till, dumping the finished product once its lifespan is over. So in this, ecosystem, when we're talking of some of the new key trends, what we have seen, some of the key trends are, we have seen that the customers' tastes, their preferences, they are totally, somewhat different. The customer loyalty towards sustainable products which actually conform to standards, they are increasing day by day. The customers are becoming educated with the social media and a lot of, the information which is being, carried by all these customers. So right now, this is the time wherein it has become a business imperative in order to adopt the quality and standards ecosystem. And at the same time, there's a lot of, competitive advantage also one is getting. In fact, there are certain MSMEs who are members, and we have seen, although they don't come under the, the ambit of, BRSR, but many of them are already filing the BRSR, and what they have seen, there's a lot of, investors' interest for these MSMEs also. There's a lot of, some of the people, whenever they go for an investment, when they see that the MSME or any industry is actually exhibiting some of the responsible business practices, there's a lot of traction they are getting in terms of getting, investments from those entities also. Another thing is that right now we are, working in global markets. In the morning session, there was a presentation wherein, it was deliberated that the EU is coming with different, sustainable standards. They are 30-40 years ahead of us, but I think nowadays, we are interweaved in this global market, wherein India is also following most of the standards that are actually accepted worldwide, they are followed worldwide. So in this global, supply chain complexity, we actually have to ensure that all the partners and all the suppliers who are, in fact, in the G20 also, there was a lot of emphasis on GVCs, global value chains. And what we have seen that ensuring this consistency in terms of conforming to standards across diverse geographies, although they are very complex, but at the long run, they are very, very important. They are very, very profitable also. So, and also right now, in terms of customer purchases, there are a lot of integrity purchases also. You must have seen people looking for some of the, products, some of those, services wherein there is some element, some footprint of, amelioration of the environment or following some of the ESG principles. It definitely helps the industry to go to different levels. So right now, what we are seeing that there is a lot of interplay right now that is going on in between, standards as the blueprint for sustainability, which has actually become the mantra for many big corporate entities, because since they cannot escape the mechanism of, compliances wherein they have to file their ESG report, they have to go for BRSR core also. So sustainability is actually now driving the evolution of standards, and in sustainable domain, as we are talking of SDGs, as Rajiv ji said about, achieving SDGs by 2030, which is definitely a very sort of a momentous task. It's difficult, but it's definitely achievable. And if there is a conformity standards in all this journey of the SDGs, I am sure that we are able to actually achieve some of the SDGs in a very, very timely fashion. And also, what we have seen that particularly in terms of, getting some of the, interplay in terms of industry leadership and collective impact. Now, this is the most important thing that I just want to emphasize. Because when we talk of industry as a whole, and when we are talking of, working in convergence right now, most of the entities, as in this, session also, we had, two competitors giving the presentation wherein more or less the narrative was same. But at the same time, the type of collective impact that is being, projected by these organizations by working together, working closely with the regulators, conforming to some of the standards, acting on a method wherein all the industry, even the small and medium enterprises, also get benefited out of this. This is definitely going to be a big, churning in terms of the success story. In fact, day before yesterday only, I was part of the meeting of, the QCOs for fire extinguishers. So this was chaired by, Mr. Rajiv. And I was surprised to see that many members in that particular, QCO meeting, there was a lot of, MSMEs also. So that was a wonderful thing, that was a good change that I saw, because in most of the earlier meetings, maybe if I talk of 4 or 5 years back, most of in such meetings, the agenda was basically, it was fogged by, I'll say abruptly or very crudely, it was hijacked by some big entities, and the MSMEs, normally they were shown the door, they had a very little voice. But right now in most of these meetings, even in the NITS, one of the training sessions also, I saw around 80% of the members, they were from MSMEs. So it's very heartening to see that the regulators, the policy makers are actually making an inclusive, approach whenever they are going for any, standard formation. This is actually, I can say the icing on the cake in terms of making our India towards, Atmanirbhar Bharat, wherein we can actually have made in India products which will be exported to different, countries. And when we are talking of, having 2 trillion export economy, 2 trillion export economy can only be achieved if our, 5 trillion GDP is achieved by 2030. For that, global standards and the conformity to the standards, the BIS has to play a very, very super active role. And one of the important things that recently we saw, like as we become a member of any of the committees in the BIS, we have to give a undertaken, it's a written, consent that I'll be attending 2 meetings, and if I'm not attending, 3rd meeting, my name will be struck out. So you can see there's a lot of seriousness in BIS also in terms of, having industry on their fold, so that there's a seriousness. There is a lot of, in-depth, discussion, deliberation that should happen rather than just a tick mark thing or just a superficial conversation. This is again a very, very heartening thing, and congratulations to BIS particularly for following this model. But at the same time, there are some, challenges and opportunities also. As we know that there's a lot of transitioning, legacy systems. As we transition, there are a lot of hurdles. The risk appetite of people, they're very less sometimes, particularly if we talk of the micro and small sectors. Changing mindsets within the, employees, within the ecosystem or culture of the organization is definitely a daunting task. And there are also, there are a lot of regulatory landscapes you have to navigate, and particularly if you are in the, in the export business, we have to export, we have to actually, traverse a lot of geographical barriers in terms of conforming the standards of the global counterparts also. And also, like in terms of customers, definition of quality is changing day by day. You cannot, restrict only to a particular product or a service for a long period of time. Things are highly dynamic in nature with the emergence of technologies like ChatGPT, and even now we have the another ChatGPT, 5.0 version, wherein it is actually, transforming the businesses across different continents. Gone are the days where 10 or 15 people used to manage or set the data for any company. The same work is now being done by a single entity. And India being a labor-intensive industry, wherein we want to engage more and more youth, more and more people in our manufacturing process, even in service industry, having such technologies definitely will be a daunting task for our country to actually preserve the integrity of employment or employing all the people who are actually employed to their fullest potential. And also in terms of the cost of compliance, as I told you, as there was a nice thing to know in the morning that the JS was very keen that if you feel or any of the industry or MSME feel that some of the charges for prototyping or for testing is expensive, please come to us. We will definitely have a relook to that. So that's again a good chapter in the beginning. In fact, what I figure out, like why can't we have some, for example, we have a SaaS, software as a service. Why can't we have a system like LAAS, laboratory as a service, wherein, for example, I have been visiting different, centers of excellence, some of the central universities also, wherein they have the best of the labs. And those labs are only confined for, the doctoral students to conduct research. Why not even the startups and MSMEs can, actually go there, build a prototype or, test their product at a very nominal fee. So it will be win-win for startups or MSMEs, as well as the, the university or the academic institution can also, get, some sort of, money out of it. I think LAS or lab as a service model can be looked up, and in fact, many of the industries probably they can also, give this lab as a service model so that the startups or MSMEs can actually do the prototyping or testing of their products. And last thing is definitely the data security and privacy concerns, which is again, as we know, the data laws are evolving and they're highly dynamic in nature. The evolution of the data laws, they actually outpace even the technology development also. Earlier it was the reverse side. So in such scenario, how we are able to cope with such things, definitely we need to have a real look on this. And at the end, I think I'll only say that the growth for any startup or any MSMEs in their own hands. It's all about complying to standards. It's all about complying to conformity assessments. It's all about evolving day by day rather than having a very fixed mindset or very sort of a stable trajectory wherein right now the time has come. You have to perform. You have to actually adapt to different standards or you will perish. So since there was a storytelling sort of a format also in this session wherein we came out with some of these stories, particularly from Mr. Bhatt also, they were very, very rejuvenating. A small story, or a 1 minute story from my side also, towards the end of this discussion. We had very sort of technical discussions whole day, so let me end with a very small storytelling note. In fact, there was a very, sort of spiritual, a saintly person who used to go to different villages. And many people used to come to take advice from this person. The person will go in a village, he'll spend a month or 2 months, and once he sees there's a lot of fan following, then immediately at night he'll go to the other village and settle for 2 or 3 months. And people used to come to him, they used to take advice from him. Normally he used to give the right answers and his interpretations were mostly right. So in one of the villages, once this person, this saintly person was there, a young boy, very crooked young boy, he said that everybody is going to the saintly person and normally his answers are always right. So I'll prove that this person is wrong. I'll play a folly and I will actually tell the entire village folks that this person is not a wise person and doesn't know anything. So he said, like, I'll take a sparrow in my hand, I will put this sparrow at the back of my hand and I will ask this person whether this sparrow is alive or dead. So then he said, like, if the saint says that the sparrow is alive, I will twist the neck of the sparrow and I will show, no, the sparrow is dead, sparrow is not alive. And if he says the sparrow is, dead, I'll just put that live sparrow in front of him and prove that he is wrong. So he goes to this saint and he says, my dear sir, I have a sparrow in my hand. Please let me know whether this sparrow is alive or dead. So this saint looks in the eyes of this young boy. He says, my dear son, everything is in your hands. So in fact, the growth for any MSME or startup is in our hands, provided if we are able to conform to all these standards. And BIS definitely is one of the enabling bodies of Government of India. Please actually come to BIS. They are now so much open to all the industry. They actually welcome all the members with their open arms. Please actually visit their different facilities, different labs, and actually take the convention wisdom that has been accumulated by BIS over all these years. So thank you very much, and thank you very much. These are the general things I don't want to say, and thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your informative presentation. I must say that was a series of highly informative sessions from our esteemed speakers. I would now like to request Shri A.K. Bera, sir, who is the head of Standards Coordination and Monitoring Department in BIS, to kindly grace us with his concluding remarks and also extend a heartfelt vote of thanks. Sir has more than 34 years of experience in BIS of standardization, conformity assessment and other related activities.
So thank you, Priyanshu. So with that, we come to the end of very vibrant 2 technical sessions, one in the forenoon and one in the afternoon. And I have the privilege of proposing a vote of thanks with concluding remarks. First of all, a very special thank you to all of you who are still present in this hall till the end of the day. The forenoon session was summed up by Joint Secretary DPIIT, Mr. Sanjeev, but vote of thanks are also due to them. So I take that responsibility. And so on behalf of BIS, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed guests, Joint Secretary Shri Sanjeev and DDG Certification, Shri H.J.S. Pasricha, for their pearls of wisdom on strengthening quality ecosystem in India. We are absolutely indebted to our Director General of BIS, Shri Pramod Kumar Tiwari, for his insightful inputs on the same. Your guidance will go a long way in achieving the desired results in the near future. Thank you, sirs. The liveliness and positively productive nature of our technical session on strengthening quality ecosystem in India through QCOs are all thanks to informative presentations given by our guest speakers, Shri Ashok Sehgal from CIA, Dr. Ashish Kumar, DPIIT Senior Consultant, Shri Pinaki Gupta, Officer CMD2 of BIS, Shri Amitabh Kharbanda, representing Toy Association of India, Mr. Rahul Ram Tekkar, representing Rama, Shri Rahul Srivastav, representative of EMA, and Shri Sanjay Notani, co-chairperson of ASSOCHAM. Your valuable highlights of the industry perspectives and expectations for the future, coupled with implementation of quality control orders, will help us chart a clear path to practical and effective standardization practices speedily. Our sincere thanks to all of you for your proactive presentations. The credit for the resounding success in establishing a dialogue for strengthening of quality ecosystem in India in this August gathering today goes entirely to our speakers, Shri Rajiv Sharma, Shri Sanjay Pant, our DDG Standardization, Shri Manoj Belgaonkar, representing FICCI, Dr. Shrikant Bhatt from ABB India, Shri Rajendra Khile, General Manager, Renault India Private Limited, all the way from Mumbai, and Dr. Jatinder Singh, Assistant Secretary General of PHDCCI. We cannot thank you enough for providing us eye-opening perspectives on the need for standardization in general and particularly for evolving fields like artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, and e-mobility while addressing the issue of sustainability. To end, I only wish to say that we are truly honored to have such eminent authorities on their expertise under one roof and look forward to sharing knowledge in future. Last but not the least, I desire to thank all my colleagues and support staff from BIS and Bharat Mandapam, due to whose untiring efforts and cooperation this event has emerged in all ways truly successful. Thank you once again, all of you.
Thank you everyone, we close for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, there also has been arrangement of tea for you, so please have it.